Book 3, Chapter 3 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 3. An author's notion of traveling. The next morning, Camilla, sad and unwilling to appear, was the last to enter the breakfast parlor. Edgar instantly discerned the continued unhappiness which an assumed smile concealed from the unsuspicious Sir Hugh, and the week of delay before him seemed an outrage to all his wishes. While she was drinking her first cup of tea, a servant came in and told her the carriage was ready. She colored, but nobody spoke, and the servant retired. Edgar was going to ask the design for the morning, when Miss Margland said, "Miss Camilla, as the horses have got to go and return, you had better not keep them waiting." Coloring still more deeply, she was going to disclaim having ordered them, though well aware for what purpose they were come, when Sir Hugh said, "I think, my dear, you had best take Eugenia with you, which may serve you as a companion to talk to, in case you want to say anything by the way, which I take for granted, young people not much liking to hold their tongues for a long while together, which is very natural, having so little to think of." "Miss Eugenia, then," cried Miss Margland, before Camilla could reply. "Run for your cloak as soon as you have finished your breakfast." Eugenia, hoping to aid her sister in performing a task which she considered as a peace offering to Indiana, said she had already done. Camilla now lost all courage for resistance, but feeling her chagrin almost intolerable, quitted the room with her tea undrunk, and without making known if she should return or not. Eugenia followed, and Edgar, much amazed, said he had forgotten to order his horse for his morning's ride, and hastily made off, determined to be ready to hand the sisters to the carriage, and learn whither it was to drive. Camilla, who in flying to her room thought of nothing less than preparing for an excursion which she now detested, was again surprised in tears by Eugenia. "What, my dearest Camilla," she cried, "can thus continually affect you? You cannot be so unhappy without some cause. Why will you not trust your Eugenia?" "I cannot talk," she answered, ashamed to repeat reasons which she knew Eugenia held to be inadequate to her concern. "If there is no resource against this persecution, if I must render myself hateful to give them satisfaction, let us at least be gone immediately, and let me be spared seeing the person I so ungratefully offend." She then hurried downstairs, but finding Edgar in waiting, still more quickly hurried back, and in an agony for which she attempted not to account, cast herself into a chair, and told Eugenia that if Miss Margland did not contrive to call Edgar away, the universe could not prevail with her to pass him in such defiance. "My dear Camilla," said Eugenia, surprised, yet compassionately, "if this visit is to become so painful to you, relinquish it at once." "Ah, no! For that cruel Miss Margland will then accuse me of staying away only to follow the counsel of Edgar." She stopped, for the countenance of Eugenia said, "And is that not your motive?" A sudden consciousness took place of her distress. She hid her face in the hope of concealing her emotion, and, with as calm a voice as she could attain, said, the moment they could pass unobserved she would set off. Eugenia went downstairs. "Alas, alas!" she then cried. "Into what misery has this barbarous Miss Margland thrown me! Eugenia herself seems now to suspect something wrong, and so, I suppose, will my uncle, and I can only convince them of my innocence by acting towards Edgar as a monster. Ah, I would sooner 1,000 times let them all think me guilty." Eugenia had met Miss Margland in the hall, who, impatient for their departure, passed her and ascended the stairs. At the sound of her footsteps, the horror of her reproaches and insinuations conquered every other feeling, and Camilla, starting up, rushed forward, and saying, "Good morning," ran off. Edgar was still at the door, and came forward to offer her his hand. "Pray take care of Eugenia," she cried, abruptly passing him, and darting unaided into the chaise. Edgar, astonished, obeyed, and gave his more welcome assistance to Eugenia, but when both were seated, said, "Where shall I tell the postilion to drive?" Camilla, who was pulling one of the green blinds up, and again letting it down 20 times in a minute, affected not to hear him. But Eugenia answered, "To the Grove, to Mrs. Albury's." The postilion had already received his orders from Miss Margland, and drove off, leaving Edgar mute with surprise, disappointment, and mortification. Miss Margland was just behind him, and conceived this the fortunate instant for eradicating from his mind every favorable prepossession for Camilla. Assuming, therefore, an air of concern, she said, "So you have found Miss Camilla out, in spite of all her precautions. She would fain not have had you know her frolic." "Not know it? Has there then been any plan? Did Miss Camilla intend—" "Oh, she intends nothing in the world for 2 minutes together, only she did not like you should find out her fickleness. You know, I told you before she was all whim, and so you will find. You may always take my opinion. Be assured, Miss Lynmere is the only one among them that is always the same, always good, always amiable." "And is not Miss—" he was going to say Camilla, but checking himself, finished with "Miss Eugenia, at least, always equal, always consistent?" "Why, she is better than Miss Camilla, but not one among them has any steadiness or real sweetness but Miss Lynmere. As to Miss Camilla, if she has not her own way, there is no enduring her. She frets, and is so cross. When you put her off in that friendly manner from gadding after a new acquaintance so improper for her, you set her into such an ill humor that she has done nothing but cry, as you may have seen by her eyes, and worry herself and all of us round, except you, ever since but she was afraid of you, for fear you should take her to task, which she hates of all things." Half incredulous, yet half shocked, Edgar turned from this harangue in silent disgust. He knew the splenetic nature of Miss Margland, and trusted she might be wrong; but he knew, too, her opportunities for observation, and dreaded lest she might be right. Camilla had been certainly low spirited, weeping, and restless. Was it possible it could be for so slight, so unmeaning a cause? His wish was to follow her on horseback, but this, unauthorized, might betray too much anxiety. He tried not to think of what had been said by Dr. Marchmont, while this cloud hung over her disposition and sincerity; for whatever might be the malignity of Miss Margland, the breach of a promise, of which the voluntary sweetness had so lately proved his final captivation, could not be doubted, and called aloud for explanation. He mounted, however, his horse, to make his promised inquiries for Mrs. Needham; for though the time was already past for impeding the acquaintance from taking place, its progress might yet be stopped, should it be found incompatible with propriety. The young ladies had scarce left the park when Sir Hugh, recollecting a promise he had made to Mr. and Mrs. Tyrrell, of never suffering Eugenia to go abroad unattended by some gentleman, while Bellamy remained in the country, sent hastily to beg that Edgar would follow the carriage. Edgar was out of sight, and there was no chance of overtaking him. "Lack a day!" said Sir Hugh. "Those young folks can never walk a horse but full gallop." He then resolved to ask Dr. Orkborn to go after his pupil, and ride by the side of the chaise. He ordered a horse to be saddled, and, to lose no time by messages, the tardiness of which he had already experienced with this gentleman, he went himself to his apartment, and, after several vain rappings at his door, entered the room unbid, saying, "Good Dr. Orkborn, unless you are dead, which God forbid, I think it something uncomfortable that you can't speak to a person waiting at your door. Not that I pretend to doubt but you may have your proper reasons, being what I can't judge." He then begged he would get booted, and spurred instantly, and follow his two nieces to Mrs. Arlbury's, in order to take care of Eugenia, adding, "Though I am afraid, doctor, by your look, you don't much listen to me, which I am sorry for, my not being able to speak like Horace and Virgil being no fault of mine, but of my poor capacity, which no man can be said to be answerable for." He then again entreated him to set off. "Only a moment, sir. I only beg you'll accord me one moment," cried the doctor with a fretful sigh. While screening his eyes with his left hand, he endeavored hastily to make a memorandum of his ideas before he forced them to any other subject. "Really, Dr. Orkborn," said Sir Hugh, somewhat displeased, "I must needs remark, for a friend, I think this rather slow. However, I can't say I'm much disappointed, now that I did not turn out a scholar myself, for I see plain enough you learned men think nothing of any consequence but Homer and such, which, however, I don't mean to take ill, knowing it was like enough to have been my own case." He then left the room, intending to send a man and horse after the chaise, to desire his two nieces to return immediately. Dr. Orkborn, who, though copiously stored with the works of the ancients, had a sluggish understanding and no imagination, was entirely overset by this intrusion. The chain of his observations was utterly broken. He strove vainly to rescue from oblivion the slow ripening fruits of his tardy conceptions, and, proportioning his estimation of their value by their labor, he not only considered his own loss as irreparable, but the whole world to be injured by so unfortunate an interruption. The recollection, however, which refused to assist his fame, was importunate in reminding him that the present offender was his patron, and his total want of skill in character kept from him the just confidence he would otherwise have placed in the unalterable goodness of heart of Sir Hugh, whom, though he despised for his ignorance, he feared for his power. Uneasy, therefore, at his exit, which he concluded to be made in wrath, he uttered a dolorous groan over his papers, and compelled himself to follow with an apology the innocent enemy of his glory. Sir Hugh, who never harbored displeasure for 2 minutes in his life, was more inclined to offer an excuse himself for what he had dropped against learning, than to resist the slightest concession from the doctor, whom he only begged to make haste, the horse being already at the door. But Dr. Orkborn, as soon as he comprehended what was desired, revived from the weight of sacrificing so much time. He had never been on horseback since he was 15 years of age, and declared to the wondering baronet he could not risk his neck by undertaking such a journey. In high satisfaction he would then have returned to his room, persuaded that, when his mind was disembarrassed, a parallel between two ancient authors which, with much painful stretch of thought, he had suggested, and which, with the most elaborate difficulty, he was arranging and drawing up, would recur again to his memory. But Sir Hugh, always eager in expedients, said he should follow in the coach, which might be ready time enough for him to arrive at Mrs. Arlbury's before the visit was over, and to bring Eugenia safe back, which, cried he, is the main point, for the sake of seeing that she goes nowhere else. Dr. Orkborn, looking extremely blank at this unexpected proposition, stood still. "Won't you go, then, my good friend?" The doctor, after a long pause, and in a most dejected tone, sighed out, "Yes, sir, certainly, with the greatest alacrity." Sir Hugh, who took everything literally that seemed right or good natured, thanked him, and ordered the horses to be put to the coach with all possible expedition. It was soon at the door, and Dr. Orkborn, who had spent in his room the intervening period in mourning the loss of the time that was to succeed, and in opinion that 2 hours of this morning would have been of more value to him than 2 years when it was gone, reluctantly obeyed the call that obliged him to descend. But he had no sooner entered the carriage, and found he was to have it to himself, than leaping suddenly from it, as the groom who was to attend him was preparing to shut the door, he hastened back to his chamber to collect a packet of books and papers, through the means of which he hoped to recall those flowers of rhetoric upon which he was willing to risk his future reputation. The astonished groom, concluding something had frightened him, jumped into the coach to find the cause of his flight. But Sir Hugh, who was advancing to give his final directions, called out with some displeasure, "Hollo, there, you Jacob! If Dr. Orkburn thinks to get you to go for my nieces in place of himself, it's what I don't approve, which, however, you need not take amiss, one man being no more born with a livery upon his back than another, which God forbid I should think otherwise. Nevertheless, my little girls must have a proper respect shewn them, which it's surprising Dr. Orkburn should not know as well as me." And much disconcerted, he walked to the parlor, to ruminate upon some other measure. "I'm sure, your honor," said Jacob, following, "I got in with no ill intention, but what it was and come across the doctor, I don't know. But just as I was going to shut the door, without saying never a word, out he pops and runs upstairs again, so I only got in to see if something had hurt him. But I can't find nothing of no sort." Then putting to the door and looking sagaciously, "Please your honor," he continued, "I dare say it's only some maggot got into his brain from over reading and writing, for all the maids think he'll soon be cracked." "That's very wrong of them, Jacob, and I desire you'll tell them they must not think any such thing." "Why, your honor don't know half, or you'd be afraid too," said Jacob, lowering his voice. "He's like nothing you ever see. He won't let a chair nor a table be dusted in his room, though they are covered over with cobwebs, because he says it takes him such a time to put his things to rights again, though all the while what he calls being to rights is just the contrary, for it's a mere higgledy-piggledy one thing heaped on top of the other, as if he did it for fun." The baronet gravely answered that if there were not the proper shelves for his books, he would order more. "Why, your honor, that's not the quarter, as I tell you. Why, when they're cleaning out his room, if they happen to but to sweep away a bit of paper as big as my hand, he'll make believe they've done him as much mischief as if they'd stole £1,000. It would make your honor stare to hear him. Mary says she's sure he's never been quite right ever since he come to the house." "But I desire you to tell Mary I don't approve of that opinion. Dr. Orkburn is one of the first scholars in the world, as I am credibly informed, and I beg you'll all respect him accordingly." "Why, your honor, if it ain't knowing to something of that sort, why does he behave so unaccountable? I myself heard him making such a noise at the maids one day, that I spoke to Mary afterwards, and asked her what was the matter. 'Laws, nobody knows,' says she. But here's the doctor been all in a huff again. 'I was just a dusting his desk,' says she, 'and so I happened to wipe down a little bundle of papers, all nothing but mere scraps, and he took on as if they'd been so many guineas,' says she, 'and he kept me there for an hour looking for them, and scolding and telling such a heap of fibs, that if he was not out of his head would be a shame for a gentleman to say,' says she." "Fie, fie, Jacob, and tell Mary fie too. He is a very learned gentleman, and no more a story teller than I myself, which God forbid." "Why, your honor, how could this here be true? He told the maids how they had undone him, and they like, only because of their throwing down a few bits of papers, though they are ready to make oath they picked them up almost every one, and that they were all of a crump, and of no manner of use." "Well, well, say no more about it, good Jacob, but go and give my compliments to Dr. Orkburn, and ask him what's the reason of his changing his mind. I mean, provide it's no secret." Jacob returned in 2 minutes with uplifted hands and eyes. "Your honor," cried he, "now you'll believe me another time, he is worse than ever, and I'll be bound he'll break out before another quarter." "Why, what's the matter?" "Why, as sure as I'm here, he's getting together ever so many books, and stuffing his pockets and cramming them under his arms, just as if he was a porter. And when I gave him your honor's message, I suppose it put him out, for he said, 'Don't hurry me so, I'm coming,' making believe as if he was only preparing for going out, instead of making that fool of himself." Sir Hugh, now really alarmed, bid him not mention the matter to anyone, and was going upstairs himself, when he saw Dr. Orkborn, heavily laden with books in each hand, and bulging from both coat pockets, slowly and carefully coming down. "Bless me!" cried he rather fearfully. "My dear sir, what are you going to do with all that library?" Dr. Orkborn, wishing him good morning, without attending to his question, proceeding to the carriage, calling to Jacob, who stood aloof, to make haste and open the door. Jacob obeyed, but with a significant look at his master that said, "You say how it is, sir." Sir Hugh, following him gently, put his hand upon his shoulder, and mildly said, "My dear friend, to be sure you know best, but I don't see the use of loading yourself in that manner for nothing." "It is a great loss of time, sir, to travel without books," answered the doctor, quietly arranging them in the coach. "Travel, my good friend! Why, you don't call it travelling to go 4 or 5 miles. Why, if you had known me before my fall However, I don't mean to make any comparisons, you gentlemen scholars being no particular good horsemen. However, if you were to go 100 miles instead of 4 or 5, you could not get through more than one of those books. Read as hard as you please, unless you skip half, which I suppose you solid heads leave to the lower ignoramuses." "It is not for reading, sir, that I take all these books, but merely to look into. There are many of them I shall never read in my life, but I shall want them all." Sir Hugh now stared with increased perplexity; but Dr. Orkborn, as eager to go, since his books were to accompany him, as before to stay, told Jacob to bid the coachman make haste. Jacob looked at his master, who ordered him to mount his mare, and the carriage drove off. The baronet, in some uneasiness, seated himself in the hall, to ruminate upon what he had just heard. The quietness and usual manner of speaking and looking of Dr. Orkborn, which he had remarked, removed any immediate apprehensions from the assertions of Jacob and Mary; but still he did not like the suggestion, and the carrying off of so many books, when he acknowledged he did not mean to read one of them, disturbed him. In every shadow of perplexity, his first wish was to consult with his brother, and if he had not parted with both his carriages, he would instantly have set off for Etherington. He sent, however, in express to Mr. Tyrrell, begging to see him at Cleves with all speed. End of chapter 3. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 3, Chapter 4 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 4. An Internal Detection. When the chaise drove from Cleves Park, all attempt at any disguise was over with Camilla, who, alive only to the horror of appearing ungrateful to Edgar, wept without control, and, leaning back in the carriage, entreated Eugenia to dispense with all conversation. Eugenia, filled with pity, wondered but complied, and they travelled near 4 miles in silence, when perceiving over the paling round a paddock Mrs. Arlbury and a party of company. Camilla dried her eyes and prepared for her visit, of which the impetuosity of her feelings had retarded all previous consideration. Eugenia, with true concern, saw the unfitness of her sister to appear, and proposed walking the rest of the way, in the hope that a little air and exercise might compose her spirits. She agreed. They alighted, and bidding the footman keep with the carriage, which they ordered should drive slowly behind, they proceeded gently, arm in arm, along a clean raised bank by the side of the road, with a pace suiting at once the infirmity of Eugenia and the wish of delay in Camilla. The sound of voices reached them from within the paddock, though a thick shrubbery prevented their seeing the interlocutors. "Can you make out the arms?" said one. No, answered another, but I can see the postilion's livery, and I'm certain it's Sir Hugh Tyrrell's. Then it is not coming hither, said a third voice, which they recollected for Mrs. Arbury's. We don't visit, though I should not dislike to see the old baronet. They tell me he's a humorist, and I have a taste for all oddities. But then he has a house full of females, and females I never admit in a morning, except when I have secured some men to take the entertaining them off my hands. Whither is Bellamy running? Cried another voice. He's off without a word. Gone in hopes of a recounter, I doubt not, answered Mrs. Arbury. He made palpably aim at one of the divinities of Cleves at the ball. Eugenia now grew uneasy. Let us be quick, she whispered, and enter the house. Divinities, Lord, are they divinities? Said a girlish female voice. Pray, how old are they? I fancy about 17. 17! Gracious! I thought they'd be quite young. I wonder they ain't married. I presume, then, you intend to be more expeditious, said another, whose voice spoke him to be General Kinsale. Gracious, I hope so, for I hate an old bride. I'll never marry at all if I stay till I am 18. A story goes about, said the General, that Sir Hugh Tyrrell has selected one of his nieces for his sole heiress, but no two people agree which it is. They have asserted it of each. I was mightily taken with one of the girls, said Mrs. Arbury. There was something so pleasant in her looks and manner that I even felt inclined to forgive her, being younger and prettier than myself. But she turned out also to be more whimsical, and that there was no enduring. Camilla, extremely ashamed, was now upon the point of begging Eugenia to return, when a new speech seized all her attention. Do you know, General, when that beautiful automaton Miss Lindmer is to marry young Mandelbert? Immediately, I understand. I'm told he has fitted up his house very elegantly for her reception. A deep sigh escaped Camilla at such publicity in the report and belief of the engagement of Edgar with her cousin, and brought with it a consciousness too strong for any further self-disguise, that her distress flowed not all from an unjust accusation. The sound alone of the union struck as a dagger at her heart, and told her incontrovertibly who was its master. Her sensations were now most painful. She grew pale, she became sick, and was obliged in her turn to lean upon Eugenia, who, affrighted to see her thus strangely disordered, besought her to go back to the chaise. She consented, and begged to pass a few minutes there alone. Eugenia therefore stayed without, walking slowly upon the bank. Camilla, getting into the carriage, pulled up the blinds, and, no longer self-deceived, lamented in a new burst of sorrow her unhappy fate and unpropitious attachment. This consciousness, however, became soon a call upon her integrity, and her regret was succeeded by a summons upon propriety. She gave herself up as lost to all personal felicity, but hoped she had discovered the tendency of her affliction in time to avoid the dangers and the errors to which it might lead. She determined to struggle without cessation for the conquest of a partiality she deemed in treachery to indulge, and to appease any pain she now blushed to have caused to Indiana, by strictly following the hard prescription of Miss Margland, and the obvious opinion of Eugenia, in shunning the society, and no longer coveting the approbation of Edgar. Such, my dear father, she cried, would be your lesson, if I dared consult you. Such, my most honored mother, would be your conduct, if thus cruelly situated. This thought thrilled through every vein with pleasure, in a sense of filial desert, and her sole desire was to return immediately to those incomparable parents, under whose roof she had experienced nothing but happiness, and in whose bosoms she hoped to bury every tumultuous disturbance. These ideas and resolutions, dejecting yet solacing, occupied her to the forgetfulness of her intended visit, and even of Eugenia, till the words, "Pray let me come to you, my dear Camilla," made her let down the blinds. Then she perceived Mr. Bellamy earnestly addressing her sister. He advanced suddenly towards her, by a short cut from the paddock, of which she was not aware, when she was about 20 yards from the chaise. She made an effort to avoid him, but he planted himself in the way of her retreat, though with an air of supplication, with which she strove in vain to be angry. He warmly represented the cruelty of thus flying him, entreated but the privilege of addressing her as a common acquaintance, and promised, upon that condition, to submit unmurmuring to her rejection. Eugenia, though in secret she thought this request but equitable, made him no answer. "Oh, madam!" he cried, "what have I not suffered since your barbarous letter! Why will you be so amiable, yet so inexorable?" She attempted to quicken her pace, but again, in the same manner stopping her, he exclaimed, "Do not kill me by this disdain! I ask not now for favor or encouragement. I know my hard doom. I ask only to converse with you, though, alas, it was by conversing with you I lost my heart." Eugenia felt softened, and her countenance, which had forfeited nothing of expression, though everything of beauty, soon showed Bellamy his advantage. He pursued it eagerly, depicted his passion, deprecated her severity, extolled her virtues and accomplishments, and bewailed his unhappy, hopeless flame. Eugenia, knowing that all she said, and believing that all she heard issued from the fountain of truth, became extremely distressed. "Let me pass, I conjure you, sir!" she cried. "And do not take it ill, but I cannot hear you any longer." The vivacity of bright hope flashed into the sparkling eyes of Bellamy, at so gentle a remonstrance; and entreaties for lenity, declarations of passion, professions of submission, and practice of resistance, assailed the young Eugenia with a rapidity that confounded her. She heard him with scarce any opposition, from a fear of irritating his feelings, joined to a juvenile embarrassment how to treat with more severity so sincere and so humble a suppliant. From this situation, to the extreme provocation of Bellamy, she was relieved by the appearance of Major Sherwood, who, having observed from the paddock the slow motion of the carriage, had come forth to find out the cause. Eugenia seized the moment of interruption to press forward and make the call to her sister already mentioned. Bellamy accompanying and pleading, but no longer venturing to stop her, he handed her therefore to the chaise, where Major Sherwood also paid his compliments to the two ladies; and hearing they were going to the seat of Mrs. Arlbury, whither Camilla now forced herself, though more unwillingly than ever, he ran on with Bellamy to be ready to hand them from the carriage. They were shown into a parlor, while a servant went into the garden to call his mistress. This interval was not neglected by either of the gentlemen, for Bellamy was scarce more eager to engage the attention of Eugenia than the Major to force that of Camilla. By Lionel he had been informed she was heiress of Cleves. He deemed therefore the opportunity by no means to be thrown away, of making what he believed required opportunity alone, a conquest of her young heart. Accustomed to think compliments always welcome to the fair, he construed her sadness into softness, and imputed her silence to the confusing impression made upon an inexperienced rural beauty by the first assiduities of a man of figure and gallantry. In about a quarter of an hour, the servant of Mrs. Arlbury slowly returned, and with some hesitation said his lady was not at home. The gentleman looked provoked, and Camilla and Eugenia, much disconcerted at so evident a denial, left their names and returned to their carriage. The journey back to Cleves was mute and dejected. Camilla was shocked at the conscious state of her own mind, and Eugenia was equally pensive. She began to think with anxiety of a contract with a person wholly unknown, and to consider the passion and constancy of Bellamy as the emanations of a truly elevated mind, and meriting her most serious gratitude. At the hall door they were eagerly met by Sir Hugh, who, with infinite surprise, enquired where they had left Dr. Orkborn. "Dr. Orkborn!" they repeated. "We have not even seen him."
"Not seen him! Did he not come to fetch you?"
"No, sir."
"Why, he went to Mrs. Albury's on purpose; and what he stays for at that lady's, now you are both come away, is a thing I can't pretend to judge of, unless he has stopped to read one of those books he took with him, which is what I dare say is the case."
"He cannot be at Mrs. Albury's, sir," said Eugenia, "for we have but this moment left her house."
"He must be there, my dear girls, for he is nowhere else. I saw him set out myself, which, however, I shan't mention the particulars of, having sent for my brother, whom I expect every minute."
Then they concluded he had gone by another road, as there were two ways to the grove. Edgar did not return to Cleves till the family were assembling to dinner. His visit to Mrs. Needham had occasioned him a new disturbance. She had rallied him upon the general rumor of his approaching marriage, and his confusion from believing his partiality for Camilla detected was construed into confirmation of the report concerning Indiana. His disavowal was rather serious than strong, and involuntarily mixed with such warm eulogiums of the object he imagined to be meant, that Mrs. Needham, who had only named a certain fair one at Cleves, laughed at his denial, and thought the engagement undoubted. With respect to his enquiries relative to Mrs. Albury, Mrs. Needham said that she was a woman far more agreeable to the men than to her own sex; that she was full of caprice, coquetry, and singularity; yet, though she abused the gift, she possessed an excellent and uncommon understanding. She was guilty of no vices, but utterly careless of appearances; and though her character was fully unimpeached, she had offended or frightened almost all the country around, by a wilful strangeness of behavior, resulting from an undaunted determination to follow in every thing the bent of her own humor. Edgar justly deemed this a dangerous acquaintance for Camilla, whose natural thoughtlessness and vivacity made him dread the least imprudence in the connections she might form; yet, as the reputation of Mrs. Albury was unsullied, he felt how difficult would be the task of demonstrating the perils he feared. Sir Hugh, during the dinner, was exceedingly disturbed.
"What Dr. Orkborn can be doing with himself," said he, "is more than any man can tell, for he certainly would not stay at the lady's when he found you were both come away; so that I begin to think it's 10 to 1 but he's gone nobody knows where, for why else should he take all those books? Which is a thing I have been thinking of ever since, especially as he owned himself he should never read one half of them. If he has taken something amiss, I am very ready to ask his pardon, though what it can be I don't pretend to guess." Miss Margland said he was so often doing something or other that was ill bred, that she was not at all surprised he should stay out at dinner time. He had never yet fetched her a chair, nor opened the door for her, since he came to the house, so that she did not know what was too bad to expect. As they were rising from the table, a note arrived from Mr. Tyrrell, with an excuse that important business would prevent his coming to Cleves till the next day. Camilla then begged permission to go in the chaise that was to fetch him, flattering herself something might occur to detain her when at Etherington. Sir Hugh readily assented, and, composing himself for his afternoon nap, desired to be waked if Dr. Orkborn came back. All now left the room, except Camilla, who, taking up a book, stood still at a window, till she was aroused by the voice of Edgar, who from the park asked her what she was reading. She turned over the leaves, ashamed at the question, to look for the title. She had held the book mechanically, and knew not what it was. He then produced the promised nosegay, which had been brought by his gardener during her excursion. She softly lifted up the sash, pointing to her sleeping uncle. He gave it her with a silent little bow, and walked away, much disappointed to miss an opportunity from which he had hoped for some explanation. She held it in her hand some time, scarcely sensible she had taken it, till presently she saw its buds bedewed with her falling tears. She shook them off, and pressed the nosegay to her bosom. "This, at least," she cried, "I may accept.
for it was offered me before that barbarous attack. Ah, they know not the innocence of my regard, or they would not so wrong it. The universe could not tempt me to injure my cousin, though it is true I have valued the kindness of Edgar, and I must always value it. These flowers are more precious to me, coming from his hands, and reared in his grounds, than all the gems of the East could be from any other possessor. But where is the guilt of such a preference? And who that knows him could help feeling it?
Sir Hugh, now awakening from a short slumber, exclaimed,
I have just found out the reason why this poor gentleman has made off. I mean, provided he is really gone away, which, however, I hope not. But I think, by his bringing down all those books, he meant to give me a broad hint that he had got no proper bookcase to keep them in, which the maids as good as think too.
Then calling upon Camilla, he asked if she was not of that opinion.
Yes, sir, she hesitatingly answered.
Well, then, my dear, if we all think the same, I'll give orders immediately for getting the better of the fault.
Miss Margland, curious to know how Camilla was detained, now re entered the room. Struck with the fond and melancholy air with which she was bending over her nosegay, she abruptly demanded,
Pray, where might you get those flowers?
Covered with shame, she could make no answer.
Oh, Miss Camilla, ought not those flowers to belong to Miss Lynmere?
Mr. Mandlebert had promised me them yesterday morning, answered she, in a voice scarce audible.
And is that fair, ma'am? Can you reckon it honourable? I'll be judged by Sir Hugh himself. Do you think it right, sir, that Miss Camilla should accept nosegays every day from Mr. Mandlebert, when her cousin has had never one at all? Why, it is not her fault, you know, Miss Margland, if young Mr. Mandlebert chooses to give them to her. However, if that vexes Indiana, I am sure my niece will make them over to her with the greatest pleasure; for I never knew the thing she would not part with, much more a mere little smell at the nose, which, whether one has it or not, can't much matter after it's over.
Miss Margland now exultingly held out her hand. The decision was obliged to be prompt. Camilla delivered up the flowers, and ran into her own room.
The sacrifice, cried she, is now complete. Edgar will conclude I hate him, and believe Indiana loves him. No matter, it is fitting he should think both. I will be steady this last evening, and to morrow I will quit this fatal roof.
End of chapter 4. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 3, Chapter 5 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Camilla, or a Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 5. An Author's Opinion of Visiting. When summoned to tea, Camilla, upon entering the parlor, found Sir Hugh in mournful discourse with Edgar upon the non-appearance of Dr. Orkborn. Edgar felt a momentary disappointment that she did not honor his flowers with wearing them, but consoled himself with supposing she had preserved them in water. In a few minutes, however, Indiana appeared with them in her bosom. Almost petrified, he turned towards Camilla, who, affecting an air of unconcern, amused herself with patting a favorite old terrier of her uncle's. As soon as he could disengage himself from the baronet, he leant also over the dog, and in a low voice said, "You have discarded, then, my poor flowers?" "Have I not done right?" answered she, in the same tone. "Are they not where you must be far happier to see them?"
"Is it possible," exclaimed he, "Miss Camilla Tyrrell can suppose—" He stopped, for, surprised off his guard, he was speaking loud, and he saw Miss Margland approaching. "Don't you think, Mr. Mandlebert," said she, "that Miss Lynmere becomes a bouquet very much?" She took a fancy to those flowers, and I think they are quite the thing for her." "She does them," he coldly answered. "Too much honor."
Ah, heaven! He loves her not, thought Camilla, and while trembling between hope and terror at the suggestion, determined to redouble her circumspection, not to confirm the suspicion that his indifference was produced by her efforts to attach him to herself. She had soon what she conceived to be an occasion for its exertion. When he handed her some cakes, he said, "You would think it, I conclude, impertinent to hear anything more concerning Mrs. Arlbury, now you have positively opened an acquaintance with her?" She felt the justice of his implied reproach of her broken promise, but she saw herself constantly watched by Miss Margland, and repressing the apology she was sighing to offer, only answered, "You have nothing, you own, to say against her reputation, and as to anything else—"
"True," interrupted he. "My information on that point is all still in her favor. But can it be Miss Camilla Tyrrell who holds that to be the sole question upon which intimacy ought to depend? Does she account as nothing manners, disposition, way of life?"
"No, not absolutely as nothing," said she, rising. "But taste settles all those things, and mine is entirely in her favor." Edgar gravely begged her pardon for so officiously resuming an irksome subject, and returning to Sir Hugh, endeavoured to listen to his lamentations and conjectures about Dr. Orkborn. He felt, however, deeply hurt. In naming Mrs. Arlbury, he had flattered himself he had opened an opportunity, for which she must herself be waiting, to explain the motives of her late visit; but her light answer put an end to that hope, and her quitting her seat shewed her impatient of further counsel. Not a word that fell from Sir Hugh reached his ear, but he bowed from time to time, and the good Baron had no doubt of his attention. His eyes were perpetually following Camilla, though they met not a glance from her in return. She played with the terrier, talked with Eugenia, looked out of the window, turned over some books, and did everything with an air of negligence that, while it covered absence and anxiety, displayed a studied avoidance of his notice. The less he could account for this, the more it offended him. And dwells caprice, thought he, while his eyes followed her even there, in that fair composition, where may I look for singleness of mind, for nobleness of simplicity, if caprice, mere girlish, unmeaning caprice, dwell there? The moment she had finished her tea, she left the room, to shorten her cruel task. Struck with the broken sentence of "Is it possible Miss Camilla Tyrrell can suppose?" the soft hope that his heart was untouched by Indiana seized her delighted imagination; but the recollection of Miss Margland's assertions, that it was the real right of her cousin, soon robbed the hope of all happiness, and she could only repeat, "To morrow I will go. I ought not to think of him. I had rather be away. To morrow I will go." She had hardly quitted the parlour when the distant sound of a carriage roused Sir Hugh from his fears, and, followed by Edgar and the ladies, he made what haste he could into the courtyard, where, to his infinite satisfaction, he saw his coach driving in. He ordered it should be stopped immediately, and called out, "Pray, Dr. Orkborn, are you there?" Dr. Orkborn looked out of the window and bowed respectfully. "Good lack, I could never have thought I should be so glad to see you, which you must excuse in point of being no relation. You are heartily welcome. I assure you, I was afraid I should never see you again; for, to tell you the honest truth, which I would not say a word of before, I had got a notion you were going out of your mind." The doctor took not the smallest heed of his speech, and the carriage drove up to the door. Sir Hugh, then seating himself under the portico, said, "Pray, Dr. Orkborn, before you go to your studies, may I just ask you who you came to stay out all day, and why you never fetched Eugenia? For I take it for granted it's no secret on the account Jacob was with you, besides the coachman and horses."
Dr. Orkborn, though not at all discomposed by these questions, nor by his reception, answered that he must first collect his books. "The poor girls," continued the baronet, "came home quite blank; not that they knew a word of my asking you to go for them till I told them, which was lucky enough, for the sake of not frightening them. However, where you can have been, particularly with regard to your dinner, which I suppose you have gone without, is what I can't guess, unless you be kind enough to tell me." The doctor, too busy to hear him, was packing up his books. "Come, never mind your books," said Sir Hugh. "Jacob can carry them for you, or Bob, or anybody. Here, Bob," calling to the postilion, who, with all the rest of the servants, had been drawn by curiosity into the courtyard, "whisk me up those books, and take them into the doctor's room. I mean, provided you can find a place for them, which I am sorry to say there is none, owing to my not knowing better in point of taking the proper care, which I shall be sure to do for the future." The boy obeyed, and mounting one step of the coach took what were within his reach, which, when the doctor observed, he snatched away with great displeasure, saying very solemnly he had rather at any time be knocked down than see anybody touch one of his books or papers. Jacob, coming forward, whispered his master not to interfere, assuring him he was but just got out of one of his tanterums. Sir Hugh, a little startled, rose to return to the parlour, begging Dr. Orkborn to take his own time and not hurry himself. He then beckoned Jacob to follow him. "There is certainly something in all this," said he to Edgar, "beyond what my poor wit can comprehend. But I'll hear what Jacob has to say before I form a complete judgment, though, to be sure, his lugging out all those books to go but 4 or 5 miles has but an odd look, which is what I don't like to say." Jacob now was called upon to give a narrative of the day's adventures. "Why, your honour," said he, "as soon as we come to the Grove, I goes up to the coach door to ask the doctor if he would get out, or only send in to let the young ladies know he was come for them. But he was got so deep into some of his larning, that I dare say I bawled it 3 good times in his ears, before he so much as lifted up his head, and then it was only to say I put him out, and to it he went again, just as if I'd said never a word, till at last I was so plaguing mad, I gives the coach such a jog to bring him to himself like, that it jerked the pencil and paper out of his hand. So then he went straight into one of his takings, pretending I'd made him forget all his thoughts, and such like out of the way talk after his old way. So when I found he was going off in that manner, I thought it only time lost to say no more to him, and so I turned me about not to mind him, when I sees a whole heap of company at a parlour window, laughing so hearty that I was sure they had heard us. And a fine comely lady, as clever as you ever see, that I found after was the lady of the house, bid me come to the window, and asked what I wanted. So I told her we was come for 2 of the Miss Tyrrells. 'Why,' says she, 'they've been gone a quarter of an hour by the opposite road.' So then I was coming away, but she made me a sign to come into the parlour, for all it was brimful of fine company, dressed all like I don't know what. It was as pretty a sight as you'd wish to see. And then, your honour, they all begun upon me at once. There was such a clatter, I thought I'd be turned into a booth at a fair. And merry enough they all was, sure, specially the lady, who never opened her lips but what they all laughed. But as to all what they asked me, I could as soon conjure a ghost as call a quarter of it to mind." "Try, however," said Edgar, curious for further information of whatever related to Mrs. Arlbury. "Why, as to that, squire," answered Jacob, with an arch look, "I'm not so sure and certain you'll like to hear it all." "No, and why not?" "Oh, pray tell, Jacob!" cried Miss Margland. "Did they say anything of Mr. Mandelbert?" "Yes, and of more than Mr. Mandelbert," said Jacob, grinning. "Do tell, do tell!" cried Indiana, eagerly. "I'm afeared, miss." Everybody assured him no offence should be taken.
Well, then, if you must needs know, there was not one of you but what they had a pluck at. Pray, says one of them, what does the old gentleman do with all those books and papers in the coach? That's what nobody knows, says I, unless his head's cracked, which is Mary's opinion. Then they all laughed more and more, and the lady of the house said, pray, can he really read? Whoa, says I, why he does nothing else. He's at it from morning till night, and Mary says she's sure before long he'll give up his meat and drink for it. I've always heard he was a quiz, says another, or a quoss, or some such word, but I did not know he was such a bookworm. The old quass is generous, however. I hear, says another, pray do you find him so? As to that I can't say, says I, for I never see the colour of his money. No, then, what are you such a fool as to serve him for? So then, your honour, I found owing to the coach and the arms, and the like, they thought all the time it was your honour was in the coach. I hope your honour don't take it amiss of me.
Not at all, Jacob. Only I don't know why they call me an old quiz and quass for never having offended them, which I take rather unkind, especially not knowing what it means.
Why, your honour, they're such a comical sort of folks. They don't mind what they say of nobody. Not but what the lady of the house is a rare gentlewoman. Your honour could not help liking her. I warrant she's made many a man's heart ache, and then jumped for joy when she done. And as to her eyes, I think in my born days I've never seen nothing like 'em. They shines like two candles on a dark night afar off on the common.
Why, Jacob, said Sir Hugh, I see you have lost your heart. However, go on.
Why, as soon as I found out what they meant, that my master, says I, no, God be thanked, what should I have to live upon if I was? Not so much as a cobweb, for there would not be wherewithal for a spider to make it.
Here Sir Hugh, with much displeasure, interrupted him.
As to the poor gentleman's being poor, said he, it's no fault of his own, for he'd be rich if he could. I make no doubt, never having heard he was a gambler. Besides which, I always respect a man the more for being poor, knowing how little a rich man may have in him, which I can judge by my own case.
Jacob proceeded.
Well, if it is not Sir Hugh, says one of them, who is it? Why, it's only our Latin master, says I. Upon which they all set up as jolly a laugh again as ever I heard in my days. Jobbins, they're pure merry. And who learns Latin, says one. I hope they don't let him work at poor old Sir Hugh. No, says I. They tried their hands with him at first, but he thanked them for nothing. He soon grew tired on't. So then they said, who learns now, says they, do you? Me, says I, no, God be praised, I don't know A from B, which is the way my head's so clear, never having muddled it with what I don't understand. And so then they all said I was a brave fellow, and they ordered me a glass of wine.
What a set, thought Edgar, is this idle, dissipated, curious for Camilla to associate with. The lively, the unthinking, the inexperienced Camilla.
So then they asked me, says they, does Miss Lindmer learn, says they? Not as I know of, says I. She's no great turn for her book, as ever I heard of, which I hope, miss, you won't take ill, for they all said, no, to be sure, she's too handsome for that.
Indiana looked uncertain whether to be flattered or offended.
But you have not told us what they said of Mr. Mandlebert yet, cried Miss Margland. No, I must come to you first, miss, answered he, for that's what they come upon next. But mayhap I must not tell.
Oh, yes, you may, said she, growing a little apprehensive of some affront, but determined not to seem hurt by it. I am very indifferent to anything they can say of me, assure yourself.
Why, I suppose, says they, this Latin master studies chiefly with a governess. They'd stud fisticuffs, I believe, if they did, says I, for she hates him like poison, and there's no great love lost between them.
And what right had you to say that, Mr. Jacob? I did not ask what you said. Not that I care, I promise you." "Oh dear no, I'm sure it is not worth while."
"They said worse than I did," resumed Jacob, "by a deal. They said, says they, she looks deuced crabbed. She looks just as if she was always eating a sour apple, says the lady. She looks "
"Well, well, I don't want to hear any more of their opinions. I may look as I please, I hope. I hate such gossiping."
"So then they said, pray does Miss Camilla learn? Says they. Lord love her, no, says I."
"And what said they to that?" cried Edgar.
"Why, they said they hoped not, and they were glad to hear it, for they liked her the best of all. And what does the ugly one do? Says they."
"Come, we have heard enough now," interrupted Edgar, greatly shocked for poor Eugenia, who fortunately, however, had retired with Camilla. Sir Hugh, too, angrily broke in upon him, saying, "I won't have my niece called ugly, Jacob. You know it's against my command such a thing's being mentioned."
"Why, I told them so, sir," said Jacob. "Ugly one, says I. She you call the ugly one is one of the best ladies in the land. She's ready to lend a hand to every mortal soul. She's just like my master for that. And as to learning, I make no query she can talk you over the Latin grammar as fast as ever a gentleman here." So then they laughed harder than ever, and said they should be afeard to speak to her, and a deal more I can't call to mind. So then they come to Mr. Mandlebert. Pray, says they, what's he doing among you all this time? Why, nothing particular, says I. He's only squirring about our young ladies. But when is the wedding to be? Says another. So then I said
"What did you say?" cried Edgar hastily.
"Why, nothing," answered Jacob, drawing back.
"Tell us, however, what they said," cried Miss Margland.
"Why, they said, says they, everything has been ready some time at Beech Park, and they'll make as handsome a couple as ever was seen."
"What stuff is this?" cried Edgar. "Do prithee have done." "No, no," said Miss Margland. "Go on, Jacob."
Indiana, conscious and glowing at the words handsome couple, could not restrain a simper, but Edgar, thinking only of Camilla, did not understand it.
"He'll have trouble enough, says one of the gentlemen," continued Jacob, "to take care of so pretty a wife. She'll be worth a little trouble, says another, for I think she is the most beautifulest girl I ever see. Take my word of it, says the lady of the house, young Mandlebert is a man who won't be made a fool of. He'll have his own way, for all her beauty."
"What a character to give of me to young ladies!" cried Edgar, doubtful in his turn whether to be hurt or gratified.
"Oh, she did not stop at that, sir," resumed Jacob, "for she said, 'I make no question,' says she, 'but in half a year he'll lock her up.'"
Indiana, surprised, gave an involuntary little shriek; but Edgar, not imputing it to any appropriate alarm, was filled with resentment against Mrs. Arbury. What incomprehensible injustice, he said to himself. Oh, Camilla, is it possible any event, any circumstance upon earth could induce me to practice such an outrage, to degenerate into such a savage?
"Is this all?" asked Miss Margland. "No, ma'am, but I don't know if Miss will like to hear the rest."
"Oh, yes," said Indiana. "If it's about me, I don't mind."
"Why, they all said, miss, you'd make the most finest bride that ever was seen, and they did not wonder at Mr. Mandlebert's choosing you, but for all that "
He stopped, and Edgar, who, following the bent of his own thoughts, had till now concluded Camilla to be meant, was utterly confounded by discovering his mistake. The presence of Indiana redoubled the awkwardness of the situation, and her blushes and the increased lustre of her eyes did not make the report seem either unwelcome or perfectly new to her. Miss Margland raised her head triumphantly. This was precisely such a circumstance as she flattered herself would prove decisive. The baronet, equally pleased, returned her nod of congratulation, and nodding himself towards Edgar, said, "You're blown, you see. But what matter secrets about nothing? Which, Lord help me, I never knew how to keep." Edgar was now still more disconcerted, and from mere distress what to say or do, bid Jacob go on. "Why, then, they said a deal more how pretty she was," he continued, "but they did not know how it would turn out, for the young lady was so much admired that her husband had need look sharp after her, and if—" "What complete impertinence!" cried Edgar, walking about the room. "I really can listen no longer." "If he had done wisely," says the lady of the house, "he would have left the professed beauty, and taken that pretty Camilla." Edgar's surprise stopped short. This seemed to him less impertinent. "Camilla is a charming creature," says she, "though she may want a little watching too; but so does every thing that is worth having." That woman does not want discernment, thought Edgar, nor she does not want taste. I can never totally dislike her, if she does such justice to Camilla. He now again invited Jacob to proceed, but Indiana, with a pouting lip, walked out of the room, and Miss Margland said there was not need to be hearing him all night. Jacob, therefore, when no more either interrupted or encouraged, soon finished his narrative. Mrs. Arlbury, amused by watching Dr. Orkbon, had insisted, for an experiment, that Jacob should not return to the coach till he was missed and called for; and so intense was the application of the doctor to what he was composing, that this did not happen till the whole family had dined. Jacob and the coachman, at the invitation of Mrs. Arlbury, having partaken of the servants' fare, equally pleased with the regale and the joke. Dr. Orkbon then, suddenly recollecting himself, demanded why the young ladies were so late, and was much discomposed and astonished when he heard they were gone. Mrs. Arlbury invited him into the house, and offered him refreshments, while she ordered water and feed of corn for the horses; but he only fretted a little, and then went on again with his studies. Sir Hugh now sent some cold dinner into the doctor's room, and declared he should always approve his niece's acquaintance with Mrs. Albury, as she was so kind to his servants and his animals. End of chapter 5. Read by Lars Rolander.
Book 3, Chapter 6 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 6. An Author's Idea of Order. Not a bosom of the Cleeves party enjoyed much tranquillity this evening. Miss Margland, though to the baronet she would not recede from her first assertions, strove vainly to palliate to herself the ill grace and evident dissatisfaction with which Edgar had met the report. To save her own credit, however, was always her primary consideration. She resolved, therefore, to cast upon unfair play in Camilla, or upon the instability of Edgar, all the blame really due to her own undiscerning self sufficiency. Indiana thought so little for herself that she adopted of course every opinion of Miss Margland. Yet the immovable coldness of Edgar contrasted frequently in her remembrance by the fervor of Melmond and MacDursey became more and more distasteful to her. And Mrs. Albury's idea that she should be locked up in half a year made her look upon him alternately as something to shun or to overreach. She even wished to refuse him; but Beech Park, the equipage, the servants, the bridal habiliment, no, she could enjoy those, if not him. And neither her own feelings nor the lessons of Miss Margland had taught her to look upon marriage in any nobler point of view. But the person most deeply dissatisfied this evening was Edgar. He now saw that, deceived by his own consciousness, he had misunderstood Mrs. Needham, who, as well as Mrs. Albury, he was convinced concluded him engaged to Indiana. He had observed with concern the approving credulity of Sir Hugh, and though glad to find
his real plan, and all his wishes unsuspected, the false report excited his fears, lest Indiana should give it any credit, and secretly hurt his delicacy for the honor of his taste. All the influence of pecuniary motives, to which he deemed Camilla superior, occurred to him in the very words of Dr. Marchmont for Indiana, whose capacity he saw was as shallow as her person was beautiful. Yet the admiration with which she had already made her first appearance in the world might naturally induce her belief of his reported devotion. If, therefore, his situation appeared to her to be eligible, she had probably settled to accept him. The most timid female delicacy was not more scrupulous than the manly honor to Edgar to avoid this species of misapprehension; and, though perfectly confident his behavior had been as irreproachable as it was undesigning, the least idea of any self delusion on the part of Indiana seemed a call upon his integrity for the most unequivocal manifestation of his intentions. Yet any declaration by words, with whatever care selected, might be construed into an implication that he concluded the decision in his own hands. And though he could scarcely doubt the fact, he justly held nothing so offensive as the palpable presumption. One only line of conduct appeared to him, therefore, unexceptionable, which was fully to avoid her, till the rumor sunk into its own nothingness. This demanded from him a sacrifice the most painful, that of retiring from Cleves in utter ignorance of the sentiments of Camilla. Yet it seemed the more necessary, since he now, with much uneasiness, recollected many circumstances which his absorbed mind had hitherto suffered to pass unnoticed, that led him to fear Sir Hugh himself and the whole party entertained the same notion. He was shocked to consider Camilla involved in such a deception. Though delighted by the idea, he might perhaps owe to an explanation some marks of that preference for which Dr. Marchmont had taught him to wait, and which he now hoped might lie dormant from the persuasion of his engagement. To clear this mistake was, therefore, every way essential, as otherwise the very purity of her character must be in his disfavor. Still, however, the visit to the grove hung upon his mind, and he resolved to investigate its cause the following morning, before he made his retreat. Early the next day, Camilla sent to hasten the chaise which was to fetch Mr. Tyrrell, and begged leave of her uncle to breakfast at Etherington. His assent was always ready, and believing every evil would yield to absence, she eagerly, and even with happiness, set off. When the rest of the party assembled without her, Edgar, surprised, inquired if she were well. Miss Margland answered yes, but for the sake of what she loved best in the world, a frolic, she was gone in the chaise to Etherington. Edgar could not prevail with himself to depart till he had spoken with her, and privately deferred his purposed leave taking till noon. During this report, Sir Hugh was anxiously engaged in some business he seemed to wish to conceal. He spoke little, but nodded frequently to himself, with an air of approving his own ideas. He summoned Jacob to him repeatedly, with whom he held various whispering conferences, and desired Miss Margland, who made the tea, not to pour it out too fast, as he was in no hurry to have breakfast over. When nothing he could urge succeeded in making any of the company eat or drink anything more, he pulled Edgar by the sleeve, and, in an eager but low voice, said: "My dear Mr. Edgar, I have a great favor to beg of you, which is only that you will do something to divert Dr. Orkborn." "I should be very happy, sir," cried Edgar, smiling; "but I much doubt my capability." "Why, my dear Mr. Edgar, it's only to keep him from finding out my new surprise, till it's got ready. And if you will but just spout out to him a bit or two of Virgil and Horace, or some of those Greek and Latin language masters, he'll be in no hurry to budge, I promise you." A request from Sir Hugh,
who with the most prompt alacrity met the wishes of everyone, was by Edgar held to be indisputable. He advanced, therefore, to Dr. Orkborn, who was feeling for his tablets, which he commonly examined in his way up the stairs, and started a doubt, of which he begged an exposition upon a passage of Virgil. Dr. Orkborn willingly stopped, and displayed with no small satisfaction an erudition that did him nearly as much honor in the ears of the ignorant and admiring Sir Hugh as in those of the cultivated and well judging Edgar. "Ah," said the baronet, sighing, though addressing himself to no one, "if I had but addicted myself to these studies in due season, I might have understood all this too, though now I can't for my life make out much sense of what they're talking of. Nor a little neither, indeed, as to that, thanks to my own idleness, to which, however, I am not much obliged." Unfortunately, the discussion soon led to some points of comparison that demanded a review of various authors, and the doctor proposed adjourning to his own apartment. The baronet winked at Edgar, who would have changed the discourse, or himself have sought the books, or have been satisfied without them. But Dr. Orkborn was as eager here as in other matters he was slow and phlegmatic, and, regardless of all opposition, was making off, when Sir Hugh, catching him by the arm, exclaimed, "My good friend, I beg it as a particular favor you won't stir a step." "Not stir a step, sir?" repeated the doctor, amazed. "That is, not to your own room." "Not go to my own room, sir?" The baronet gently begged him not to take it amiss, and presently, upon the appearance of Jacob, who entered with a significant smile, said he would keep him no longer. Dr. Orkborn, to whom nothing was so irksome as a moment's detention from his books and papers, instantly departed, inviting Edgar to accompany him, but without troubling himself to inquire for what end he had been held back. When they were gone, Sir Hugh, rubbing his hands, said, "Well, I think this good gentleman won't go about the country again with all his books fastened about him, to shew he has nowhere to put them; for, as to his telling me he only took them to look at, I'm not quite such an ignoramus, with all my ignorance, as to believe such a thing as that, especially of a regular bred scholar." A loud and angry sound of voices from above here interrupted the pleased harangue of the baronet. Miss Margland opened the door to listen, and with no small delight heard words, scarce intelligible for rage, breaking from Dr. Orkborn, whose anger, while Edgar was endeavoring to moderate, Jacob and Mary were vociferously resenting. Sir Hugh, all astonished, feared there was some mistake. He had sent the preceding day as far as Winchester for two bookcases, which he had ordered should arrive early, and be put up during the breakfast; and he had directed Mary to place upon the shelves, with great care, all the loose books and papers she found dispersed about the room, as neatly as possible, after which Jacob was to give notice when all was arranged. The words now, "If I must have my manuscripts rummaged at pleasure by every dunce in the house, I would rather lie in the street," distinctly caught their ears. Sir Hugh was thunderstruck with amazement and disappointment, but said nothing. Miss Margland looked all spite and pleasure, and Eugenia all concern. Louder yet, and with accents of increasing asperity, the doctor next exclaimed, "A 12 months' hard labor will not repair this mischief. I should have been much more obliged to you if you had blown out my brains." The baronet, aghast, cried, "Lord help us! I think I'd best go and get the shelves pulled down again, what I have done not being meant to offend, being what will cost me £10 and upwards." He then, though somewhat irresolute whether or not to proceed, moved towards the foot of the stairs. But there a new storm of rage startled him.
I wish you had been all of you annihilated ere ever you had entered my room. I had rather have lost my ears than that manuscript. I wish with all my heart you had been at the bottom of the sea, every one of you, before you had touched it."
"If you won't believe me, it can't be helped," said Mary. "But if I was to tell it you over and over, I've done nothing to no mortal thing. I only just swept the room after the carpenter was gone, for it was all in such a pickle, it was a shame to be seen."
"You have ruined me!" cried he. "You have swept it behind the fire! I make not a moment's doubt, and I had rather you had given me a bowl of poison. You can make me no reparation. It was a clue to the whole section."
"Well, I won't make no more words about it," said Mary, angrily. "But I'm sure I never so much as touched it with a pair of tongs, for I never see it, nor I don't so much as know it if I do."
"Why, it's a piece of paper written all over. Look, just such another as this. I left it on the table by this corner."
"Oh, that!" cried Mary. "Yes, I remember that."
"Well, where is it? What have you done with it?"
"Why, I happened of a little accident about that; for as I was a sweeping under the table, the broom knocked the ink down, but by good luck it only fell upon that little morsel of paper."
"Little morsel of paper! It's more precious than a whole library. But what did you do with it? What is become of it? Whatever condition it is in, if you have but saved it, where is it, I say?"
"Why, it was all over ink, and good for nothing; so I did not think of your missing it, so I throwed it behind the fire."
"I wish you had been thrown there yourself with all my heart. But if ever you bring a broom into my room again—"
"Why, I did nothing but what my master ordered."
"Or if ever you touch a paper or a book of mine again—"
"My master said himself—"
"Your master's a blockhead, and you are another. Go away, I say!"
Mary now hurried out of the room, enraged for her master, and frightened for herself; and Edgar, not aware Sir Hugh was within hearing, soon succeeded in calming the doctor by mildly listening to his lamentations. Sir Hugh, extremely shocked, sat upon the stairs to recover himself. Miss Margland, who never felt so virtuous and never so elated as when witnessing the imperfections or improprieties of others, descanted largely against ingratitude, treating an unmeaning sally of passion as a serious mark of turpitude. But Eugenia, ashamed for Dr. Orkbon, to whom, as her preceptor, she felt a constant disposition to be partial, determined to endeavor to induce him to make some apology. She glided therefore past her uncle, and tapped at the doctor's door. Mary, seeing her master so invitingly in her way, could by no means resist her desire of appeal and complaint, and descending the stairs, begged his honor to hear her.
"Mary," said he, rising and returning to the parlor, "you need not tell me a word, for I have heard it all myself, by which it may be truly said listeners never hear good of themselves. So I've got the proper punishment, for which reason I hope you won't look upon it as an example."
"I am sure, sir," said Mary, "if your honor can excuse his speaking so disrespectful, it's what nobody else can; and if it was not for thinking as his head's got a crack in it, there is not a servant among us as would not affront him for it." The Baronet interrupted her with a serious lecture upon the civilities he expected for all his guests, and she promised to restrain her wrath. "But only, sir," she continued, "if your honor had seen the bit of paper as he made such a noise at me for, your honor would not have believed it. Not a soul could have read it. My Tom would have been well licked if he wrote no better at school. And as to his being a 12-month a scrawling such another, I'll no more believe it than I'll fly.
It's as great a fib as ever was told." Sir Hugh begged her to be quiet, and to think no more of the matter. "No, your honor, I hope I am not a person as bears malice; only I could not but speak of it, because he behaves more comical every day. I thought he'd have beat me over and over. And as to the stories he tells about them little bits of paper, mortal patience can't bear it no longer." The remonstrance of Eugenia took immediate effect. Dr. Orkborn, shocked and alarmed at the expression which had escaped him, protested himself willing to make the humblest reparation, and truly declared he had been so greatly disturbed by the loss he had just sustained, that he not merely did not mean, but did not know what he had said. Edgar was the bearer of his apology, which Sir Hugh accepted with his usual good humor.
"His calling me a blockhead," cried he, "is a thing I have no right to resent, because I take it for granted he would not have said it if he had not thought it, and a man's thoughts are his castle, and ought to be free." Edgar repeated the protestation that he had been hurried on by passion, and spoke without meaning. "Why, then, my dear Mr. Edgar, I must fairly own I don't see the great superiorness of learning, if it can't keep a man's temper out of a passion. However, say nothing of the sort to poor Clermont, upon his coming over, who I expect won't speak one word in 10 I shall understand; which, however, as it's all been done for the best, I would not have the poor boy discouraged in." He then sent a kind message by Edgar to Dr. Orkborn, desiring him not to mind such a trifle. The conciliating office was congenial to the disposition of Edgar, and softened his impatience for the return of Camilla. But when, soon after, a note arrived from Mr. Tyrrell, requesting Sir Hugh to dispense with seeing him till the next day, and apologizing for keeping his daughter, he felt equally disappointed and provoked, though he determined not to delay any longer his departure. He gave orders, therefore, for his horses immediately, and with all the less regret for knowing Camilla no longer in the circle he was to quit. The ladies were in the parlor with Sir Hugh, who was sorrowfully brooding over his brother's note, when he entered it to take leave. Addressing himself somewhat rapidly to the baronet, he told him he was under an unpleasant necessity to relinquish some days of the month's sojourn intended for him. He made acknowledgments full of regard for his kindness and hospitality, and then, only bowing to the ladies, left the room, before the astonished Sir Hugh comprehended he was going. "Well," cried Miss Margland, "this is curious indeed! He has flown off from everything without even an apology." "I hope he is not really gone," said Eugenia, walking to the window. "I'm sure I don't care what he does," cried Indiana. "He's welcome to go or to stay. I'm grown quite sick of him, for my part." "Gone!" said Sir Hugh, recovering breath. "It's impossible! Why, he never has said one word to me of the day, nor the settlements, nor all those things." He then rang the bell, and sent to desire Mr. Mandelbert might be called immediately. Edgar, who was mounting his horse, obeyed with some chagrin. As soon as he re entered the room, Sir Hugh cried: "My dear Mr. Young Edgar, it's something amazing to me you should think of going away without coming to an explanation." "An explanation, sir?" "Yes. Don't you know what I mean?" "Not in the least, sir," cried Edgar, staggered by a doubt whether he suspected what he felt for Camilla, or referred to what was reported of Indiana. "Why, then, my pretty dear," said Sir Hugh to Indiana, "you won't object, I hope, to taking a little walk in the garden, provided it is not disagreeable to you; for you had better not hear what we are going to talk about before your face." Indiana, pouting her beautiful underlip, and scornfully passing Edgar, complied. Eugenia accompanied her, but Miss Margland kept her ground. Sir Hugh, always unwilling to make any attack, and at a loss how to begin, simply said: Why, I thought, Mr. Mandlebert, you would stay with us till next year.
Edgar only bowed.
Why, then, suppose you do?
Most probably, sir. I shall by that time be upon the continent, if some particular circumstance does not occur. I purpose shortly making the tour of Europe." Sir Hugh now lost all guard and restraint, and with undisguised displeasure exclaimed: "So here's just the second part of Clermont! At the moment I sent for him home, thinking he would come to put the finish to all my cares about Eugenia, he sends me word he must travel. And though the poor girl took it very well from knowing nothing of the matter, I can't say I take it very kind of you, Mr. Young Edgar, to come and do just the same by Indiana." The surprise of Edgar was unspeakable. That Sir Hugh should wish the relation of Jacob, with respect to Indiana, confirmed, he could not wonder; but that his wishes should have amounted to expectations, and that he should deem his niece ill used by their failure, gave him the most poignant astonishment. Miss Margland, taking advantage of his silent consternation, began now to pour forth very volubly the most pointed reflections upon the injury done to young ladies by reports of his nature, which were always sure to keep off all other offers. There was no end, she said, to the admirers who had deserted Indiana in despair, and she questioned if she would ever have any more, from the general belief of her being actually pre engaged. Edgar, whose sense of honor was tenaciously delicate, heard her with a mixture of concern for Indiana and indignation against herself, that kept her long uninterrupted; for, though burning to assert the integrity of his conduct, the fear of uttering a word that might be offensive to Indiana embarrassed and checked him. Sir Hugh, who, in seeing him overpowered, concluded he was relenting, now kindly took his hand and said: "My dear Mr. Mandlebert, if you are sorry for what you were intending, of going away and leaving us all in the lurch, why, you shall never hear a word more about it, for I will make friends for you with Indiana, and beg of Miss Margland that she'll do us the favor to say no more." Edgar, affectionately pressing the hand of the baronet, uttered the warmest expressions of personal regard, and protested he should always think it an honor to have been held worthy of pretending to be any alliance in his family. But he knew not how the present mistake had been made, or report had arisen. He could boast of no partiality from Miss Lynmere, nor had he ever addressed her with any particular views; yet, as it was the opinion of Miss Margland that the rumor, however false, might prevent the approach of some deserving object, he now finally determined to become, for a while, a stranger at Cleves, however painful such self denial must prove. He then precipitately left the room, and in 5 minutes had galloped out of the park. The rest of the morning was spent by Sir Hugh in the utmost discomposure, and by Miss Margland in alternate abuse of Camilla and of Edgar, while Indiana passed from a piqued and short disappointment to the consolatory idea that Melmond might now reappear. Edgar rode straight to Beech Park, where he busied himself the whole day in viewing alterations and improvements, but where nothing answered his expectations, since Camilla had disappointed them. That sunbeam, which had gilded the place to his eyes, was now overclouded, and the first possession of his own domain was his first day of discontent. End of chapter 6. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 3, Chapter 7 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Camilla, or a Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 7. A Maternal Eye. The vivacity with which Camilla quitted Cleves was sunk before she reached Etherington. She had quitted also Edgar,
quitted him offended, and in doubt if it might ever be right she should vindicate herself in his opinion. Yet all seemed strange and unintelligible that regarded the asserted nuptials. His indifference was palpable. She believed him to have been unaccountably drawn in, and her heart softly whispered it was herself he preferred. From this soothing but dangerous idea she struggled to turn her thoughts. She anticipated the remorse of holding the affections of the husband of her cousin, and determined to use every possible method to forget him unless, which she strove vainly not to hope, the reported alliance should never take place. These reflections so completely engrossed her the whole way, that she arrived at the parsonage house without the smallest mental preparation how to account for her return, or how to plead for remaining at Etherington. Foresight, the offspring of judgment, or the disciple of experience, made no part of the character of Camilla, whose impetuous disposition was open to every danger of indiscretion, though her genuine love of virtue glowed warm with juvenile ardor. She entered, therefore, the breakfast parlor in a state of sudden perplexity what to say. Mr. Tyrrell was alone and writing. He looked surprised, but embraced her with his accustomed affection, and inquired to what he owed her present sight. She made no answer, but embraced him again, and inquired after her mother. "She is well," he replied. "But tell me, is your uncle impatient of my delay? It has been wholly unavoidable. I have been deeply engaged and deeply chagrined. Your poor mother would be still more disturbed, if the nobleness of her mind did not support her." Camilla, extremely grieved, earnestly inquired what had happened. He then informed her that Mrs. Tyrrell, the very next morning, must abruptly quit them all, and set out for Lisbon to her sick brother, Mr. Relville. "Is he so much worse?"
"No, I even hope he is better. An act of folly has brought this to bear. Do not now desire particulars. I will finish my letter, and then return with you for a few minutes to Cleves. The carriage must wait."
"Suffer me first to ask, does Lavinia go with my mother?"
"No, she can only take old Ambrose. Lavinia must supply her place at home."
"Ah, my dearest father, and may not I, too, stay with you and assist her?"
"If my brother will spare you, my dear child, there is nothing can so much contribute to while away to me your mother's absence."
Enchanted thus, without any explanation, to have gained her point, she completely revived; though when Mrs. Tyrrell, whom she almost worshipped, entered the room, in all the hurry of preparing for her long journey, she shed a torrent of tears in her arms.
"This good girl," said Mr. Tyrrell, "is herself desirous to quit the present gaieties of Cleves, to try to enliven my solitude till we all may meet again."
The conscious and artless Camilla could not bear this undeserved praise. She quitted her mother, and returning to Mr. Tyrrell, "Oh, my father," she cried, "if you will take me again under your beloved roof, it is for my sake, not yours, I beg to return." "She is right," said Mrs. Tyrrell. "There is no merit in having an heart. She could have none, if to be with you were not her first gratification." "Yes, indeed, my dear mother, it would always be so, even if no other inducement—" She stopped short, confused. Mr. Tyrrell, who continued writing, did not heed this little blunder; but his wife, whose quickness of apprehension and depth of observation were always alive, even in the midst of business, cares, and other attentions, turned hastily to her daughter, and asked to what other inducement she alluded. Camilla, distressed, hung her head, and would have forborne making any answer. Mrs. Tyrrell then, putting down various packets which she was sorting and selecting, came suddenly up to her, and taking both her hands, looked earnestly in her face, saying, "My Camilla, something has disquieted you. Your countenance is not itself. Tell me, my dear girl, what brought you hither this morning, and what is it you mean by some other inducement?" "Do not ask me now, my dearest mother," answered she, in a faltering voice. "When you come back again, no doubt all will be over, and then—"
"And is that the time, Camilla, to speak to your best friends? Would it not be more judicious to be explicit with them, while what affects you is still depending?"
Camilla, hiding her face on her mother's bosom, burst afresh into tears.
"Alas!" cried Mrs. Tyrrell, "what new evil is hovering? If it must invade me again through one of my children, tell me at least, Camilla, it is not wilfully that you too afflict me, and afflict the best of fathers." Mr. Tyrrell, dropping his pen, looked at them both with the most apprehensive anxiety.
"No, my dearest mother," said Camilla, endeavoring to meet her eyes, "not wilfully. But something has happened. I can hardly myself tell how or what, but indeed Cleves now—" She hesitated.
"How is my brother?" demanded Mr. Tyrrell.
"Oh, all that is good and kind, and I grieve to quit him, but indeed Cleves now—"
Again she hesitated. "Ah, my dear child," said Mrs. Tyrrell, "I always feared that residence. You are too young, too inconsiderate, too innocent, indeed, to be left so utterly to yourself. Forgive me, my dear Mr. Tyrrell. I do not mean to reflect upon your brother, but he is not you, and with you alone this dear inexperienced girl can be secure from all harm. Tell me, however, what it is."
Camilla, in the extremest confusion, changed color, but tried vainly to speak. Mr. Tyrrell, suspended from all employment, waited fearfully some explanation.
"We have no time," said Mrs. Tyrrell, "for delay, you know. I am going abroad, and cannot ascertain my return, though all my heart left behind me, with my children and their father, will urge every acceleration in my power."
Camilla wept again fondly, folding her arms round her mother. "I had hoped," she cried, "that I should have come home to peace, comfort, tranquillity, to both of you, my dearest father and mother, and to all my unbroken happiness under your roof. How little did I dream of so cruel a separation!"
"Console yourself, my Camilla, that you have not been its cause. May Heaven ever spare me evil in your shape, at least.
You say it is nothing wilful? I can bear everything else."
"We will not," said Mr. Tyrrell, "press her. She will tell us all in her own way, and at her own time. Forced confidence is neither fair nor flattering. I will excuse her return to my brother, and she will the sooner be able to give her account for finding herself not hurried."
"Calm yourself, then," said Mrs. Tyrrell, "as your indulgent father permits, and I will proceed with my preparations." Camilla, now somewhat recovering, declared she had almost nothing to say; but her mother continued packing up, and her father went on with his letter. She had now time to consider that her own fears and emotions were involving her in unnecessary confessions. She resolved, therefore, to repress the fullness of her heart, and to acknowledge only the accusation of Miss Margland; and in a few minutes, without waiting for further inquiry, she gathered courage to open upon the subject, and with as much ease and quietness as she could command, related in general terms the charge brought against her, and her consequent desire to quit Cleves till here she stopped for breath. Mr. Tyrrell instantly finished the sentence.
"Till the marriage has taken place?"
She colored, and faintly uttered, "Yes."
"You are right, my child," said he, "and you have acted with a prudence which does your honor. Neither the ablest reasoning, nor the most upright conduct, can so completely obliterate a surmise of this nature from a suspicious mind as absence. You shall remain, therefore, with me till your cousin is settled in her new habitation. Do you know if the day is fixed?"
"No, sir," she answered, while the roses fled her cheeks at question which implied so firm a belief of the union.
"Do not suffer this affair to occasion you any further uneasiness," he continued. It is the inherent and unalienable compact of innocence with truth, to hold themselves immovably superior to the calumny of false imputations. But I will go myself to Cleves and set this whole matter right."
"And will you too, sir, have the goodness," she was going to say, "to make my peace with Edgar?" But the fear of misinterpretation checked her, and she turned away. He gently inquired what she meant. She avoided any explanation, and he resumed his writing. "Ah, me!" thought she. "Will the time ever come when, with openness, with propriety, I may clear myself of caprice to Edgar?" Less patient, because more alarmed than her husband, Mrs. Tyrrell followed her to the window. She saw a tear in her eye, and again she took both her hands. "Have you, my Camilla," she cried, "have you told us all? Can unjust impertinence so greatly have disturbed you? Is there no sting belonging to this wound that you are covering from our sight, though it may precisely be the spot that calls most for some healing balm?" Again the cheeks of Camilla received their fugitive roses. "My dearest mother," she cried, "is not this enough? To be accused, suspected, and to fear?" She stammered, and would have withdrawn her hands. But Mrs. Tyrrell, still holding them, said, "To fear what? Speak out, my best child. Open to us your whole heart. Where else will you find repositories so tender?" Tears again flowed down the burning cheeks of Camilla, and dropping her eyes. "Ah, my mother!" she cried. "You will think me so frivolous, you will blush so for your daughter, if I own, if I dare confess." Again she stopped, terrified at the conjectures to which this opening might give birth. But when further and fondly pressed by her mother, she added, "It is not alone these unjust surmises, nor even Indiana's unkind concurrence in them, but also I have been afraid I must have made a strange, a capricious, an ungrateful appearance in the eyes of Edgar Mandlebert." Her voice dropped, but presently recovering, she rapidly continued. "I know it is very immaterial, and I am sensible how foolish it may sound, but I shall also think of it no more now, and therefore, as I have told the whole—" She looked up, conscience struck at these last words, to see if they proved satisfactory. She caught in the countenance of her mother an expression of deep commiseration, which was followed by 1,000 maternal caresses of unusual softness, though unaccompanied by any words. Penetrated, yet distressed, she gratefully received them, but rejoiced when at length Mr. Tyrrell, rising, said, "Go, my love, upstairs to your sister. Your mother else will never proceed with her business." She gladly ran off, and soon, by a concise narration, satisfied Lavinia, and then calmed her own troubled mind. Mr. Tyrrell now, though evidently much affected himself, strove to compose his wife. "Alas!" cried she, "do you not see what thus has touched me? Do you not perceive that our lovely girl, more just to his worth than its possessor, has given her whole heart to Edgar Mandlebert?" "I perceived it through your emotion, but I had not discovered it myself. I grieve now that the probability of such an event had not struck me in time to have kept them apart for its prevention." "I grieve for nothing," cried she warmly, "but the infatuated blindness of that self lost young man. What a wife would Camilla have made him in every stage of their united career! And how unfortunately has she sympathized in my sentiments, that he alone seemed worthy to replace the first and best protector she must relinquish when she quits this house! What will he find in Indiana but a beautiful doll, uninterested in his feelings, unmoved by his excellencies, and incapable of comprehending him if he speaks either of business or literature?"
"Yet many wives of this description," replied Mr. Tyrrell, "are more pleasing in the eyes of their husbands than women who are either better informed in intellect or more alive in sensation, and it is not an uncommon idea amongst men, that where, both in temper and affairs, there is least participation, there is most repose. But this is not the case with Edgar. No, he has a nobler resemblance than this portrait would allow him, a resemblance which made me hope for him a far higher style of choice. He prepares himself, however, his own ample punishment, for he has too much understanding not to sicken of mere personal allurements, and too much generosity to be flattered or satisfied by mere passive intellectual inferiority. Neither a mistress nor a slave can make him happy. A companion is what he requires, and for that, in a very few months, how vainly his secret soul may sigh, and think of our Camilla!" They then settled that it would be now essential to the peace of their child to keep her as much as possible from his sight, and determined not to send her back to Cleves to apologize for the new plan, but to take upon themselves that whole charge. "Her nature," said Mrs. Tyrrell, "is so gay, so prompt for happiness, that I have little fear but in absence she will soon cease to dwell upon him. Fear, indeed, I have, but it is of a deeper evil than this early impression. I fear for her future lot. With whom can we trust her? She will not endure negligence, and those she cannot respect she will soon despise. What a prospect for her, then, with our present race of young men! Their frivolous fickleness nauseates whatever they can reach. They have a weak shame of asserting, or even listening to what is right, and a shallow pride in professing what is wrong. How must this ingenuous girl forget all she has yet seen, heard, or felt, ere she can encounter wickedness or even weakness, and disguise her abhorrence or contempt?" My dear Georgiana, let us never look forward to evil.
"Will it not be doubly hard to bear, if it come upon us without preparation?"
I think not. Terror shakes and apprehension depresses. Hope nerves as well as gladden us. Remember always, I do not by hope mean presumption. I mean simply a cheerful trust in Heaven."
"I must always yield," cried Mrs. Tyrrell, "to your superior wisdom and reflecting piety. And if I cannot conquer my fears, at least I will neither court nor indulge them." The thanks of a grateful husband repaid this compliance. They sent for Camilla, to acquaint her they would make her excuses at Cleves. She gave a ready, though melancholy consent, and the virtue of her motives drew tears from her idolizing mother, as she clasped her to her heart. They then set out together, that Mr. Tyrrell might arrange this business with Sir Hugh, of whom and of Eugenia Mrs. Tyrrell was to take leave. End of chapter 7. Read by Lars Rolander.
Book 3, Chapter 8 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 8. Modern Ideas of Duty. Camilla now felt more permanently revived, because better satisfied with the rectitude of her conduct. She could no longer be accused of interfering between Edgar and Indiana. That affair would take its natural course, and, be it what it might, while absent from both parties, she concluded she should at least escape all censure. Peaceably, therefore, she returned to take possession of her usual apartment, affectionately accompanied by her eldest sister. The form and the mind of Lavinia were in the most perfect harmony. Her polished complexion was fair, clear, and transparent. Her features were of the extremest delicacy, her eyes of the softest blue, and her smile displayed internal serenity.
The unruffled sweetness of her disposition bore the same character of modest excellence; joy, hope, and prosperity, sickness, sorrow, and disappointment, assailed alike in vain the uniform gentleness of her temper. Yet, though thus exempt from all natural turbulence, either of pleasure or of pain, the meekness of her composition degenerated not into insensibility. It was open to all the feminine feelings of pity, of sympathy, and of tenderness. Thus copiously gifted with all her sex's softness, her society would have contributed to restore Camilla to repose, had they continued together without interruption. But in a few minutes the room door was opened, and Lionel, rushing into the apartment, called out, "How do do, my girls? How do do?" and shook them each by the hand, with a swing that nearly brought them to the ground. Camilla always rejoiced at his sight, but Lavinia gravely said, "I thought, brother, you had been at Dr. Marchmont's." "All in good time, my dear. I shall certainly visit the old gentleman before long." "Did you not sleep there, then, last night?" "No, child." "Good God, Lionel, if my mother—" "My dear little Lavinia," cried he, chucking her under the chin, "I have a vast notion of making visits at my own time, instead of my mamma's." "Oh, Lionel, and can you just now—" "Come, come," interrupted he, "don't let us waste our precious minute in old moralizing. If I had not luckily been hard by, I should not have known the coast was clear. Pray, where are they gone, tantalizing?" "To Cleves." "To Cleves! What a happy escape! I was upon the point of going thither myself. Camilla, what is the matter with thee?" "Nothing. I am only thinking, pray, when do you go to Oxford?"
"Pooh! Pooh! What do you talk of Oxford for? You are grown quite stupid, girl. I believe you have lived too long with Miss Margland. Pray, how does that dear creature do? I'm afraid she will grow melancholy from not seeing me so long. Is she as pretty as she used to be? I have some notion of sending her a suitor."
"Oh, brother!" said Lavinia, "is it possible you can have such spirits?"
Oh, hang it! If one is not merry when one can, what is the world good for? Besides, I do assure you, I fretted so consumed hard at first that for the life of me I can fret no longer."
"But why are you not at Dr. Marchmont's?"
"Because, my dear, you have no conception the pleasure those old doctors take in lecturing a youngster who is in any disgrace."
"Disgrace?" repeated Camilla. "At all events," said Lavinia, "I beseech you to be a little careful. I would not have my poor mother find you here for the world."
"Oh, as to that, I defy her to desire the meeting less than I do. But come, let's talk of something else. How go on the classics? Is my old friend Dr. Orkbon as chatty and amusing as ever?"
"My dear Lionel," said Camilla, "I am filled with apprehension and perplexity. Why should my mother wish not to see you? And why and how is it possible you can wish not to see her?"
"What! Don't you know it all?"
"I know only that something must be wrong. But how, what, or which way, I have not heard."
"Has not Lavinia told you, then?"
"No," answered Lavinia. "I could be in no haste to give her pain."
"You are a good girl enough. But how came you hither, Camilla? And what is the reason you have not seen my mother yourself?"
"Not seen her? I have been with her this half hour."
"What! And in all that time did not she tell you?"
"She did not name you."
"Is it possible? Well, she's a noble creature. I wonder how she could ever have such a son as me. And I'm still less like my father than her. I suppose I was changed in the cradle.
Will you countenance me, young ladies, if some villainous attorney or exciseman should by and by come to own me?" "Dear Lionel!" cried Camilla, "do explain to me what has happened. You make me think it important and trifling 20 times in a minute." "Oh, a horrid business! Lavinia must tell it you. I'll go away till she has done. Don't despise me, Camilla. I'm confounded sorry, I promise you." He then hurried out of the room, evidently feeling more emotion than he cared to display. Yet Lavinia had but just begun her relation, when he abruptly returned. "Come, I had better tell it you myself," cried he, "for she'll make such a dismal ditty of it, that it won't be over this half year. The sooner we have done with it the better. It will only put you out of spirits." Then, sitting down and taking her hand, he began. "You must know I was in rather a bad scrape at Oxford last year." "Last year! And you never told us of it before." "Oh, 'twas about something you would not understand, so I shall not mention particulars now. It is enough for you to know that 2 or 3 of us wanted a little cash. Well, so, in short, I sent a letter, somewhat of a threatening sort, to poor old Uncle Relville." "Oh, Lionel!" "Oh, I did not sign it. It was only begging a little money, which he can afford to spare very well, and just telling him if he did not come to a place I mentioned, he would have his brains blown out." "How horrible!" "Pooh! Pooh! He had only to send the money, you know, and then his brains might keep their place. Besides, you can't suppose there was gunpowder in the words. So I got this copied, and took the proper measures for concealment, and would you believe it? The poor old gull was fool enough actually to send the money where he was bid." "Fie, Lionel!" cried Lavinia. "Do you call him a fool because you terrified him?" "Yes, to be sure, my dear. And you both think him so too, only you don't hold it pretty to say so. Do you suppose, if he had half the wit of his sister, he would have done it? I believe, in my conscience, there was some odd mistake in their births, and that my mother took away the brains of the man, and left the woman's for the noddle of my poor uncle." "Fie, fie, brother!" said Lavinia again. "You know how sickly he has always been from his birth, and how soon, therefore, he might be alarmed." "Why, yes, Lavinia, I believe it was a very bad thing, and I would give half my little finger I had not done it. But it's over, you know, so what signifies making the worst of it?" "And did he not discover you?" "No. I gave him particular orders in my letter not to attempt anything of that sort, assuring him there were spies about him to watch his proceedings. The good old ass took it all for gospel. So there the matter dropped. However, as ill luck would have it, about 3 months ago we wanted another sum." "And could you again?" "Why, my dear, it was only taking a little of my own fortune beforehand, for I am his heir; so we all agreed it was merely robbing myself, for we had several consultations about it, and one of us is to be a lawyer." "But you give me some pleasure here," said Camilla, "for I had never heard that my uncle had made you his heir." "No more have I, neither, my dear; but I take it for granted. Besides, our little lawyer put it into my head. Well, we wrote again, and told the poor old gentleman for which I assure you I am heartily repentant that if he did not send me double the sum, in the same manner, without delay, his house was to be burned to the ground the first night that he and all his family were asleep in bed. Now, don't make faces and shruggings, for I promise you I think already I deserve to be hanged for giving him the fright, though I would not really have hurt him, all the time, for half his fortune.
And who could have guessed he would have it so easily? The money, however, came, and we thought it all secure, and agreed to get the same sum annually." "Annually?" repeated Camilla, with uplifted hands. "Yes, my dear. You have no conception how convenient it would have been for our extra expenses. But unluckily Uncle grew worse and went abroad, and then consulted with some crab of a friend, and that friend with some demagogue of a magistrate, and so all is blown. However, we had managed it so cleverly, it cost them near 3 months to find it out, owing, I must confess, to poor uncle's cowardice in not making his inquiries before the money was carried off, and he himself over the seas and far away. The other particulars Lavinia must give you, for I have talked of it now till I have made myself quite sick. Do tell me something diverting to drive it a little out of my head. Have you seen anything of my enchanting widow lately?" "No, she does not desire to be seen by me. She would not admit me." "She is frankness itself, and does not pretend to care a fig for any of her own sex. Oh, but, Camilla, I have wanted to ask you this great while, if you think there is any truth in this rumor that Mandelbert intends to propose to Indiana?" "To propose? I thought it had all long since been settled." "Ay, so the world says. But I don't believe a word of it. Do you think, if that were the case, he would not have owned it to me? There's nothing fixed yet, depend upon it."
Camilla, struck, amazed, and delighted, involuntarily embraced her brother, though, recollecting herself almost at the same moment, she endeavored to turn off the resistless impulse into taking leave, and hurrying him away. Lionel, who to want of solidity and penetration principally owed the errors of his conduct, was easily put upon a wrong scent, and assured her he would take care to be off in time. "But what," cried he, "has carried them to Cleves? Are they gone to tell tales? Because I have lost one uncle by my own fault, must I lose another by theirs?" "No," answered Lavinia. "They have determined not to name you. They have settled that my uncle Hugh shall never be told of the affair, nor anybody else, if they can help it, except your sisters and Dr. Marchmont." "Well, they are good souls!" cried he, attempting to laugh, though his eyes were glistening. "I wish I deserved them better. I wish, too, it was not so dull to be good. I can be merry and harmless here at the same time, and so I can at Cleves. But at Oxford, or in London, your merry blades there, I can't deny it, my dear sisters, you merry blades there are but sad fellows. Yet there is such fun, such spirit, such sport amongst them, I cannot for my life keep out of their way. Besides, you have no conception, young ladies, what a byword you become among them if they catch you flinching." "I would not for the world say anything to pain you, my dear brother," cried Lavinia. "But yet I must hope that, in future, your first study will be to resist such dangerous examples, and to drop such unworthy friends." "If it is not to tell tales, then, for what else are they gone to Cleves, just at this time?" "For my mother to take leave of Eugenia and my uncle before her journey."
"Journey? Why, whither is she going?"
"Abroad."
"The deuce she is! And what for?"
"To try to make your peace with her brother, or at least to nurse him herself till he is tolerably recovered."
Lionel slapped his hat over his eyes, and saying,
"This is too much! If I were a man, I should shoot myself,"
rushed out of the room. The two sisters rapidly followed him, and caught his arm before he could quit the house. They earnestly besought him to return, to compose himself, and to promise he would commit no rash action.
My dear sisters, cried he, I am worked just now only as I ought to be, but I will give you any promise you please. However, though I have never listened to my father as I ought to have listened, he has implanted in my mind a horror of suicide that will make me live my natural life, be it as good for nothing as it may. He then suffered his sisters to lead him back to their room, where he cast himself upon a chair, in painful rumination upon his own unworthiness, and his parents' excellence. But the tender soothings of Lavinia and Camilla, who trembled lest his remorse should urge him to some act of violence, soon drew him from reflections of which he hated the intrusion, and he attended with complacency to their youthful security of perfect reconciliations and re established happiness. With reciprocal exultation, the eyes of the sisters congratulated each other on having saved him from despair; and seeing him now calm, and, they hoped, safe, they mutually, though tacitly, agreed to obtrude no further upon meditations that might be useful to him, and remained silently by his side. For some minutes all were profoundly still. Lionel then suddenly started up. The sisters, affrighted, hastily arose at the same instant, when, stretching himself and yawning, he called out, "Prithee, Camilla, what is become of that smug Mr. Dubster?" Speechless with amazement, they looked earnestly in his face, and feared he was raving. They were soon, however, undeceived. The tide of penitence and sorrow was turned in his buoyant spirits, and he was only restored to his natural volatile self. "You used him most shabbily," he continued, "and he was a very pretty fellow. The next time I have nothing better to do, I'll send him to you, that you may make it up." This quick return of gayety caused a sigh to Lavinia, and much surprise to Camilla. But neither of them could prevail with him to depart, till Mr. and Mrs. Tyrrell were every moment expected. They then, though with infinite difficulty, procured his promise that he would go straight to Dr. Marchmont, according to an arrangement made for that purpose by Mrs. Tyrrell herself. Lavinia, when he was gone, related some circumstances of this affair which he had omitted. Mr. Relville, the elder brother of Mrs. Tyrrell, was a country gentleman of some fortune, but of weak parts, and an invalid from his infancy. He had suffered these incendiary letters to prey upon his repose, without venturing to produce them to any one, from a terror of the menaces hurled against him by the writer, till at length he became so completely hypochondriac that his rest was utterly broken, and, to preserve his very existence, he resolved upon visiting another climate. The day that he set out for Lisbon, his destined harbor, he delivered his anonymous letters to a friend, to whom he left in charge to discover, if possible, their author. This discovery, by the usual means of inquiries and rewards, was soon made; but the moment Mr. Relville learned that the culprit was his nephew, he wrote over to Mrs. Tyrrell a statement of the transaction, declaring he should disinherit Lionel from every shilling of his estate. His health was so much impaired, he said, by the disturbance this had given to his mind, that he should be obliged to spend the ensuing year in Portugal, and he even felt uncertain if he might ever return to his own country. Mrs. Tyrrell, astonished and indignant, severely questioned her son, who, covered with shame, surprise, and repentance, confessed his guilt. Shocked and grieved in the extreme, she ordered him from her sight, and wrote to Dr. Marchmont to receive him. She then settled with Mr. Tyrrell the plan of her journey and voyage, hoping, by so immediately following, and herself nursing her incensed brother, to soften his wrath, and avert its final ill consequences.
Chapter 8. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 3, Chapter 9 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 9. A Few Embarrassments. Mr. and Mrs. Tyrrell returned to Etherington somewhat relieved in their spirits, though perplexed in their opinions. They had heard from Sir Hugh that Edgar had decidedly disavowed any pretensions to Indiana, and had voluntarily retreated from Cleves, that this disavowal might risk no misconstruction, either in the family or the neighborhood. This insensibility to beauty the most exquisite wanted no advocate with Mrs. Tyrrell. Once more she conceived some hope of what she wished, and she determined upon seeing Edgar before her departure. The displeasure she had nourished against him vanished, and justice to his general worth, with an affection nearly maternal to his person, took again their wonted place in her bosom, and made her deem herself unkind in having purposed to quit the kingdom without bidding him farewell. Mr. Tyrrell, whom professional duty and native inclination alike made a man of peace, was ever happy to second all conciliatory measures, and the first to propose them, where his voice had any chance of being heard. He sent a note, therefore, to invite Edgar to call the next morning, and Mrs. Tyrrell deferred her hour of setting off till noon. Her own natural and immediate impulse had been to carry Camilla with her abroad, but when she considered that her sole errand was to nurse and appease an offended sick man, whose chamber she meant not to quit till she returned to her family, she gave up the pleasure she would herself have found in the scheme, to her fears for the health and spirits of her darling child, joined to the superior joy of leaving such a solace with her husband. Sir Hugh had heard the petition for postponing the further visit of Camilla almost with despondence. But Mr. Tyrrell restored him completely to confidence with respect to his doubts concerning Dr. Orkborn, with whom he held a long and satisfactory conversation; and his own benevolent heart received a sensible pleasure when, upon examining Indiana with regard to Edgar, he found her, though piqued and pouting, untouched either in affection or happiness. Early the next morning Edgar came. Mrs. Tyrrell had taken measures for employing Camilla upstairs, where she did not even hear that he entered the house. He was received with kindness, and told of the sudden journey, though not of its motives. He heard of it with unfeigned concern, and earnestly solicited to be the companion of the voyage, if no better male protector were appointed. Mr. Tyrrell folded his arms around him at this grateful proposal, while his wife, animated of her guard, warmly exclaimed, "My dear, excellent Edgar, you are indeed the model, the true son of your guardian!" Sorry for what had escaped her from her internal reference to Lionel, she looked anxiously to see if he comprehended her. But the mantling blood, which mounted quick into his cheeks, while his eyes sought the ground, soon told her there was another mode of affinity which at that moment had struck him. Willing to establish whether this idea were right, she now considered how she might name Camilla; but her husband, who for no possible purpose could witness distress without seeking to alleviate it, declined his kind offer, and began a discourse upon the passage to Lisbon. This gave Edgar time to recover, and, in a few seconds, something of moment seemed abruptly to occur to him, and scarcely saying adieu, he hurried to remount his horse. Mrs. Tyrrell was perplexed, but she could take no steps towards an explanation, without infringing the delicacy she felt due to her daughter. She suffered him, therefore, to depart. She then proceeded with her preparations, which entirely occupied her till the chaise was at the gate; when, as the little party, their eyes and their hearts all full, were taking a last farewell, the parlor door was hastily opened, and Dr. Marchmont and Edgar entered the room. All were surprised, but none so much as Camilla, who, forgetting in sudden emotion everything but former kindness and intimacy, delightedly exclaimed: "Edgar! Oh, how happy, my dearest mother! I was afraid you would go without seeing him." Edgar turned to her with a quickness that could only be exceeded by his pleasure. Her voice, her manner, her unlooked for interest in his appearance, penetrated to his very soul. "Is it possible," he cried, "you could have the goodness to wish me this gratification? At a moment such as this, could you? Think of me," he would have added; but Dr. Marchmont, coming forward, begged him to account for their intrusion. Almost overpowered by his own sudden emotion, he could scarce recollect its motive himself; while Camilla, fearful and repentant that she had broken her deliberate and well principled resolutions, retreated to the window. Mr. and Mrs. Tyrrell witnessed the involuntary movements which betrayed their mutual regard with the tenderest satisfaction, and the complacency of their attention, when Edgar advanced to them, soon removed his embarrassment. He then briefly acquainted them that, finding Mrs. Tyrrell would not accept him for her chevalier, he had ridden hard to the parsonage of Cleves, whence he hoped he had brought her one too unexceptionable for rejection. Dr. Marchmont, with great warmth, then made a proffer of his services, declaring he had long desired an opportunity to visit Portugal, and protesting that, besides the pleasure of complying with any wish of Mr. Mandelbert's, it would give him the most serious happiness to show his gratitude for the many kind offices he owed to Mr. Tyrrell, and his high personal respect for his lady. He should require but one day for his preparations, and for securing the performance of the church duty at Cleves during his absence. Mr. and Mrs. Tyrrell were equally struck by the goodness of Dr. Marchmont and the attentive kindness of Edgar. Mrs. Tyrrell, nevertheless, would immediately have declined the scheme, but her husband interposed. Her traveling, he said, with such a guard, would be as conducive to his peace at home as to her safety abroad. "And with respect," cried he, "to obligation, I hold it as much a moral duty not to refuse receiving good offices, as not to avoid administering them. That species of independence which proudly flies all ties of gratitude is inimical to the social compact of civilized life, which subsists but by reciprocity of services." Mrs. Tyrrell now opposed the scheme no longer, and the chaise was ordered for the next day. Dr. Marchmont hurried home to settle his affairs, but Edgar begged a short conference with Mr. Tyrrell. Every maternal hope was now awake in Mrs. Tyrrell, who concluded this request was to demand Camilla in marriage, and her husband himself, not without trepidation, took Edgar into his study. But Edgar, though his heart was again wholly Camilla's, had received a look from Dr. Marchmont that guarded him from any immediate declaration. He simply opened upon the late misconception at Cleves, vindicated himself from any versatility of conduct, and affirmed that both his attentions and his regard for Indiana had never been either more or less than they still continued. All this was spoken with a plainness to which the integrity of his character gave a weight superior to any protestations. "My dear Edgar," said Mr. Tyrrell, "I am convinced of your probity. The tenor of your life is its guarantee, and any other defense is a degradation. There is indeed no perfidy so unjustifiable as that which wins but to desert the affections of an innocent female.
It is still, if possible, more cowardly than it is cruel; for the greater her worth, and the more exquisite her feelings, the stronger will be the impulse of her delicacy to suffer uncomplaining, and the deluder of her esteem commonly confides, for averting her reproach, to the very sensibility through which he has ensnared her good opinion."
"No one," said Edgar, "can more sincerely concur in this sentiment than myself; and I trust there is no situation and no character that could prompt me to deviate in this point. Here, in particular, my understanding must have been as defective as my morals to have betrayed me into such an enterprise."
"How do you mean?"
"I beg pardon, my dear sir, but though I have a sort of family regard for Miss Lynmere, and though I think her beauty is transcendent, her heart, I believe—" he hesitated.
"Do you think her heart invulnerable?"
"Why, no, not positively, perhaps," answered he, embarrassed. "Not positively invulnerable, but certainly I do not think it composed of those finely subtle sensations which elude all vigilance, and become imperceptibly the prey of every assailing sympathy. For itself, therefore, I believe it not in much danger; and, for others, I see not in that magnetic attraction which charms away all caution, beguiles all security, enwraps the imagination, and masters the reason." The chain of thinking which, from painting what he thought insensible in Indiana, led him to describe what he felt to be resistless in Camilla, made him finish the last sentence with an energy that surprised Mr. Tyrrell into a smile.
"You seem deeply," he said, "to have studied the subject."
"But not under the guidance of Miss Lynmere," he answered, rising and coloring, the moment he had spoken, in the fear he had betrayed himself.
"I rejoice then the more," replied Mr. Tyrrell, calmly, "in her own slackness of susceptibility."
"Yes," cried Edgar, recovering, and quietly replacing himself, "it is her own security, and it is the security of all who surround her; though to those, indeed, there was also another, a still greater, in the contrast which—" he stopped, confused at his own meaning, yet presently almost irresistibly added, "Not that I think the utmost vivacity of sentiment, nor all the charm of soul, though eternally beaming in the eyes, playing in every feature, glowing in the complexion, and brightening every smile—" He stopped again, overpowered with the consciousness of the picture he was portraying, but Mr. Tyrrell continuing silent, he was obliged, though he scarce knew what he said, to go on. "Nothing, in short, so selfishly are we formed, that nothing, not even the loveliest of the lovely, can be truly bewitching, in which we do not hope or expect some participation. I believe I have not made myself very clear. However, it is not material. I simply meant to explain my retreat from Cleves. And indeed it is barbarous, at a season such as this, to detain you a moment from your family." He then hastily took leave. Mr. Tyrrell was sensibly touched by this scene. He saw through a discourse so perplexed, and a manner so confused, that his daughter had made a forcible impression upon the heart of Mandelbert, but could not comprehend why he seemed struggling to conceal it. What had dropped from him appeared to imply a distrust of exciting mutual regard; yet this, after his own observations upon Camilla, was inconceivable. He regretted that, at a period so critical, she must part with her mother, with whom again he now determined to consult. Edgar, who hitherto had opened his whole heart upon every occasion to Mr. Tyrrell, felt hurt and distressed at this first withholding of confidence. It was, however, unavoidable in his present situation. He went back to the parlor to take leave once more of Mrs. Tyrrell, but opening the door, found Camilla there alone. She was looking out of the window, and had not heard his entrance. This was not a sight to still his perturbed spirits. On the contrary, the moment seemed to him so favorable that it irresistibly occurred to him to seize it for removing every doubt. Camilla, who had not even missed her mother and sister from the room, was contemplating the horse of Edgar, and internally arraigning herself for the dangerous pleasure she had felt and manifested at the sight of his master. He gently shut the door, and approaching her, said, "Do I see again the same frank and amiable friend, who in earliest days, who always indeed till—" Camilla, turning round, startled to behold him so near, and that no one else remained in the room, blushed excessively, and, without hearing what he said, shut the window, yet opened it the same minute, stammering out something, but she herself knew not what, concerning the weather. The gentlest thoughts crossed the mind of Edgar at this evident embarrassment, and the most generous alacrity prompted him to hasten his purpose. He drew a chair near her, and, in penetrating accents, said, "Will you suffer me, can you permit me to take the privilege of our long friendship, and honestly to speak to you upon what has passed within these last few days at Cleves?" She could not answer. Surprise, doubt, fear of self deception, and hope of some happy explanation, all suddenly conspired to confound and to silence her. "You cannot, I think, forget," he soon resumed, "that you had condescended to put into my hands the management and decision of the new acquaintance you are anxious to form? My memory, at least, will never be unfaithful to a testimony so grateful to me, of your entire reliance upon the deep, the unspeakable interest I have ever taken, and ever must take, in my invaluable guardian, and in every branch of his respected and beloved family." Camilla now began to breathe. This last expression, though zealous in friendliness, had nothing of appropriate partiality, and, in losing her hope, she resumed her calmness. Edgar observed, though he understood not the change; but, as he wished to satisfy his mind before he indulged his inclination, he endeavored not to be sorry to see her mistress of herself during the discussion. He wished her but to answer him with openness. She still, however, only listened, while she rose and looked about the room for some work. Edgar, somewhat disconcerted, waited for her again sitting down; and, after a few minutes spent in a useless search, she drew a chair to a table at some distance. Gravely then following, he stood opposite to her, and, after a little pause, said, "I perceive you think I go too far. You think that the intimacy of childhood, and the attachment of adolescence, should expire with the juvenile sports and intercourse which nourished them, rather than ripen into solid friendship and permanent confidence?" "Do not say so!" cried she, with emotion. "Believe me, unless you knew all that had passed, and all my motives, you should judge nothing of these last few days, but think of me only, whether well or ill, as you thought of me a week ago." The most labored and explicit defense could not more immediately have satisfied his mind than this speech. Suspicion vanished, trust and admiration took its place, and, once more drawing a chair by her side, "My dear Miss Camilla," he cried, "forgive my having thus harped upon this subject. I here promise you I will name it no more." "And I," cried she, delighted, "promise you—" She was going to add that she would give up Mrs. Albury if he found reason to disapprove the acquaintance; but the parlor door opened, and Miss Margland stalked into the room. Sir Hugh was going to send a messenger to inquire how and when Mrs. Tyrrell had set out; but Miss Margland, from various motives of curiosity, offered her services, and came herself. So totally, however, had both Edgar and Camilla been engrossed by each other, that they had not heard the carriage drive up to the garden gate, which, with the door of the house being always open, required neither knocker nor bell. A spectre could not more have startled or shocked Camilla. She jumped up with an exclamation nearly amounting to a scream, and involuntarily seated herself at the other end of the room. Edgar, though not equally embarrassed, was still more provoked. But he rose, and got her a chair, and inquired after the health of Sir Hugh. "He is very poorly indeed," answered she, with an austere air, "and no wonder." "Is my uncle ill?" cried Camilla, alarmed. Miss Margland deigned no reply. The rest of the family, who had seen the carriage from the windows, now entered the room; and, during the mutual inquiries and account which followed, Edgar, believing himself unobserved, glided round to Camilla, and, in a low voice, said: "The promise I think I guess its gratifying import I shall not, I hope, lose through this cruel intrusion." Camilla, who saw no eyes but those of Miss Margland, which were severely fastened upon her, affected not to hear him, and planted herself in the group out of his way. He anxiously waited for another opportunity to put in his claim, but he waited in vain. Camilla, who, from the entrance of Miss Margland, had had the depressing feel of self accusation, sedulously avoided him; and, though he loitered till he was ashamed of remaining in the house at a period so busy, Miss Margland, by indications not to be mistaken, showed herself bent upon outstaying him. He was obliged, therefore, to depart; though no sooner was he gone, than, having nothing more to scrutinize, she went also. But little doubt now remained, with the watchful parents, of the mutual attachment of Edgar and Camilla, to which the only apparent obstacle seemed a diffidence on the part of Edgar with respect to her internal sympathy. Pleased with the modesty of such a fear in so accomplished a young man, Mr. Tyrrell protested that, if the superior fortune were on the side of Camilla, he would himself clear it up, and point out the mistake. His wife gloried in the virtuous delicacy of her daughter, that so properly, till it was called for, concealed her tenderness from the object who so deservingly inspired it. Yet they agreed that, though she could not at present meet Edgar too often, she should be kept fully ignorant of their wishes and expectations, lest they should still be crushed by any unforeseen casualty; and that meanwhile she should be allowed every safe and innocent recreation that might lighten her mind from its depression, and restore her spirits to their native vivacity. Early the next morning, Dr. Marchmont came to Edrington, and brought with him Lionel, by the express direction of his father, who never objected to admit the faulty to his presence. His hopes of doing good were more potent from kindness than from severity, from example than from precept. Yet he attempted not to conquer the averseness of Mrs. Tyrrell to an interview. He knew it proceeded not from an inexorable nature, but from a repugnance insurmountable to the sight of a beloved object in disgrace. Mrs. Tyrrell quitted her husband with the most cruel regret, and her darling Camilla with the tenderest inquietude. She affectionately embraced the unexceptionable Lavinia, with whom she left a message for her brother, which she strictly charged her to deliver, without softening or omitting one word. And then, attended by Dr. Marchmont, she set forward on her journey towards Falmouth, whence a packet, in a few days, she was informed, would sail for Lisbon. End of chapter 9. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 3, Chapter 10 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Camilla, or a Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 10. Modern Ideas of Life. Grieved at this separation, Mr. Tyrrell retired to his study, and his two daughters went to the apartment of Lionel, to comfort him under the weight of his misconduct. They found him sincerely affected and repentant, yet eager to hear that his mother was actually gone. Ill as he felt himself to deserve such an exertion for his future welfare, and poignant as were his shame and sorrow to have parted her from his excellent father, he thought all evil preferable to encountering her eye, or listening to her admonitions. Though unaffectedly beloved, Mrs. Tyrrell was deeply feared by all her children, Camilla alone excepted; by Lionel from his horror of reproof; by Lavinia from the timidity of her humility; and by Eugenia from her high sense of parental superiority. Camilla alone escaped the contagion; for, while too innocent, too undesigning wilfully to excite displeasure, she was too gay and too light hearted to admit apprehension without cause. The gentle Lavinia knew not how to perform her painful task of delivering the message with which she was commissioned. The sight of Lionel in dejection was as sad as it was new to her, and she resolved, in conjunction with Camilla, to spare him till the next day, when his feelings might be less acute. They each sat down, therefore, to work, silent and compassionate, while he, ejaculating blessings upon his parents, and calling for just vengeance upon himself, strode up and down the room, biting his knuckles, and now and then striking his forehead. This lasted about 10 minutes, and then, suddenly advancing to his sisters, and snatching a hand of each, "Come, girls," he cried, "now let's talk of other things." Too young to have developed the character of Lionel, they were again as much astonished as they had been the preceding day. But his defects, though not originally of the heart, were of a species that soon tend to harden it. They had their rise in a total aversion to reflection, a wish to distinguish himself from his retired and, he thought, unfashionable relations, and an unfortunate coalition with some unprincipled young men, who, because flashy and gay, could lead him to whatever they proposed. Yet, when mischief or misfortune ensued from his wanton faults, he was always far more sorry than he thought it manly to own. But as his actions were without judgment, his repentance was without principle, and he was ready for some new enterprise the moment the difficulties of an old one subsided. Camilla, who from her affection to him read his character through the innocence of her own, met his returning gaiety with a pleasure that was proportioned to her pain at his depression. But Lavinia saw it with discomfort, as the signal for executing her charge, and, with extreme reluctance, gave him to understand she had a command to fulfill to him from his mother. The powers of conscience were again then instantly at work. He felt what he had deserved. He dreaded to hear what he had provoked, and, trembling and drawing back, entreated her to wait 1/2 hour before she entered upon the business. She cheerfully consented, and Camilla proposed extending the reprieve to the next day. But not 2 minutes elapsed before Lionel protested he could not bear the suspense, and urged an immediate communication. "She can have said nothing," cried he, "worse than I expect, or than I merit. Probe me then without delay. She is acting by me like an angel, and if she were to command me to turn anchoret, I know I ought to obey her." With much hesitation, Lavinia then began. "My mother says, my dear Lionel, the fraud you have practiced—" "The fraud! What a horrid word! Why, it was a mere trick, a joke, a frolic, just to make an old hunks open his purse strings for his natural heir. I am astonished at my mother. I really don't care if I don't hear another syllable." "Well, then, my dear Lionel, I will wait till you are calmer. My mother, I am sure, did not mean to irritate, but to convince. My mother," continued he, striding about the room, "makes no allowances. She has no fault herself, and for that reason she thinks nobody else should have any. Besides, how should she know what it is to be a young man, and to want a little cash, and not know how to get it?" "But I am sure," said Lavinia, "if you wanted it for any proper purpose, my father would have denied himself everything in order to supply you." "Yes, yes; but suppose I want it for a purpose that is not proper, how am I to get it then?"
"Why, then, my dear Lionel, surely you must be sensible you ought to go without it!" cried the sisters in a breath. "Ay, that's as you girls say, that know nothing of the matter. If a young man, when he goes into the world, was to make such a speech as that, he would be pointed at. Besides, who must he live with? You don't suppose he's to shut himself up, with a few musty books, sleeping over the fire, under pretence of study, all day long, do you? Like young Melmond, who knows no more of the world than one of you do." "Indeed," said Camilla, "he seemed to me an amiable and modest young man, though very romantic." "Oh, I dare say he did! I could have laid any wager of that. He's just a girl's man, just the very thing, all sentiment and poetry and heroics. But we, my little dear, we lads of spirit hold all that amazing cheap. I assure you, I would as soon be seen trying on a lady's cap at a glass, as poring over a crazy old author when I could help it. I warrant you think, because one is at the university, one must all be bookworms." "Why, what else do you go there for but to study?" "Everything in the world, my dear." "But are there not sometimes young men who are scholars without being bookworms?" cried Camilla, half coloring. Is not Edgar Mandelbert?" "Oh, yes, yes, an odd thing of that sort happens now and then. Mandelbert has spirit enough to carry it off pretty well, without being ridiculous, though he's as deep for his time as ever an old fellow of a college. But then this is no rule for others. You must not expect an Edgar Mandelbert at every turn." "Ah, no," thought Camilla. "But Edgar," said Lavinia, "has had an extraordinary education, as well as possessing extraordinary talents and goodness. And you, too, my dear Lionel, to fulfill what may be expected from you, should look back to your father, who was brought up at the same university, and is now considered as one of the first men it has produced. While he was respected by the learned for his application, he was loved even by the indolent for his candor and kindness of heart. And though his income, as you know, was so small, he never ran in debt, and by an exact but open economy escaped all imputation of meanness, while by forbearing either to conceal or repine at his limited fortune, he blunted even the raillery of the dissipated, by frankly and good humoredly meeting it half way. How often have I heard my dear mother tell you this?" "Yes, but all this, child, is nothing to the purpose. My father is no more like other men than if he had been born in another planet, and my attempting to resemble him is as great a joke as if you were to dress up Miss Margland in Indiana's flowers and feathers, and then expect people to call her a beauty." "We do not say you resemble my father now," said Camilla archly. "But is there any reason why you should not try to do it by and by?" "Oh, yes, a little one. Nature, my dear, is in the way. I was born a bit of a buck. I have no manner of natural taste for study, and poring, and expounding, and black letter work. I am a light, airy spark, at your service, not quite so wise as I am merry, but let that pass. My father, you know, is firm as a rock. He minds neither wind nor weather, nor fleerer nor sneerer. But this firmness, look ye, he has kept all to himself. Not a whit of it do I inherit. Every wind that blows wears me about, and makes me look some new way." Soon after gathering courage from curiosity, he desired to hear the message at once. Lavinia, unwillingly complying, then repeated: "The fraud which you have practiced, my mother says, whether from wanton folly to give pain, or from rapacious discontent to gain money, she will leave without comment, satisfied that if you have any heart at all, its effects must bring its remorse, since it has dangerously increased the infirmities of your uncle, driven him to a foreign land, and forced your mother to forsake her home and family in his pursuit, unless she were willing to see you punished by the entire disinheritance
with which you are threatened. But oh, no more, no more! I am ready to shoot myself already. My dear, excellent mother, what do I not owe you? I had never seen, never thought of the business in this solemn way before. I meant nothing at first but a silly joke, and all this mischief has followed unaccountably. I assure you, I had no notion at the beginning he would have minded the letter, and afterwards Jack Whiston persuaded me the money was as good as my own, and that it was nothing but a little cribbing from myself. I will never trust him again. I see the whole now in its true and atrocious colors. I will devote myself in future to make all the amends in my power to my dear incomparable mother." The sisters affectionately encouraged this idea, which produced near a quarter of an hour's serious thinking and penitence. He then begged to hear the rest, and Lavinia continued. "But since you are readmitted," said my mother, "to Etherington, by the clemency of your forbearing father, she charges you to remember you can only repay his goodness by an application the most intense to those studies you have hitherto neglected, and of which your neglect has been the cause of all your errors, by committing to idle amusements the time that innocently, as well as profitably, ought to have been dedicated to the attainment of knowledge. She charges you also to ask yourself, since during the vacation your father himself is your tutor, upon what pretext you can justify wasting his valuable time, however little you may respect your own. Finally, I never wasted his time. I never desired to have any instruction in the vacations. It is the most deuced thing in life to be studying so hard incessantly. The waste of time is all his own affair, his own choice, not mine, I assure you. Go on, however." Finally, she adjures you to consider that if you still persevere to consume your time in wilful negligence, to bury all thought in idle gaiety, and to act without either reflection or principle, the career of faults, which begins but in unthinking folly, will terminate in shame, in guilt, and in ruin. And though such a declension of all good must involve your family in your affliction, your disgrace, she bids me say, will ultimately fall but where it ought, since your own want of personal sensibility to the horror of your conduct will neither harden nor blind any human being besides yourself. This is all." "And enough too!" cried he, reddening. "I am a very wretch. I believe that, though I am sure I can't tell how, for I never intend any harm, never think, never dream of hurting any mortal. But as to study, I must own to you, I hate it most deucedly. Anything else, if my mother had but exacted anything else, with what joy I would have shewn my obedience! If she had ordered me to be horse ponded, I do protest to you I would not have demurred." "How always you run into the ridiculous!" cried Camilla. "I was never so serious in my life. Not that I should like to be horse ponded in the least, though I would submit to it for a punishment, and out of duty. But then, when it was done, it would be over. Now the deuce of study is there is no end of it. And it does so little for one. One can go through life so well without it. There is not above here and there an old codger that asks one a question that can bring it into any play. And then a turn upon one's heel, or looking at one's watch, or wondering at one's short memory, or happening to forget just that one single passage, carries off the whole in 2 minutes, as completely as if one had been working one's whole life to get ready for the assault. And pray now, tell me, how can it be worth one's best days, one's gayest hours, the very flower of one's life, all to be sacrificed to plodding over musty grammars and lexicons, merely to cut a figure just for about 2 minutes once or twice in a year?" The sisters, brought up with an early reverence for learning,
as forming a distinguished part of the accomplishments of their father, could not subscribe to this argument. But they laughed, and that was ever sufficient for Lionel, who, though sincerely in private he loved and honored his father, never bestowed upon him one voluntary moment that frolic or folly invited elsewhere. Lavinia and Camilla, perfectly relieved now from all fears for their brother, repaired to the study of their father, anxious to endeavor to cheer him, and to accelerate a meeting and reconciliation for Lionel. But they found him desirous to be alone, though kindly and unsolicited he promised to admit his son before dinner. Lionel heard this was a just aim, but gave it no time for deep impression. It was still very early, and he could settle himself to nothing during the hours yet to pass before the interview. He persuaded his sisters, therefore, to walk out with him, to while away at once expectation and retrospection. End of chapter 10. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 3, Chapter 11 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Camilla, or a Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 11. Modern Notions of Penitence. They set out with no other plan than to take a 3 hour stroll. Lionel led the way, and they journeyed through various pleasant lanes and meadows, till about 3 miles distant from Etherington, upon ascending a beautiful little hill, they espied 50 yards off the grove, and a party of company sauntering round its grounds. He immediately proposed making a visit to Mrs. Arbury, but Lavinia declined presenting herself to a lady who was unknown to her mother, and Camilla, impressed with the promise she had intended for Edgar, which she was sure, though unpronounced, he had comprehended, dissented also from the motion. He then said he would go alone, for his spirits were so low from vexation and regret that they wanted recruit, and he would return to them by the time they would be sufficiently rested to walk home. To this they agreed, and amused themselves with watching to see him join the group, in which, however, they were no sooner gratified than, to their great confusion, they perceived that he pointed them out, and that all eyes were immediately directed towards the hill. Vexed and astonished at his quick passing penitence, they hastened down the declivity, and ran on till a lane, with an high hedge on each side, sheltered them from view. But Lionel, soon pursuing them, said he brought the indisputable orders of his invincible widow to convoy them to the mansion. She never, she had owned, admitted formal visitors, but whatever was abrupt and out of the way won her heart. To the prudent Lavinia this invitation was by no means alluring. Mrs. Tyrrell, from keeping no carriage, visited but little, and the grove was not included in her small circle. Lavinia, therefore, though she knew not how to be peremptory, was steady in refusal; and Camilla, who would naturally with pleasure have yielded, had a stronger motive for firmness than any with which she was gifted by discretion, in her wish to oblige Mandelbert. But Lionel would listen to neither of them, and when he found his insistence insufficient, seized Lavinia by one arm and Camilla by the other, and dragged them up the hill, in defiance of their entreaties, and in full view of the party. He then left the more pleading, though less resisting, Lavinia alone, but pulled Camilla down by the opposite side, with a velocity that, though meant but to bring her to the verge of a small rivulet, forced her into the midst of it so rapidly that he could not himself at last stop, and wetted her so completely that she could with difficulty, when she got across it, walk on. The violent spirits of Lionel always carried him beyond his own intentions. He was now really sorry for what he had done, and Lavinia, who had quietly followed, was uneasy from the fear of some ill consequence to her sister. Mrs. Albury, who had seen the transaction, came forth now herself to invite them all into her house, and offer a fire and dry clothing to Camilla, not sparing, however, her well merited raillery at the awkward exploit of young Tyrrell. Camilla, ashamed to be thus seen, would have hidden herself behind her sister, and retreated, but even Lavinia, now fearing for her health, joined in the request, and she was obliged to enter the house. Mrs. Albury took her upstairs to her own apartment, and supplied her immediately with a complete change of apparel, protesting that Lionel should be punished for his frolic by a solitary walk to Etherington, to announce that she would keep his two sisters for the day. Opposition was vain. She was gay, good humored, and pleasant, but she would not be denied. She meant not, however, to inflict the serious penalty which the face of Lionel proclaimed him to be suffering when he prepared to depart; and the sisters, who read in it his dread of meeting Mr. Tyrrell alone, in the present circumstances of his affairs, conferred together, and agreed that Lavinia should accompany him, both to intercede for returning favor from his father, and to explain the accident of Camilla's staying at the Grove. Mrs. Albury, meanwhile, promised to restore her young guest safe at night in her own carriage. Notwithstanding the pleasure with which Camilla, in any other situation, would have renewed this acquaintance, was now changed into reluctance. She was far from insensible to the flattering kindness with which Mrs. Albury received and entertained her, nor to the frankness with which she confessed that her invisibility the other morning had resulted solely from pique that the visit had not been made sooner. Camilla would have attempted some apology for the delay, but she assured her apologies were what she neither took nor gave, and then laughingly added, "We will try another to day, and if we find it won't do, we will shake hands and part. That, you must know, is my mode. And is it not vastly better than keeping up an acquaintance that proves dull, merely because it has been begun?" She then ordered away all her visitors, without the smallest ceremony, telling them, however, they might come back in the evening, only desiring they would not be early. Camilla stared, but they all submitted as to a thing of course. "You are not used to my way, I perceive," cried she, smiling. "Yet I can nevertheless assure you, you can do nothing so much for your happiness as to adopt it. You are made a slave in a moment by the world, if you don't begin life by defying it. Take your own way, follow your own humor, and you and the world will both go on just as well, as if you ask its will and pleasure for everything you do, and want, and think." She then expressed herself delighted with Lionel for bringing them together by this short cut, which abolished a world of formalities, not more customary than fatiguing. "I pass, I know," continued she, "for a mere creature of whim. But, believe me, there is no small touch of philosophy in the composition of my vagaries. Extremes, you know, have a mighty knack of meeting. Thus I like the sage, though not with sage like motives; save time that must otherwise be wasted; brave rules that would murder common sense; and when I have made people stare, turn another way that I may laugh." She then, in a graver strain, and in a manner that proved the laws of politeness all her own, where she chose, for any particular purpose or inclination, to exert them, hoped this profession of her faith would plead her excuse, that she had thus incongruously made her fair guest a second time enter her house, before her first visit was acknowledged, and inquired whether it were to be returned to Etherington or at Cleves. Camilla answered she was now at home, on account of her mother's being obliged to make a voyage to Lisbon. Mrs. Albury said she would certainly then wait upon her at Etherington, and very civilly regretted having no acquaintance with Mrs. Tyrrell, archly, however, adding, "As we have nowhere met, I could not seek her at her own house without running too great a risk for then, whether I had liked her or not.
I must have received her, you know, into mine. So you see, I am not quite without prudence, whatever the dear world says to the contrary." She then spoke of the ball, public breakfast, and raffle, chatting both upon persons and things with an easy gayety and sprightly negligence extremely amusing to Camilla, and which soon, in despite of the unwillingness with which she had entered her house, brought back her original propensity to make the acquaintance, and left no regret for what Lionel had done, except what rested upon the repugnance of Edgar to his intercourse. As he could not, however, reproach what was begun without her concurrence, he would see, she hoped, like herself, that common civility henceforward would exact its continuance. In proportion as her pleasure from this accidental commerce was awakened, and her early partiality revived, her own spirits reanimated, and, in the course of the many hours they now spent completely together, she was set so entirely at her ease by the good humor of Mrs. Arbury that she lost all fear of her wit. She found it rather playful than satirical, rather seeking to amuse than to disconcert; and though sometimes, from the resistless pleasure of uttering a bon mot, she thought more of its brilliancy than of the pain it might inflict, this happened but rarely, and was more commonly succeeded by regret than by triumph. Camilla soon observed she had, personally, nothing to apprehend, peculiar partiality supplying the place of general delicacy in shielding her from every shaft that even pleasantry could render poignant. The embarrassment, therefore, which in ingenuous youth checks the attempt to please by fear or failure, or shame of exertion, gave way to natural spirits, which, gaily rising from entertainment received, restored her vivacity, and gradually, though unconsciously, enabled her to do justice to her own abilities, by unaffectedly calling forth the mingled sweetness and intelligence of her character; and Mrs. Albury, charmed with all she observed, and flattered by all she inspired, felt such satisfaction in her evident conquest, that, before the tete a tete was closed, their admiration was become nearly mutual. When the evening party was announced, they both heard with surprise that the day was so far advanced. "They can wait, however," said Mrs. Albury, "for I know they have nothing to do." She then invited Camilla to return to her the next day for a week. Camilla felt well disposed to comply, hoping soon to reason from Edgar his prejudice against a connection that afforded her such singular pleasure; but to leave her father at this period was far from every wish. She excused herself, therefore, saying she had still 6 weeks due to her uncle at Cleves before any other engagement could take place. "Well, then, when you quit your home for Sir Hugh, will you beg off a few days from him, and set them down to my account?" "If my uncle pleases." "If he pleases!" repeated she, laughing. "Pray never give that if into his decision. You only put contradiction into people's heads by asking what pleases them. Say at once, 'My good uncle, Mrs. Albury has invited me to indulge her with a few days at the Grove, so tomorrow I shall go to her.' Will you promise me this?" "Dear madam, no! My uncle would think me mad." "And suppose he should? A little alarm now and then keeps life from stagnation. They call me mad, I know, sometimes, wild, flighty, and what not; yet you see how harmless I am, though I afford food for such notable commentary."
But can you really like such things should be said of you?
"I adore the frankness of that question. Why, no, I rather think I don't. But I'm not sure. However, to prevent their minding me, I must mind them; and it's vastly more irksome to give up one's own way than to hear a few impertinent remarks. And as to the world, depend upon it, my dear Miss Tyrrell, the more you see of it, the less you will care for it."
She then said she would leave her to reinvest herself in her own attire, and go downstairs to see what the poor simple souls, who had no more wit than to come back thus at her call, had found to do with themselves. Camilla, having only her common morning dress, and even that utterly spoiled, begged that her appearance might be dispensed with; but Mrs. Albury exclaiming, "Why, there are only men! You don't mind men, I hope?" Ashamed, she promised to get ready. Yet she had not sufficient courage to descend, till her gay hostess came back, and accompanied her to the drawing room. End of chapter 11. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 3, Chapter 12 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 12. Airs and Graces. Upon entering the room, Camilla saw again the officers who had been there in the morning, and who were now joined by Sir Sedley Clarendel. She was met at the door by Major Serwood, who seemed waiting for her appearance, and who made her his compliments with an air that studiously proclaimed his devotion. She seated herself by the side of Mrs. Albury, to look on at a game of chess played by Sir Sedley and General Kinsale. "Clarendel," said Mrs. Albury, "you have not the least in the world the air of knowing what you are about." "Pardon me, ma'am," said the General. "He has been at least half an hour contemplating this very move, for which, as you see, I now checkmate him. Pray, Sir Sedley, how came you at last to do no better?" "Thinking of other things, my dear General. 'Tis impossible in the extreme to keep one's faculties pinioned down to the abstruse vagaries of this brain besieging game. My head would be deranged past redress if I did not allow it to visit the four quarters of the globe once at least between every move." "You do not play so slow, then, from deliberating upon your chances, but from forgetting them?" "Define, my dear General, to scrupulosity those exquisite little moments we steal from any given occupation, for the pleasure of speculating in secret upon something wholly foreign to it, are resistless to deliciousness." "I entreat and command you, then," cried Mrs. Albury, "to make your speculations public. Nothing will more amuse me than to have the least intimation of the subjects of your reveries." "My dear Mrs. Albury, your demand is the very quintessence of impossibility. Tell the subject of a reverie. Know you not it wafts one at once out of the world, and the world's powers of expression, while all it substitutes is as evanescent as it is delectable? To attempt the least description would be a presumption of the first monstrousness." "Oh, never heed that! Presumption will not precisely be a novelty to you. Answer me, therefore, my dear Clarendel, without all this conceit. You know I hate procrastination, and procrastinators still worse." "Softly, dearest madam, softly! There is nothing in nature so horribly shocking to me as the least hurry. My poor nerves seek repose after any turbulent words or jarring sounds, with the same craving for the rest that my body experiences after the jolts and concussions of a long winded chase. By the way, does anybody want a good hunter? I have the first, perhaps, in Europe, but I would sell it a surprising bargain, for I am excruciatingly tired of it." All the gentlemen grouped round him to hear further particulars, except Mr. MacDursey, the young ensign, who had so unguardedly exposed himself at the Northwick ball, and who now, approaching Camilla, fervently exclaimed, "How happy I should have been, madam, if I had had the good fortune to see you meet with the accident this morning, instead of being looking another way! I might then have had the pleasure to assist you.
And oh, how much more if it had been your divine cousin! I hope that fair angel is in perfect health. Oh, what a beautiful creature she is! Her outside is the completest diamond I ever saw; and if her inside is the same, which I dare say it is, by her smiles and delicate dimples, she must be a paragon upon earth." "There is at least something very inartificial in your praise," said General Kinsale, "when you make your panegyric of an absent lady to a present one." "Oh, General, there is not a lady living can bear any comparison with her. I have never had her out of my thoughts from the first darling moment that I ever saw her, which has made me the most miserable of men ever since. Her eyes so beautiful, her mouth so divine, her nose so heavenly." "And how," cried Sir Sedley, "is the tip of her chin?" "No joking, sir," said the ensign, reddening. "She is a piece of perfection, not to be laughed at. She has never had her fellow upon the face of the earth, and she never will have it, while the earth holds, upon account of there being no such person above ground." "And pray," cried Sir Sedley, carelessly, "how can you be sure of that?" "How? Why, by being certain," answered the inflamed admirer. "For though I have been looking out for pretty women from morning to night, ever since I was conscious of the right use of my eyes, I never yet saw her parallel." A servant was now bringing in the tea, but his lady ordered him to set it down in the next room, whence the gentleman should fetch it as it was wanted. Major Serwood took in charge all attendance upon Camilla, but he was not, therefore, exempt from the assiduities required by Mrs. Arlbury, for whom the homage of the General, the Colonel, and the Ensign were insufficient, and who, had a score more been present, would have found occupation for them all. Sir Sedley alone was excepted from her commands, for knowing they would be issued to him in vain, she contented herself with only interchanging glances of triumph with him, at the submission of every vassal but himself. "Heavens!" cried she to Colonel Andover, who had hastened to present her the first cup, "you surely think I have nerves for a public orator. If I should taste but one drop of this tea, I might envy the repose of the next man who robs on the highway. Major Servod, will you try if you can do any better for me?" The Major obeyed, but not with more success. "What in the world have you brought me?" cried she. "Is it tea? It looks prodigiously as if just imported out of the slop basin. For pity's sake, MacDursey, arise and give me your help. You will at least never bring me such maudlin stuff as this. Even your tea will have some character. It will be very good or very bad, very hot or very cold, very strong or very weak, for you are always in flames of fire or flakes of snow." "You do me justice, ma'am. There is nothing upon the face of the earth so insipid as a medium. Give me love or hate, a friend that will go to jail for me, or an enemy that will run me through the body; riches to chuck guineas about like halfpence, or poverty to beg in a ditch; liberty wild as the four winds, or an oar to work in a galley; misery to tear my heart into 100,000 millions of atoms, or joy to make my soul dance into my brain. Everything has some gratification, except a medium. 'Tis a poor little soul that is satisfied between happiness and despair." He then flew to bring her a dish of tea. "My dear MacDursey," cried she, in receiving it, "this is according to your system, indeed; for 'tis a compound of strong and rich and sweet, to cloy an alderman, making altogether as luscious as syrup, that our spring would be exhausted before I could slake my thirst, if I should taste it only a second time. Do, dear General, see if it is not possible to get me some beverage that I can swallow." The youngest man present was not more active than the General in this service; but Mrs. Albury, casting herself despondingly back the moment she had tasted what he brought her, exclaimed: "Why, this is worst of all! If you can do no better for me, General, than this, tell me at least, for mercy's sake, when some other regiment will be quartered here." "What a cruelty," said the Major, looking with a sigh towards Camilla, "to remind your unhappy prey that they are but birds of passage." "Oh, all the better, Major. If you understand your own interest, you will be as eager to break up your quarters as I can be to see your successors march into them. I have now heard all your compliments, and you have heard all my repartees. Both sides, therefore, want new auditors. A great many things I have said to you will do vastly well again for a new corps; and, to do you justice, some few things you have said yourself may do again in a new county." Then, addressing Camilla, she proposed, though without moving, that they should converse with one another, and leave the men to take care of themselves. "And excessively they will be obliged to me," she continued, without lowering her voice, "for giving this little holiday to their poor brains; for, I assure you, they have not known what to say this half hour. Indeed, since the first fortnight they were quartered here, they have not upon an average said above one new thing in 3 days. But one's obliged to take up with officers in the country, because there's almost nothing else. Can you recommend me any agreeable new people?"
Oh, no, ma'am. I have hardly any acquaintance except immediately round the rectory. But fortunately my own family is so large that I have never been distressed for society.
"Oh, I true. Your own family. Begin with that. Do, pray, give me a little history of your own family."
I have no history, ma'am, to give, for my father's retired life.
"Oh, I have seen your father, and I have heard him preach, and I like him very much. There's something in him there's no turning into ridicule."
Camilla, though surprised, was delighted by such a testimony to the respectability of her father, and with more courage said,
And I am sure if you knew my mother, you would allow her the same exemption.
"So I hear. Therefore we won't talk of them. It's a delightful thing to think of perfection, but it's vastly more amusing to talk of errors and absurdities. To begin with, your eldest sister. Then she seems in just the same predicament as your father, and but no mother, so we let her rest too."
Indeed she is. She is as faultless.
"Oh, not a word more then! She won't do for me at all. But pray, is there not a single soul in all the round of your large family that can afford a body a little innocent diversion?"
Ah, madam, said Camilla, shaking her head, I fear, on the contrary, if they came under your examination, there is not one in whom you would not discern some foible.
"I should not like them at all the worse for that; for between ourselves, my dear Miss Tyrrell, I am half afraid they might find a foible or two in return in me; so you must not be angry if I beg the favor of you to indulge me with a few of their defects."
Indulge you?
"Yes; for when so many of a family are perfect, if you can find me one or two that have a little speck of mortality, you must not wonder if I take flight at your very name. In charity, therefore, if you would not drop my acquaintance, tell me their vulnerable parts."
Camilla laughed at this ridiculous reasoning, but would not enter into its consequences.
"Well, then, if you will not assist me, don't take it ill that I assist myself. In the first place, there's your brother. I don't ask you to tell me anything of him. I have seen him, and I confess to you he does not put me into utter despair. He does not alarm me into flying all his race."
Camilla tried vainly to look grave.
"I have seen another too, your cousin, I think, Miss Lynmere, that's engaged to young Mandelbert."
Camilla now tried as vainly to look gay.
"She's prodigiously pretty. Pray, is not she a great fool?"
Ma'am?
"I beg your pardon, but I don't suppose you are responsible for the intellects of all your generation. However, she'll do vastly well; you need not be uneasy for her. A face like that will take very good care of itself. I am glad she's engaged, for your sake, though I am sorry for Mandelbert. That is, if, as his class of countenance generally predicts, he marries with any notion of expecting to be happy." "But why, ma'am," cried Camilla, checking a sigh, "are you glad for my sake?" "Because there are two reasons why she would be wonderfully in your way. She is not only prettier than you, but sillier."
"And would both those reasons," cried Camilla, again laughing, "make against me?"
"Oh, intolerably with the men. They are always enchanted with something that is both pretty and silly, because they can so easily please and so soon disconcert it. And when they have made the little blooming fools blush and look down, they feel nobly superior, and pride themselves in victory. Dear creatures, I delight in their taste, for it brings them a plentiful harvest of repentance when it is their connubial criterion. The pretty flies off, and the silly remains, and a man then has a choice companion for life left on his hands." The young ensign here could no longer be silent.
"I am sure and certain," cried he warmly, "Miss Lynmere is incapable to be a fool. And when she marries, if her husband thinks her so, it's only a sign he's a blockhead himself."
"He'll be exactly of your opinion for the first month or two," answered Mrs. Arbury. "Or even if he is not, he'll like her just as well. A man looks enchanted while his beautiful young bride talks nonsense. It comes so prettily from her ruby lips, and she blushes and dimples with such lovely attraction while she utters it. He casts his eyes around him with conscious elation to see her admirers and his enviers, but he has amply his turn for looking like a fool himself, when youth and beauty take flight, and when his ugly old wife exposes her ignorance or folly at every word."
"The contrast of beginning and end," said the General, "is almost always melancholy. But how rarely does any man, nay, I had nearly said, or any woman think a moment of the time to come, or of any time but the present day, in marrying?"
"Except with respect to fortune," cried Mrs. Albury; "and there, methinks, you men, at least, are commonly sufficiently provident. I don't think reflection is generally what you want in that point."
"As to reflection," exclaimed Mr. MacDurcy, "'tis the thing in the world I look upon to be the meanest. A man capable of reflection, where a beautiful young creature is in question, can have no soul nor vitals. For my part, 'tis my only misfortune that I cannot get at that lovely girl to ask her for her private opinion of me at once, that I might either get a license to morrow, or drive her out of my head before sleep overtakes me another night."
"Your passions, my good MacDurcy," said Mrs. Albury, "considering their violence, seem tolerably obedient. Can you really be so fond, or so forgetful, at such short warning?" "Yes; but it's with a pain that breaks my heart every time." "You contrive, however, to get it pretty soon mended."
"That, madam, is a power that has come upon me by degrees. I have paid dear enough for it. Nobody ever found it harder than I did at the beginning. For the first 2 or 3 times I took my disappointments so to heart, that I should have been bound for ever to any friend that would have had the good nature to blow my brains out."
"But now you're so much in the habit of experiencing these little failures, that they pass on as things of course?" "No, madam, you injure me, and in the tenderest point. For as long as I have the least hope, my passion's as violent as ever. But you would not be so unreasonable as to have a man love on, when it can answer no end. It's no better than making him unhappy for a joke. There's no sense in such a thing." "By the way, my dear Miss Tyrrell, and apropos to this Miss Lynmere," said Mrs. Albury, "do tell me something about Mr. Mandelbert. What is he? What does he do always amongst you?"
He cried Camilla, stammering, "he was a ward of my father's."
Oh, I don't mean all that. But what is his style, his class? Is he agreeable?" "I believe he's generally thought so." "If he is, do pray, then, draw him into my society, for I am terribly in want of recruits. These poor gentlemen you see here are very good sort of men, but they have a trick of sleeping with their eyes wide open, and fancy all the time they are awake, and, indeed, I find it hard to persuade them to the contrary, though I often ask them for their dreams. By the way, can't you contrive some or other amongst you to make the room a little cooler?" "Shall I open this window?" said the Major. "Nay, nay, don't ask me. I had rather bear 6 times the heat than give my own directions. Nothing in the world fatigues me so much as telling stupid people how to set about things. Colonel, don't you see I have no fan?" "I'll fetch it directly. Have you left it in the dining parlor?" "Do you really think I would not send a footman at once, if I must perplex myself with all that recollection? My dear Miss Tyrrell, did you ever see any poor people that pretended at all to walk about, and mingle with the rest of the world, like living creatures, so completely lethargic? 'Tis really quite melancholy. I am sure you have good nature enough to pity them. It requires my utmost ingenuity to keep them in any employment; and if I left them to themselves, they would stand before the fire all the winter, and lounge upon sofas all the summer; and that indolence of body so entirely unnerves the mind, that they find as little to say as to do. Upon the whole, 'tis really a paltry race, the men of the present times. However, as we have got no better, and as the women are worse, I do all I can to make them less insufferable to me." "And do you really think the women are worse?" cried Camilla. "Not in themselves, my dear, but worse to me, because I cannot possibly take the same liberties with them. MacDursey, I wish I had my salts." "It shall be the happiness of my life to find them, be they hid where they may. Only tell me where I may have the pleasure to go and look for them." "Nay, that's your affair." "Why, then, if they are to be found from the garret to the cellar, be sure I am a dead man if I do not bring them to you." This mode of displaying airs and graces was so perfectly new to Camilla, that the commands issued and the obedience paid were equally amusing to her. Brought up herself to be contented with whatever came in her way, in preference either to giving trouble or finding fault, the ridiculous, yet playful wilfulness with which she saw Mrs. Arlbury send every one upon her errands, yet object to what every one performed, presented to her a scene of such whimsical gaiety, that her concern at the accident which had made her innocently violate her intended engagement with Edgar was completely changed into pleasure, that thus, without any possible self blame, an acquaintance she had so earnestly desired was even by necessity established; and she returned home at night with spirits all revived, and eloquent in praise of her new favorite. End of chapter 12. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 3, Chapter 13 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Camilla, or a Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 13. Attic Adventures. Mr. Tyrrell, according to the system of recreation which he had settled with his wife, saw with satisfaction the pleasure with which Camilla began this new acquaintance, in the hope it would help to support her spirits during the interval of suspense with regard to the purposes of Mandelbert. Mrs. Arlbury was unknown to him, except by general fame, which told him she was a woman of reputation as well as fashion, and that, though her manners were lively, her heart was friendly and her hand ever open to charity.
Upon admitting Lionel again to his presence, he spoke forcibly, though with brevity, upon the culpability of his conduct. What he had done, he said, let him color it to himself with what levity he might, was not only a robbery, but a robbery of the most atrocious and unjustifiable class, adding terror to violation of property, and playing upon susceptibility of the weakness and infirmities which he ought to have been the first to have sheltered and sheathed. Had the action contained no purpose but a frolic, even then the situation of the object on whom it fell rendered it inhuman; but as its aim and end was to obtain money, it was dishonorable to his character, and criminal by the laws of his country. "Yet shudder no more," continued he, "young man, at the justice to which they make you amenable, than at having deserved though you escape it. From this day, however, I will name it no more. Feeble must be all I could utter, compared with what the least reflection must make you feel. Your uncle, in a broken state of health, is sent abroad. Your mother, though too justly incensed to see you, sacrifices her happiness to serve you." Lionel, for a few hours, was in despair after this harangue; but, as they passed away, he strove to drive it from his mind, persuading himself it was useless to dwell upon what was irretrievable. Mrs. Arlbury, the following day, made her visit at Etherington, and invited the two sisters to a breakfast she was to give the next morning. Mr. Tyrrell, who with surprise and concern at the coldness so dilatory found a second day wearing away without a visit from Mandelbert, gladly consented to allow of an amusement that might shake from Camilla the pensiveness into which at times he saw her falling. Mrs. Arlbury had declared she hated ceremony in the summer. Guarded, therefore, by Lionel, the sisters walked to the grove. From the little hill they had again to pass, they observed a group of company upon the leads of her house, which were flat and balustraded round, and when they presented themselves at the door, they were met by Major Sherwood, who conducted them to the scene of business. It was the end of July, and the weather was sultry; but though the height of the place upon which the present party was collected gave some freshness to the air, the heat reflected from the lead would have been nearly intolerable, had it not been obviated by an awning and by mats in the part where seats and refreshments were arranged. French horns and clarinets were played during the repast. This little entertainment had for motive a young lady's quitting her boarding school. Miss Dennell, a niece by marriage of Mrs. Arlbury, who, at the age of 14, came to preside at the house and table of her father, had begged to be felicitated by her aunt upon the joyful occasion, with a ball; but Mrs. Arlbury declared she never gave any entertainments in which she did not expect to play the principal part herself, and that balls and concerts were therefore excluded from her list of home diversions. It was vastly well to see others shine superior, she said, elsewhere, but she could not be so accommodating as to perform nobody under her own roof. She offered her, however, a breakfast with full choice of its cakes and refreshments, which, with leave to fix upon the spot where it should be given, was all the youthful pleader could obtain. The Etherington trio met with a reception the most polite, and Camilla was distinguished by marks of peculiar favor. Few guests were added to the party she had met there before, except the young lady who was its present foundress, and whose voice she recollected to have heard in the inquiries which had reached her ear from within the paddock. Miss Dennell was a pretty, blooming, tall girl, but as childish in intellect as in experience, though self-persuaded she was a woman in both, since she was called from school to sit at the head of her father's table. Camilla required nothing further for entertainment than to listen to her new friend. Lavinia, though more amazed than amused, always modestly hung back as a mere looker on, and the company in general made their diversion from viewing through various glasses the seats of the neighboring gentlemen, and reviewing with yet more scrutiny their characters and circumstances. But Lionel, ever restless, seized the opportunity to patrol the attic regions of the house, where, meeting with a capacious lumber room, he returned to assure the whole party it would make an admirable theatre, and to ask who would come forth to spout with him. Mr. MacDursie said he did not know one word of any part, but he could never refuse anything that might contribute to the company's pleasure. Away they sped together, and in a few minutes reversed the face of everything. Old sofas, bedsteads and trunks, large family chests, deal boxes and hampers, carpets and curtains rolled up for the summer, tables with two legs, and chairs without bottoms, were truckled from the middle to one end of the room, and arranged to form a semicircle, with seats in front for a pit. Carpets were then uncovered and untied, to be spread for the stage, and curtains, with as little mercy, were unfurled and hung up to make a scene. Then they applied to Miss Dennell, who had followed to peep at what they were about, and asked if she thought the audience might be admitted. She declared she had never seen any place so neat and elegant in her life. Such an opinion could not but be decisive, and they prepared to reascend, when the sight of a small door near the entrance of the large apartment excited the ever ready curiosity of Lionel, who, though the key was on the outside, contrived to turn it wrong. But while endeavoring to rectify by force what he had spoiled by awkwardness, a sudden noise from within startled them all, and occasioned quick and reiterated screams from Miss Dennell, who, with the utmost velocity, burst back upon the company on the leads, calling out, "Oh, Lord! How glad I am I'm coming back alive! Mr. MacDursie and young Mr. Tyrrell are very likely killed, for they've just found I don't know how many robbers shut up in a dark closet." The gentleman waited for no explanation to this unintelligible story, but hastened to the spot, and Mrs. Albury ordered all the servants who were in waiting to follow and assist. Miss Dennell then entreated to have the trap door, through which they ascended from a small staircase to the leads, double locked till the gentlemen should declare upon their honors that the thieves were all dead. Mrs. Albury would not listen to this, but waited with Lavinia and Camilla the event. The gentleman meanwhile reached the scene of action, at the moment when MacDursie, striking first his foot and then his whole person against the door, had forced it open with such sudden violence that he fell over a pail of water into the adjoining room. The servants, arriving at the same time, announced that this was merely a closet for mops, brooms, and pails, belonging to the housemaid, and it appeared, upon examination, that the noise from within had simply been produced by the falling down of a broom, occasioned by their shaking the door in endeavoring to force the lock. The ensign, wetted or splashed all over, was in a fury, and, turning to Lionel, who laughed vociferously, whilst the rest of the gentlemen were scarce less moderate, and the servants joined in the chorus, peremptorily demanded to know if he had put the pail there on purpose. "In which case, sir," said he, "you must never let me see you laugh again to the longest hour you have to live." "My good MacDursie," said the General, "go into another room, and have your clothes wiped and dried. It will be time enough then to settle who shall laugh longest." "General," said he, "I scorn to mind being either wet or dry. A soldier ought to be above such delicate effeminacy. It is not, therefore, the sousing I regard, provided I can once be clear it was not done for a joke." Lionel, when he could speak, declared that far from placing the pail there on purpose, he had not known there was such a closet in the house, nor had ever been up those stairs till they all mounted them together. "I'm perfectly satisfied, then, my good friend," said the ensign, shaking him by the hand with an heartiness that gave him no small share of the pail's contents.
When a gentleman tells me a thing seriously, I make it a point to believe him, especially if he has a good honest countenance. That assures me he would not refuse me satisfaction in the case he had meant to make game of me." "And do you always terminate your jests with the ceremony of a tilting match?" cried Sir Sedley. "Yes, sir, if I am made a joke of by a man of any honor. For, to tell you a piece of my mind, there's no one thing upon earth I hate like a joke, unless it's against another person; and then it only gives me a little joy inwardly, for I make it a point of complaisance not to laugh out, except where I happen to wish for a little private conversation with the person that gives me the diversion." "Facetious in the extreme!" cried Sir Sedley. "An infallible excellent mode to make a man die of laughter. Droll to the utmost!" "With regard to that, sir, I have no objection to a little wit or humor, provided a person has the politeness to laugh only at himself, and his own particular friends and relations. But if once he takes the liberty to turn me into ridicule, I look upon it as an affront, and expect the proper reparation." "Oh, to refuse that would be without bowels to a degree." Lionel now ran upstairs to beg the ladies would come and see the theatre, but suddenly exclaimed, as he looked around, "Aha!" and hastily galloped down and to the bottom of the house. Mrs. Albury descended with her young party, and the ensign, in mock heroics, solemnly prostrated himself to Miss Dennel, pouring into her delighted ears, from various shreds and scraps of different tragedies, the most high flown and egregiously ill adapted compliments; while the Major, less absurdly, though scarce less passionately, made Camilla his Juliet, and whispered the tenderest lines of Romeo. Lionel, presently running, out of breath, upstairs again, cried, "Mrs. Albury, I have drawn you in a new beau." "Have you?" cried she coolly. "Why, then, I permit you to draw him out again. Had you told me he had forced himself in, you had made him welcome. But I foster only willing slaves. So off, if you please, with your boast and your beau." "I can't, upon my word, ma'am, for he is at my heels." Mandelbert, at the same moment, not hearing what passed, made his appearance. The surprised and always unguarded Camilla uttered an involuntary exclamation, which, instantly catching his ear, drew his eye towards the exclaimer, and there fixed it, with an astonishment which suspended wholly his half-made bow and beginning address to Mrs. Albury. Lionel had descried him upon the little hill before the house, where, as he was passing on, his own attention had been caught by the sound of horns and clarinets, just as, without any explanation, Lionel flew to tell him he was wanted, and almost forced him off his horse and up the stairs. Mrs. Albury, in common with those who dispense with all forms for themselves, exacted them punctiliously from all others. The visit, therefore, of Mandelbert, not being designed for her, afforded her at first no gratification, and produced rather a contrary feeling, when she observed the total absence of all pleasure in the surprise with which he met Camilla at her house. She gave him a reception of cold civility, and then chatted almost folly with the General or Sir Sedley. Edgar scarce saw whether he was received or not. His bow was mechanical, his apology for his intrusion was unintelligible. Amazement at seeing Camilla under this roof, disappointment at her breach of implied promise, and mortification at the air of being at home which he thought he remarked in her situation, though at an acquaintance he had taken so much pains to keep aloof from her, all conspired to displease and perplex him; and though his eyes could with difficulty look any other way, he neither spoke to nor approached her. Nor was even thus meeting her all he had to give him disturbance. The palpable devoirs of Major Surwood incensed as well as astonished him; for, under pretext of only following the humor of the day, in affecting to act the hero in love, the Major assailed her without reserve with declarations of his passion,
which, though his words passed off as quotations, his looks and manner made appropriate. How already, thought Edgar, has he obtained such a privilege? Such confidence? To have uttered one such sentence, my tongue would have trembled, my lips would have quivered. Camilla felt confounded by his presence, from the consciousness of the ill opinion she must excite by this second apparent disregard of a given engagement. She would fain have explained to him its history, but she could not free herself from the Major, whose theatrical effusions were not now to be repressed, since at first she had unthinkingly attended to them. Lionel joined with MacDurcy in directing similar heroics to Miss Dennell, who, simply enchanted, called out, "I'm determined when I've a house of my own I'll have just such a room as this at the top of it, on purpose to act a play every night." "And when, my dear," said Mrs. Albury, "do you expect to have a house of your own?" "Oh, as soon as I'm married, you know." "Is your marrying, then, already decided?" "Dear, no; not that I know of, aunt. I'm sure I never trouble myself about it. Only I suppose it will happen some day or other." "And when it does, you are very sure your husband will approve your acting plays every night?" "Oh, as to that, I shan't ask him. Whenever I'm married, I'll be my own mistress, that I'm resolved upon. But papa's so monstrous cross, he says he won't let me act plays now." "Papas and mammas," cried Sir Sedley, "are ever most egregiously in the way. 'Tis prodigiously surprising they have never yet been banished society. I know no mark more irrefragable of the supineness of mankind." Then rising and exclaiming, "What savage heat! I wish the weather had a little feeling," he broke up the party by ordering his curricle, and being the first to depart. "That creature," cried Mrs. Albury, "if one had the least care for him, is exactly an animal to drive one mad. He labors harder to be affected than any ploughman does for his dinner, and completely at his conceit obscures it. He has every endowment nature can bestow, except common sense." They now all descended to take leave, except the Ensign and Lionel, who went arm in arm, prowling about, to view all the garrets, followed on tiptoe by Miss Dennell. Lavinia called vainly after her brother; but Camilla, hoping every instant she might clear her conduct to Edgar, was not sorry to be detained. They had not, however, been 5 minutes in the parlor, before a violent and angry noise from above induced them all to remount to the top of the house. And there, upon entering a garret whence it issued, they saw Miss Dennell, decorated with the Ensign's cocked hat and feather, yet looking pale with fright; Lionel, accoutred in the maid's clothes, and almost in a convulsion of laughter; and MacDurcy in a rage utterly incomprehensible, with the coachman's large bob wig hanging loose upon his head. It was some time before it was possible to gather that, having all paraded into various garrets in search of adventures, Lionel, after attiring himself in the maid's gown, cap, and apron, had suddenly deposited upon Miss Dennell's head the Ensign's cocked hat, replacing it with the coachman's best wig upon the toupee of MacDurcy, whose resentment was so violent at this liberty, that it was still some minutes before he could give it articulation. The effect of this full buckled bob jerom, which stuck follow from the young face and powdered locks of the Ensign, was irresistibly ludicrous; yet he would have deemed it a greater indignity to take it quietly off, than to be viewed in it by thousands; though, when he saw the disposition of the whole company to sympathize with Lionel, his wrath rose yet higher, and, stamping with passion, he fiercely said to him, "Take it off, sir! Take it off my head!" Lionel, holding this too imperious a command to be obeyed, only shouted louder. MacDurcy, then incensed beyond endurance, lowered his voice with stifled choler, and, putting his arms akimbo, said,
If you take me for a fool, sir, I shall demand satisfaction, for it's what I never put up with." Then, turning to the rest, he solemnly added, "I beg pardon of all the worthy company for speaking this little whisper, which certainly I should scorn to do before ladies, if it had not been a secret." Mrs. Albury, alarmed at the serious consequences now threatening this folly, said, "No, no, I allow of no secrets in my house, but what are entrusted to myself. I insist, therefore, upon being umpire in this cause." "Madam," said MacDursey, "I hope never to become such a debased brute of the creation as to contradict the commands of a fair lady, except when it's upon a point of honor. But I can't consent to pass for a fool, and still more not for a poltroon. You'll excuse the little hint." Then, while making a profound and ceremonious bow, his wig fell over his head on the ground. "This is very unlucky," cried he, with a look of vexation; "for certainly and to be sure no human mortal should have made me take it off myself before I was righted." Camilla, picking it up, to render the affair merely burlesque, pulled off the maid's cap from her brother's head, and put on the wig in its place, saying, "There, Lionel, you have played the part of Lady Wronghead long enough. Be so good now as to perform that of Sir Francis." This ended the business, and the whole party in curricles, on horseback or on foot, departed from the grove. End of chapter 13. Read by Lars Rolander.
Book 4, Chapter 1 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth by Fanny Burney. Book 4, Chapter 1, A Few Explanations. The last words of Dr. Marchmont in taking leave of Edgar were injunctions to circumspection, and representations of the difficulty of drawing back with honor if once any incautious eagerness betrayed his partiality. To this counsel he was impelled to submit, lest he should risk for Camilla a report similar to that which for Indiana had given him so much disturbance. There, indeed, he felt himself wholly blameless. His admiration was but such as he always experienced at sight of a beautiful picture, nor had it ever been demonstrated in any more serious manner. He had distinguished her by no particular attention, singled her out by no pointed address, taken no pains to engage her good opinion, and manifested no flattering pleasure at her approach or presence. His sense of right was too just to mislead him into giving himself similar absolution with respect to Camilla. He had never, indeed, indulged a voluntary vent to his preference, but the candour of his character convinced him that what so forcibly he had felt, he must occasionally have betrayed. Yet the idea excited regret without remorse, for though it had been his wish as well as intention to conceal his best hopes till they were ratified by his judgment, he had the conscious integrity of knowing that, should her heart become his prize, his dearest view in life would be to solicit her hand. To preserve, therefore, the appearance of an undesigning friend of the house, he had forced himself to refrain for 2 days from any visit to the rectory, whither he was repairing, when thus, unlooked and unwished for, he surprised Camilla at the Grove. Disappointed and disapproving feelings kept him, while there, aloof from her, by continual suggestions that her character was of no stability, that Dr. Marchmont was right in his doubts, and Miss Margland herself not wrong in accusing her of caprice. And when he perceived, upon her preparing to walk home with her brother and sister, that Major Sirwood stepped forward to attend her, he indignantly resolved to arrange without delay his continental excursion. But again, when, as she quitted the room, he saw her head half turned round with an eye of inquiry if he followed, he determined frankly and at once, in his capacity of a friend, to request some explanation of this meeting. The assiduities of the Major made it difficult to speak to her, but the aid of her desire for conversation, which was equally anxious and less guarded than his own, anticipated his principal investigation by urging her voluntarily to seize an opportunity of relating to him the history of her first visit to Mrs. Arlberry, and of assuring him that the second was indispensably its consequence. Softened by this apparent earnestness for his good opinion, all his interest and all his tenderness for her returned, and though much chagrined at the accident, or rather mischief, which had thus established the acquaintance, he had too little to say, whatever he had to feel, of positive weight against it, to propose its now being relinquished. He thanked her impressively for so ready an explanation, and then gently added, "I know your predilection in favour of this lady, and I will say nothing to disturb it; but as she is yet new to you, and as all residence, all intercourse from your home or relations is new to you also, tell me candidly, sincerely tell me, can you condescend to suffer an old friend, though in the person of but a young man, to offer you from time to time a hint, a little counsel, a few brief words of occasional advice, and even perhaps now and then to torment you into a little serious reflection?" "If you," cried she gaily, "will give me the reflection, I promise, to the best of my power, to give you in return the seriousness; but I can by no means engage for both." "Oh, never, but from your own prudence," he answered gratefully, "may your delightful vivacity know a curb. If now I seem myself to fear it, it is not from moroseness, it is not from insensibility to its charm." He was stopped here by Macdercy, who, suddenly overtaking him, entreated an immediate short conference upon a matter of moment. Though cruelly vexed by the interruption, he could not refuse to turn back with him, and Camilla again was left wholly to the gallant Major; but her heart felt so light that she had just cleared herself to Edgar, so gratified by his request to become himself her monitor, and so enchanted to find her acquaintance with Mrs. Arlberry no longer disputed, that she was too happy to admit any vexation, and the Major had never thought her so charming, though of the Major she thought not one moment. Macdercy, with a long, ceremonious, and not very clear apology, confessed he had called Mandelbaer aside only to inquire into the certain truth, if it were not a positive secret, of his intended nuptials with the beautiful Miss Lynmere. Mandelbaer, with surprise, but without any hesitation, declared himself wholly without any pretensions to that lady. Macdercy then embraced him, and they parted mutually satisfied. It seemed now too late to Mandelbaer to go to Etherington till the next day, whither, as soon as he had breakfasted, he then rode. According to his general custom, he went immediately to the study, where he met with a calm but kind reception from Mr. Tyrrell, and after half an hour's conversation upon Lisbon, Dr. Marchmont, and Mrs. Tyrrell, he left him to seek his young friends. In the parlour he found Lavinia alone, but before he could enquire for her sister, who was accidentally upstairs, Lionel, just dismounted from his horse, appeared. "Oh ho, Edgar!" cried he, "you are here, are you? This would make fine confusion if that beauty of nature, Miss Margland, should happen to call. They've just sent for you to Beech Park. I don't know what's to be done to you, but if you have an inclination to save poor Camilla's eyes, or cap, at least, from that meek, tender creature, you'll set off for Cleves before they know you are in this house." Edgar, amazed, desired an explanation, but he protested the wrath of Miss Margland had been so comical, and given him so much diversion, that he had not been able to get any particulars. He only knew there was a great commotion, and that Edgar was declared in love with some of his sisters or cousins, and Miss Margland was in a rage that it was not with herself, and that, in short, because he only happened to drop a hint of the latter notion, that delectable paragon had given him so violent a blow with her fine eyes, that in order to vent an ungovernable fit of laughter, without the risk of having the house pulled about his ears, he had hastily mounted his horse and galloped off. The contempt of Edgar for Miss Margland would have made him disdain another question, if the name of Camilla had not been mingled in this relation. No question, however, could procure further information. Lionel, enchanted that he had tormented Miss Margland, understood nothing more of the matter, and could only repeat his own merry sayings and their effect. Lavinia expressed most innocently her curiosity to know what this meant, and was going for Camilla to assist in some conjecture; but Edgar, who by this strange story had lost his composure, felt unequal to hearing it discussed in her presence, and pleading sudden haste, rode away. He did not, however, go to Cleves. He hardly knew if Lionel had not amused him with a feigned story; but he no sooner arrived at Beech Park than he found a message from Sir Hugh, begging to see him with all speed. The young ensign was the cause of this present summons and disturbance. Elated by the declaration of Mandelbaer that the rumour of his contract was void of foundation, and buoyed up by Mrs. Albury, to whom he returned with the communication, he resolved to make his advances in form. He presented himself, therefore, at Cleves, where he asked an audience of Sir Hugh, and at once, with his accustomed vehemence, declared himself bound eternally, life and soul, to his fair niece, Miss Lindmere, and desired that, in order to pay his addresses to her, he might be permitted to see her at odd times when he was off duty. Sir Hugh was scarce able to understand him, from his volubility and the extravagance of his phrases and gestures; but he imputed them to his violent passion, and therefore answered him with great gentleness, assuring him he did not mean to doubt his being a proper alliance for his niece, though he had never heard of him before, but begging he would not be affronted if he could not accept him, not knowing yet quite clearly if she were not engaged to a young gentleman in the neighbourhood. The ensign now loudly proclaimed his own news. Mandelbaer had protested himself free, and the whole county already rang with the mistake. Sir Hugh, who, always at a loss how to say no, thought this would have been a good answer, now sent for Miss Margland, and desired her to speak herself with the young gentleman. Miss Margland, much gratified, asked Macdercy if she could look at his rent roll. He had nothing of the kind at hand, he said, not being yet come to his estate, which was in Ireland, and was still the property of a first cousin, who was not yet dead. Miss Margland, promising he should have an answer in a few days, then dismissed him, but more irritated than ever against Mandelbaer, from the contrast of his power to make settlements, she burst forth into her old declarations of his ill usage of Miss Lindmere, attributing it wholly to the contrivances of Camilla, whom she had herself, she said, surprised wheedling Edgar into her snares, when she called last at Etherington, and who, she doubted not, they should soon hear was going to be married to him. Sir Hugh always understood literally whatever was said. These assertions, therefore, of ill humour, merely made to vent black bile, affected him deeply for the honour and welfare of Camilla, and he hastily sent a messenger for Edgar, determining to beg, if that were the case, he would openly own the whole, and not leave all the blame to fall all upon his poor niece. At this period Lionel had called, and by inflaming Miss Margland had aggravated the general disturbance. When Edgar arrived, Sir Hugh told him of the affair, assuring him he should never have taken amiss his preferring Camilla, which he thought but natural, if he had only done it from the first. Edgar, though easily through all this he saw the malignant yet shallow offices of Miss Margland, found himself with infinite vexation compelled to declare off equally from both the charges, conscious that till the very moment of his proposals he must appear to have no preference nor designs. He spoke, therefore, with the utmost respect of the young ladies, but again said it was uncertain if he should not travel before he formed any establishment. The business thus explicitly decided, nothing more could be done; but Miss Margland was somewhat appeased when she heard that her pupil was not so disgracefully to be supplanted. Indiana herself, to whom Edgar had never seemed agreeable, soon forgot she had ever thought of him, and, elated by the acquisition of a new lover, doubted not but in a short time the publication of her liberty would prove slavery to all mankind. Early the next morning the carriage of Sir Hugh arrived at the rectory for Camilla. She never refused an invitation from her uncle, but she felt so little equal to passing a whole day in the presence of Miss Margland, after the unaccountable yet alarming relations she had gathered from Lionel, that she entreated him to accompany her, and to manage that she should return with him as soon as the horses were fed and rested. Lionel, ever good humoured and ready to oblige, willingly complied, but demanded that she should go with him in their way back to see a new house, which he had wanted to examine. Sir Hugh received her with his usual affection, Indiana with indifference, and Miss Margland with a malicious smile; but Eugenia, soon taking her aside, disclosed to her that Edgar, the day before, had publicly and openly disclaimed any views upon Indiana, and had declared himself without any passion whatever, and free from all inclination or intention but to travel. The blush of pleasure with which Camilla heard the first sentence of this speech became the tingle of shame at the second, and whitened into surprise and sorrow at the last. Eugenia, though she saw some disturbance, understood not these changes. Early absorbed in the study of literature and languages, under the direction of a preceptor who had never mingled with the world, her capacity had been occupied in constant work for her memory, but her judgment and penetration had been wholly unexercised. Like her uncle, she concluded everybody and everything to be precisely what they appeared; and though, in that given point of view, she had keener intellects to discern, and more skill to appreciate persons and characters, she was as unpractised as himself in these discriminative powers, which dive into their own conceptions to discover the latent springs, the multifarious and contradictory sources of human actions and propensities. Upon their return to the company, Miss Margland chose to relate the history herself. Mr. Mandlebear, she said, had not only thought proper to acknowledge his utter insensibility to Miss Lynmere, but had declared his indifference for every woman under the sun, and protested he held them all cheap alike. "So I would advise nobody," she continued, "to flatter themselves with making a conquest of him, for they may take my word for it, he won't be caught very easily." Camilla disdained to understand this, but in a general sense, and made no answer. Indiana, pouting her lip, said she was sure she did not want to catch him. She did not fear having offers enough without him, if she should happen to choose to marry. "Certainly," said Miss Margland, "there's no doubt of that. And this young officer's coming, the very moment he heard of your being at liberty, is a proof that the only reason of your having had no more proposals is owing to Mr. Mandlebear. So I don't speak for you, but for anybody else that may suppose they may please the difficult gentleman better." Camilla now breathed hard with resentment, but still was silent; and Indiana, answering only for herself, said, "Ah, yes, I can't say I'm much frightened. I dare say if Mr. Melman had known, but he thought like everybody else. However, I'm sure I'm very glad of it, only I wish he had spoke a little sooner, for I suppose Mr. Melman thinks me as much out of his reach as if I was married. Not that I care about it, only it's provoking." "No, my dear," said Miss Margland, "it would be quite below your dignity to think about him without knowing better who he is, or what are his expectations and connections. As to this young officer, I shall take proper care to make enquiries before he has his answer. He belongs to a very good family, for he's related to Lord O'Lerney, and I have friends in Ireland who can acquaint me with his situation and fortune. There's time enough to look about you. Only as Mr. Mandlebear has behaved so unhandsomely, I hope none of the family will give him their countenance. I am sure it will be to no purpose. If anybody should think of doing it by way of having any design upon him, it will be lost labour, I can tell them." "As to that I am quite easy," said Indiana, tossing her head. "Anybody is welcome to him for me, my cousin, or anybody else." Camilla, now absolutely called upon to speak with all the spirit she could assume, said, "With regard to me, there is no occasion to remind me how much I am out of the question. Yet suffer me to say, respect for myself would secure me from forming such plans as you surmise, if no other sense of propriety could save me from such humiliation." "Now, my dear, you speak properly," said Miss Margland, taking her hand, "and I hope you will have the spirit to shew him you care no more for him than he cares for you." "I hope so too," answered Camilla, turning pale; "but I can't imagine that it is very likely he should have mentioned anything good or bad with regard to his care for me." This was painfully uttered, but from a curiosity irrepressible. "As to that, my dear, don't deceive yourself, for the question was put home to him very properly, that you might know what you had to expect, and not keep off other engagements from a false notion." "This indeed," said Camilla, colouring with indignation, "this has been a most useless, a most causeless inquiry." "I am very glad you treat the matter as it deserves, for I like to see young ladies behave with dignity." "And pray then, was there any answer to this, to—" "Oh yes, he answered without any great ceremony, I can assure you. He said in so many words that he thought no more of you than of our cousin, and was going abroad to divert and amuse himself better than by entering into marriage with either one or other of you, or with anybody else." Camilla felt half killed by this answer, and presently quitting the room, ran out into the garden and to a walk far from the house, before she had power to breathe, or recollection to be aware of the sensibility she was betraying. She then as hastily went back, secretly resolving never more to think of him, and to shew both to himself and to the world, by every means in her power, her perfect indifference. She could not, however, endure to encounter Miss Margland again, but called for Lionel, and begged him to hurry the coachman. Lionel complied. She took a hasty leave of her uncle, and only saying "Good bye, good bye," to the rest, made her escape. Sir Hugh, ever unsuspicious, thought her merely afraid to detain her brother; but Eugenia, calm, affectionate, and divested of cares for herself, saw evidently that something was wrong, though she divined not what, and entreated leave to go with her sister to Etherington, and thence return without keeping out the horses. Sir Hugh was well pleased, and the two sisters and Lionel set off together. End of chapter 1. Book 4, Chapter 2 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth by Fanny Burney. Book 4, Chapter 2, Specimens of Taste. The presence of Lionel stifled the enquiries of Eugenia, and pride, all up in arms, absorbed every softer feeling in Camilla. When they had driven half a mile, "Now, young ladies," said he, "I shall treat you with a frolic." He then stopped the carriage, and told the coachman to drive to Cornfield, saying, "'Tis but 2 miles about, and coachy won't mind that, will you, coachy?" The coachman, looking forward to half a crown, said his horses would be all the better for a little more exercise, and Jacob, familiarly fond of Lionel from a boy, made no difficulty. Lionel desired his sisters to ask no questions, assuring them he had great designs and a most agreeable surprise in view for them. In pursuance of his directions, they drove on till they came before a small house, just new fronted, with deep red bricks, containing, on the ground floor, 2 little bow windows, in a sharp triangular form, enclosing a door ornamented with small panes of glass, cut in various shapes; on the first story a little balcony, decorated in the middle and at each corner with leaden image of Cupids; and in the attic story a very small Venetian window, partly formed with minute panes of glass, and partly with glazed tiles, representing in blue and white various devices of dogs and cats, mice and birds, rats and ferrets, as emblems of the conjugal state. "Well, young ladies, what say you to this?" cried he. "Does it hit your fancy? If it does, 'tis your own." Eugenia asked what he meant. mean to make a present of it to whichever is the best girl, and can first cry boo to a ghost. Come, don't look disdainfully, Eugenia. What say you? Won't it be better to be mistress of this little neat, tight, snug box, and a pretty little tidy husband that belongs to it, than to pore all day long over a Latin theme with old Dr. Orkborn? I have often thought my poor uncle was certainly out of his wits when he set us all, men, women, and children, to learn Latin, or else be whipped by the old doctor. But we all soon got our necks out of the collar, except poor Eugenia, and she's had to work for us all. However, here's an opportunity. See but what a pretty place, not quite finished, to be sure, but look at that lake. How cool, how rural, how refreshing. Lake, replied Eugenia. I see nothing but a very dirty little pond, with a mass of rubbish in the middle. Indeed, I see nothing else but rubbish all round, and everywhere. That's the very beauty of the thing, my dear. It's all in the exact state for being finished under your own eye, and according to your own taste. To whom does it belong? It's uninhabited yet, but it's preparing for a very spruce young spark that I advise you both to set your caps at. Hold, I see somebody peeping. I'll go and get some news for you. He then jumped from the coach and ran up 5 deep narrow steps, formed of single large rough stones, which mounted so much above the threshold of the house, that upon opening the door there appeared a stool to assist all comers to reach the floor of the passage. Eugenia, with some curiosity, looked out, and saw her brother, after nearly forcing his entrance, speak to a very mean little man, dressed in old dirty cloths, who seemed willing to hide himself behind the door, but whom he almost dragged forward, saying aloud, "Oh, I can take no excuse. I insist upon your shewing the house. I have brought 2 young ladies on purpose to see it, and who knows but one of them may take a fancy to it, and make you a happy man for life." "As to that, sir," said the man, still endeavouring to retreat, "I can't say as I've quite made my mind up yet as to the marriage ceremony. I've known partly enough of the state already, but if ever I marry again, which is a moot point, I shan't do it hand over head like a boy, without knowing what I'm about. However, it's time enough for conscience to think of that, when my house is done, and my workmen is off my hands." Camilla now, by the language and the voice, gathered that this was Mr. Dubster. "Fo, answered Lionel, "you must not be so hard-hearted when fair ladies are in the case. Besides, one of them is that pretty girl you flirted with at Northwick. She's a sister of mine, and I shall take it very ill if you don't hand her out of the coach, and do the honours of your place to her." Camilla, much provoked, earnestly called to her brother, but utterly in vain. "Lauk a day, why it is not half finished," said Mr. Dubster, "nor a quarter neither; and as to that young lady, I can't say as it was much in my mind to be over civil to her any more, begging pardon, after her giving me the slip in that manner. I can't say as I think it was over and above handsome, letting me get my gloves. Not that I minded in the least as to that. Fo, man, you must never bear malice against a fair lady. Besides, she's come now on purpose to make her excuses." "Oh, well, that's another thing. If the young lady's sorry, I shan't think of holding out. Besides, I can't say but what I thought her agreeable enough, if it had not been for her behaving so comical just at the last. Not that I mean in the least to make any complaint, by way of getting of the young lady scolded." "You must make friends now, man, and think no more of it," cried Lionel, who would have drawn him to the carriage, but he protested he was quite ashamed to be seen in such a dishabille, and should go first and dress himself. Lionel, on the contrary, declaring nothing so manly nor so becoming as a neglect of outward appearance, pulled him to the coach door, notwithstanding all his efforts to disengage himself, and the most bashful distortions with which he strove to sneak behind his conductor. "Ladies," said he, "Mr. Dubster desires to have the honour of walking over his house and grounds with you." Camilla declared she had no time to alight, but Lionel insisted, and soon forced them both from the coach. Mr. Dubster, no longer stiff, starched, and proud, as when full dress, was sunk into the smallest insignificance, and when they were compelled to enter his grounds through a small Chinese gate, painted of a deep blue, would entirely have kept out of sight, but for a whisper from Lionel that the ladies had owned they thought he looked to particular advantage in that careless attire. Encouraged by this, he came boldly forward, and suddenly facing them, made a low bow, saying, "Young ladies, you're humble." They curtsied slightly, and Camilla said she was very sorry to break in upon him. "Oh, it don't much matter," cried he, extremely pleased by this civility. "I only hope, young ladies, you won't take umbrage at my receiving you in this pickle, but you've popped upon me unawares, as one might say, and my best coat is at this very minute at Tom Hicks's, nicely packed and papered up and tied all round in a drawer of his upstairs in his room, and I'd have gone for it with the greatest pleasure in life to shew my respect, if the young gentleman would have let me." And then, recollecting Eugenia, "Good lauk, ma'am," said he in a low voice to Camilla, "that's the same lame little lady as I saw at the ball?" "That lady, sir," answered she, provoked, "is my sister." "Mercies me!" exclaimed he, lifting up his hands. "I wish I'd known as much at the time. I'm sure, ma'am, if I'd have thought the young lady was anyways related to you, I would not have said a word disrespectful upon no account." Lionel asked how long he had this place. "Only a little while. I happened of it quite lucky. A friend of mine was just being turned out of it in default of payment, and so I got it a bargain. I intend to fix it up a little in taste, and then, whether I like it or no, I can always let in." They were now, by Lionel, dragged into the house, which was yet unfurnished, half papered, and half whitewashed. The workmen, Mr. Dubster said, were just gone to dinner, and he rejoiced that they had happened to come so conveniently, when he should be no loser by leaving the men to themselves, in order to oblige the young ladies with his company. He insisted upon shewing them not only every room, but every closet, every cupboard, every nook, corner, and hiding place, praising their utility, and enumerating all their possible approbations with the most minute encomiums. "But I'm quite sorry," cried he, "young ladies, to think as I've nothing to offer you. I eats my dinner always at the Globe, having nobody here to cook. However, I'd have had a morsel of cake or so, if the young gentleman had been so kind as to give me an item beforehand of your intending me the favour. But as to getting things into the house haphazard, really everything is so dear, it's quite out of reason." The scampering of horses now carrying them to a window, they saw some hounds in full cry, followed by horsemen in full gallop. Lionel declared he would borrow Jacob's mare and join them, while his sisters walked about the grounds; but Camilla, taking him aside, made a serious expostulation, protesting that her father, with all his indulgence, and even her uncle himself, would be certainly displeased if he left them alone with this man, of whom they knew nothing but his very low trade. "Why, what is his trade?" "A tinker's. Mrs. Arlberry told me so." He laughed violently at this information, protesting he was rejoiced to find so much money could be made by the tinkering business, which he was determined to follow in his next distress for cash, yet added he feared this was only the malice of Mrs. Arlberry, for Dubster, he had been told, had kept a shop for ready-made wigs. He gave up, however, his project for getting the chase when he no longer heard the hounds, and desired Mr. Dubster to proceed in shoeing his lions. "Lauk a days, sir, I've got no lions, nor tigers neither. It's a deal of expense keeping them animals, and though I know they reckon me near, I shan't do no such thing, for if a man does not take a little care of his money when once he's got it, especially if it's honestly, I think he's a fool for his pains, begging pardon for speaking my mind so freely." He then led them again to the front of the house, where he desired they would look at his pond. "This," said he, "is what I value the most of all, except my summer house and my labyrinth. I shall stock it well, and many a good dinner I hope to eat from it. It gives me an appetite, sometimes I think, only to look at it." "'Tis a beautiful piece of water," said Lionel, "and may be useful to the outside as well as the inside, for if you go in head foremost, you may bathe as well as feed from it." "No, I shan't do that, sir. I'm not over and above fond of water at best. However, I shall have a swan." "A swan! Why, sure you won't be contented with only one?" "Oh, yes, I shall. It will only be made of wood, painted over in white. There's no end of feeding them things if one has 'em alive. Besides, it will look just as pretty and won't bite. And I know a friend of mine that one of them creatures flew at and gave him such a bang as he almost broke his leg, only for throwing a stone at it, out of mere play. They are mortal spiteful, if you happen to hurt them when you're in their reach." He then begged them to go over to his island, which proved to be what Eugenia had taken for a mass of rubbish. They would fain have been excused crossing a plank, which he called a bridge, but Lionel would not be denied. "Now here," said he, "when my island's finished, I shall have something these young ladies will like, and that's a lamb." "Alive or dead?" cried Lionel. "Alive," he replied, "for I shall have good pasture in a little bit of ground just by where I shall keep me a cow, and here will be grass enough upon my island to keep it from starving on Sundays. And for now and then, when I've someone come to see me, and when it's fit for killing, I can change it with the farmer down the lane for another young one, by a bargain I've agreed with him for already, for I don't love to run no risks about a thing for mere pleasure." "Your place will be quite a paradise," said Lionel. "Why, indeed, sir, I think I've earned having a little recreating, for I worked hard enough for it before I happened of meeting with my first wife." "Oh, ho! So you began with marrying a fortune?" "Yes, sir, and very pretty she was too, if she had not been so puny. But she was always ailing. She cost me a mort of money to the potticary before she went off, and she was a tedious while a dying, poor soul." "Your first wife! Surely you have not been twice married already?" "Yes, I have. My second wife brought me a very pretty fortune too. I can't say but I've rather had the luck of it, as far as I've gone yet a while." They now repassed the plank, and were conducted to an angle, in which a bench was placed close to the Chinese rail, which was somewhat shaded by a willow that grew in a little piece of stagnant water on the other side. A syringa was planted in front, and a broom tree on the right united it with the willow. In the middle there was a deal table. "Now, young ladies," said Mr. Dubster, "if you have a taste to breathe a little fresh country air, here's where I advise you to take your rest. When I come to this place first, my arbor, as I call this, had no lookout, but just to the field, so I cut away them lilacs, and now there's a good pretty lookout. And it's a thing not to be believed, what a sight of people, and coaches, and gentlemen's whiskies, and stages, and flies, and wagons, and all sorts of things as ever you can think of, goes by all day long. I often think people's got but little to do at home." Next he desired to lead them to his grotto, which he said was but just begun. It was indeed as yet nothing but a little square hole, dug into a chalky soil, down into which, no steps being yet made, he slid, as well as he could, to the no small whitening of his old brown coat, which already was threadbare. He begged the ladies to follow, that he might shew them the devices he had marked out with his own hand and from his own head for fitting up the inside. Lionel would not suffer his sisters to refuse compliance, though Mr. Dubster himself cautioned them to come carefully. "In particular," he said, "the little lady, as she has happened of an ugly accident already, as I judge, in one of her hips, and 'twould be pity, at her time of life, if she should happen of another at t'other side." Eugenia, not aware this misfortune was so glaring, felt much hurt by this speech, and Camilla, very angry with its speaker, sought to silence him by a resentful look, but not observing it, "Pray, ma'am," he continued, "was it a fall, or was you born so?" Eugenia looked struck and surprised, and Camilla hastily whispered it was a fall, and bid him say no more about it; but not understanding her, "I take it, then," he said, "that was what stunted your growth so, miss? For I take it you're not much above the dwarf as they shew at Exeter Change. Much of a muchness, I guess. Did you ever see him, ma'am?" "No, sir." "It would be a good sight enough to see you together. He'd think himself a man in a minute. You must have had the smallpox mortal bad, ma'am. I suppose you'd the conflent sort?" Camilla here, without waiting for help, slid down into the intended grotto, and asked 1,000 questions to change the subject, while Eugenia, much disconcerted, slowly followed, aided by Lionel. Mr. Dubster then displayed the ingenious intermixture of circles and diamonds projected for the embellishment of his grotto, the first of which were to be formed with cockle shells, which he meant to colour with blue paint, and the second he proposed shaping with bits of shining black coal. The spaces between would each have an oyster shell in the middle, and here and there he designed to leave the chalk to itself, which would always, he observed, make the grotto light and cheery. Shells, he said, unluckily he did not happen to have, but as he had thoughts of taking a little pleasure some summer at Brighthelmstone or Margate, for he intended to see all those places, he should make a collection then, being told he might have as curious shells, and pebbles too, as a man could wish to look at, only for the trouble of picking them up off the shore. They next went to what he called his labyrinth, which was a little walk he was cutting, zigzag, through some brushwood, so low that no person above 3 foot height could be hid by it. Every step they took here cost a rent to some lace or some muslin of one of the sisters, which Mr. Dubster observed with a delight he could not conceal, saying this was a true country walk, and would do them both a great deal of good, and adding, "We that live in town would give our ears for such a thing as this." And though they could never proceed a yard at a time, from the continual necessity of disentangling their dress from thorns and briars, he exultingly boasted that he should give them a good appetite for their dinner, and asked if this rural ramble did not make them begin to feel hungry. "For my part," continued he, "if once I get settled a bit, I shall take a turn in this zigzag every day before dinner, which may save me my 5 grains of rhubarb that the doctor ordered me for my stomach, since my having my illness, which came upon me almost as soon as I was a gentleman, from change of life, I believe, for I never knew no other reason, and none of the doctors could tell me nothing about it. But a man that's had a deal to do feels quite unked at first when he's only got to look and stare about him, and just walk from one room to another without no employment." Lionel said he hoped at least he would not require his rhubarb to get down his dinner to day. "I hope so too, squire," answered he, licking his lips, "for I've ordered a pretty good one, I can tell you, beefsteaks and onions, and I don't know what's better. Tom Hicks is to dine with me at the Globe, as soon as I've give my workmen their tasks, and seen after a young lad that's to do me a job there by my grotto. Tom Hicks is a very good fellow. I like him best of any acquaintance I've made in these here parts. Indeed, I've made no other, on account of the inconvenience of dressing when I'm so much about with my workmen. So I keep pretty incog from the genteel, and Tom does well enough in the interim." He then requested them to make haste to his summer house, because his workmen would be soon returned, and he could not then spare a moment longer without spoiling his own dinner. "My summer house," said he, "is not above half complete yet, but it will be very pretty when it's done, only I've got no stairs yet to it, but there's a very good ladder, if the ladies ain't afraid." The ladies both desired to be excused mounting, but Lionel protested he would not have his friend affronted, and as neither of them were in the habit of resisting him, nor of investigating with seriousness anything that he proposed, they were soon tased into acquiescence, and he assisted them to ascend. Mr. Dubster followed. The summer house was as yet no more than a shell, without windows, scarcely roofed, and composed of lath and plaster not half dry. It looked on to the high road, and Mr. Dubster assured them that on market days the people passed so thick there was no seeing them for the dust. Here they soon had cause to repent their facility, that dangerous yet venial because natural fault of youth, for hardly had they entered this place ere a distant glimpse of a fleet stag and a party of sportsmen incited Lionel to scamper down, and calling out, "I shall be back presently," he made off towards the house, dragging the ladder after him. The sisters eagerly and almost angrily remonstrated, but to no purpose, and while they were still entreating him to return, and supposing him, though out of sight, within hearing, they suddenly perceived him passing the window by the high road on horseback, switch in hand, and looking in the utmost glee. "I have borrowed Jacob's mare," he cried, "for just half an hour's sport, and sent Jacob and Coachy to get a little refreshment at the next public house; but don't be impatient, I shan't be long." Off then he galloped, laughing, in defiance of the serious entreaties of his sisters, and without staying to hear even one sentence of the formal exhortations of Mr. Dubster. Chapter 3. Book 4, Chapter 3 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth by Fanny Burney. Book 4, Chapter 3. A Few Compliments. The two young ladies and Mr. Dubster, left thus together, and so situated that separation without assistance was impossible, looked at one another for some time in nearly equal dismay; and then Mr. Dubster, with much displeasure, exclaimed, "Them young gentlemen are as full of mischief as an egg's full of meat. Who'd have thought of a person's going to do such a thing as this? It's mortal unconvenient, making me leave my workmen at this rate, for I dare say they're come or coming by this time. I wish I'd tied the ladder to this here rafter." The sisters, though equally provoked, thought it necessary to make some apology for the wild behaviour of their brother. "Oh, young ladies," said he, formally waving his hand by way of a bow, "I don't in the least mean to blame you about it, for you're very welcome to stay as long as it's agreeable, only I hope he'll come back by my dinner time, for a cold beef steak is one or other the worst morsel I know." He then kept an unremitting watch from one window to another for some passenger from whom he could claim aid; but much as he had boasted of the numbers perpetually in sight, he now dolorously confessed that sometimes not a soul came near the place for half a day together. "And as to my workmen," continued he, "the deuce can't make 'em hear if once they begin their knocking and hammering." And then, with a smirk at the idea, he added, "I'll tell you what, I'd best give a good squall at once, and then, if they are come, I may catch 'em, in the proviso you won't mind it, young ladies." This scheme was put immediately into practice, but, though the sisters were obliged to stop their ears from his vociferation, it answered no purpose. "Well, I'll bet you what you will," cried he, "they are all deaf. However, it's as well as it is, for if they was to come and see me hoisted up in this cage like, they'd only make a joke of it, and then they'd mind me no more than a pin never again. It's surprising how them young gentlemen never think of nothing. If he'd served me so when I was a prentice, he'd have paid pretty dear for his frolic. Master would have charged him half a day's work as sure as a gun." Soon after, while looking out of the window, "I do think," he exclaimed, "I see somebody. It shall go hard but what I'll make 'em come to us." He then shouted with great violence, but the person crossed the stile into a field without seeing or hearing him. This provoked him very seriously, and turning to Camilla rather indignantly, he said, "Really, ma'am, I wish you'd tell your brother I should take it as a favour he'd never serve me o' this manner no more." She hoped, she said, he would in future be more considerate. "It's a great hindrance to business, ma'am, such things, and it's a sheer love of mischief too, begging pardon, for it's of no manner of use to him no more than it is to us." He then desired that if anybody should pass by again, they might all squall out at once, saying it was odds then but they might be heard. "Not that it's over agreeable at the best," added he, "for if one was to stop any poor person, and make 'em come round and look for the ladder, one could not be off giving them something; and as to any of the gentlefolks, one might beg and pray as long as one would before they'd stir a step for one; and as to any of one's acquaintance, if they was to go by, it's 10 to 1 but they'd only fall a laughing. People's generally ill natured when they sees one in jeopardy." Eugenia, already thoughtful and discomposed, now grew uneasy lest her uncle should be surprised at her long absence. This a little appeased Mr. Dubster, who, with less resentment, said, "So I see then we're all in the same quandary. However, don't mind it, young ladies. You can have no great matters to do with your time, I take it, so it does not so much signify; but a man's quite different. He looks like a fool, as one may say, poked up in such a place as this, to be stared at by all comers and goers, only nobody happens to pass by." His lamentations now were happily interrupted by the appearance of 3 women and a boy, who, with baskets on their heads, were returning from the next market town. With infinite satisfaction he prepared to assail them, saying he should now have some chance to get a bit of dinner, and assuring the ladies that if they should like a little scrap for a relish, he should be very willing to send 'em it by their footman. "For it's a long while," said he, "young ladies, to be fasting, that's the truth of it." The market women now approached, and were most clamorously hailed before their own loud discourse, and the singing and whistling of the boy permitted their hearing the appeal. "Pray, will you be so kind," said Mr. Dubster, when he had made them stop, "as to step round by the house, and see if you can see the workmen, and if you can tell 'em a young gentleman as come here while they was at dinner has taken away the ladder, and left us stuck up here in the lurch?" The women all laughed, and said it was a good merry trick, but were preparing to follow his directions, when Mr. Dubster called after the boy, who loitered behind, with an encouraging nod, "If you'll bring the ladder with you upon your shoulders, my lad, I'll give you a halfpenny." The boy was well contented, but the women, a little alarmed, turned back and said, "And what will you give to us, master?" "Give?" repeated he, a little embarrassed. "Why, I'll thank you kindly, and it won't be much out of your way, for the house is only round there." "You'll thank us kindly, will you?" said one of the women. "It's like you may, but what will you do over and above?" "Do? Why, it's no great matter, just to stop at the house as you go by, and tell 'em—" Here Eugenia whispered she would herself satisfy them, and begged he would let them make their own terms.
No, miss, no. I don't like to see nobody's money fooled away no more than my own. However, as you are so generous, I'll agree with 'em to give 'em a pot of beer." He then with some parade made this concession, but said he must see the latter before the money should be laid down. "A pot of beer for four! A pot of beer for four!" they all exclaimed in a breath, and down everyone put her basket and sent her arms akimbo, unanimously declaring they would shame him for such stinginess. The most violent abuse now followed, the boy imitating them, and every other sentence concluded with "A pot of beer for four! Ha!" Camilla and Eugenia, both frightened, besought that they might have anything and everything that could appease them. But Mr. Dubster was inflexible not to submit to imposition, because of a few foul words. "For dear heart," said he, "what harm will they do us? They an't of no consequence." Then addressing them again, "As to four," he cried, "that's one over the bargain, for I did not reckon the boy for nothing." "You didn't you?" cried the boy. "Ecod, I hope I'm as good as you any day in the year." "You'll thank us kindly, will you?" said one of the women. "To fackins, and so you shall, when we're fools enough to serve you. A pot of beer for four." "We help you down, we get you a ladder," cried another. "Yes, forsooth, if like we may. No, stay where you are, like a toad in a hole as you be." Camilla and Eugenia, now tired of vain application to Mr. Dubster, who heard all this abuse with the most sedate unconcern, advanced themselves to the window, and Eugenia, ever foremost where money was to be given, began, "Good women," when, with a violent loud shout, they called out, "What! Are you all in Hobbs' Pond? Well, they as will may let you out for we, so I wish you a merry time of it." Eugenia began again her "good women," when the boy exclaimed, "What were you put up there for, miss, to frighten the crows?" Eugenia, not understanding him, was once more recommencing, but the first woman said, "I suppose you think we'll serve you for looking at. No need to be paid." "Yes, yes," cried the second, "miss may go to market with her beauty. She'll not want for nothing if she shew her pretty face." "She need not be afeard of it, however," said the third, "for 'twill never be no worse. Only take care, miss, you don't catch the small pox." "Oh, faix, that would be a pity," cried the boy, "for fear miss should be marked." Eugenia, astonished and confounded, made no further attempt; but Camilla, though at that moment she could have inflicted any punishment upon such unprovoked assailants, affected to give but little weight to what they said, and gently drew her away. "Hoity toity!" cried one of the women as she moved off. "Why, miss, do you walk upon your knees?" "Why, my Paul would make two of her," said another, "though she's only 9 years old." "She won't take much for cloths," cried another, "that's one good thing." "I'd answer to make her a gown out of my apron," said the third. "Your apron!" cried another. "Your pocket handkerchief, you mean. Why, she'd be lost in your apron, and you might look half an hour before you'd find her." Eugenia, to whom such language was utterly new, was now in such visible consternation that Camilla, affrighted, earnestly charged Dubster to find any means, either of menace or of reward, to make them depart. "Lawk, don't mind them, ma'am," cried he, following Eugenia. "They can't do you no hurt, though they are rather rude, I must needs confess the truth, to say such things to your face; but one must not expect people to be over polite so far from London. However, I see the sporting gentry coming round over that way yonder, and I warrant they'll gallop 'em off. Harkye, mistresses, them gentlemen that are coming here shall take you before the justice for affronting Sir Hugh Tyrrell's heiresses to all his fortunes." The women, to whom the name and generous deeds of Sir Hugh Tyrrell were familiar, were now quieted and dismayed.
They offered some awkward apologies of not guessing such young ladies could be posted up in such a place, and hoped it would be no detriment to them at the ensuing Christmas, when the good baronet gave away beef and beer. But Mr. Dubster pompously ordered them to make off, saying he would not accept the latter from them now, for the gentry that were coming would get it for nothing. "So troop off," cried he; "and as for you," to the boy, "you should have your jacket well trimmed, I promise you. I know who you are well enough, and I'll tell your master of you as sure as you're alive." Away then, with complete though not well principled repentance, they all marched. Mr. Dubster, turning round with exultation, cried, "I only said that to frighten them, for I never seen 'em before as I know of, but I don't mind 'em of a rush. I hope you don't neither, though I can't pretend it's over agreeable being made fun of. If I see anybody snicker at me, I always ask 'em what it's for I'd as lieve as they'd let it alone." Eugenia, who, as there was no seat, had sunk upon the floor for rest and for refuge, remained silent, and seemed almost petrified, while Camilla, affectionately leaning over her, began talking upon other subjects in hopes to dissipate a shock she was ashamed to console. She made no reply, no comment, but sighed deeply. "Look," cried Mr. Dubster, "what's the matter with the young lady? I hope she don't go for to take to heart what them old women says. She'll be never the worse to look at because of their impudence. Besides, fretting does no good to nothing. If you'll only come and stand here where I do, miss, you may have a peep at ever so many dogs and all the gentlemen riding helter-skelter round that hill. It's a pretty sight enough for them as has nothing better to mind. I don't know but I might make one among them myself now and then, if it was not for the expensiveness of hiring a horse." Here some of the party came galloping towards them, and Mr. Dubster made so loud an outcry that 2 or 3 of the sportsmen looked up, and one of them, riding close to the summer house, perceived the 2 young ladies, and, instantly dismounting, fastened his horse to a tree, and contrived to scramble up into the little unfinished building. Camilla then saw it was Major Sirwood. She explained to him the mischievous frolic of her brother, and accepted his offered services to find the ladder and the carriage. Eugenia meanwhile rose and curtsied in answer to his enquiries after her health, and then, gravely fixing her eyes upon the ground, took no further notice of him. The object of the major was not Eugenia. Her taciturnity therefore did not affect him, but pleased to be shut up with Camilla, he soon found out that, though to mount had been easy, to descend would be difficult, and after various mock efforts, pronounced it would be necessary to wait till some assistance arrived from below, adding, young Mr. Tyrrell would soon return, as he had seen him in the hunt. Camilla, whose concern now was all for her sister, heard this with indifference, but Mr. Dubster lost all patience. "So here," said he, "I may stay and let Tom Hicks eat up all my dinner, for I can't expect him to fast, because of this young gentleman's comical tricks. I've half a mind to give a jump down myself, and go look for the ladder, only I'm not over light. Besides, if one should break one's leg, it's but a hard thing upon a man to be a cripple in the middle of life. It's no such great hindrance to a lady, so I don't say it out of disrespect, because ladies can't do much at the best." The major, finding Dubster was his host, thought it necessary to take some notice of him, and asked him if he never rode out. "Why, no, not much of that, sir," he answered; "for when a man's not over used to riding, one's apt to get a bad tumble sometimes. I believe it's as well let alone. I never see as there was much wit in breaking one's neck before one's time. Besides, half them gentlemen are no better than sharpers, begging pardon, for all they look as if they could knock one down." "How do you mean sharpers, sir?" "Why, they don't pay every one his own, not 1 in 10 of 'em, and they're as proud as Lucifer. If I was to go among them to morrow, I'll lay a wager they'd take no notice of me.
unless I was to ask them to dinner, and a man may soon eat up his substance if he's so over complacent."
"Surely, Major," cried Camilla, "my brother cannot be much longer before he joins us remembers us, rather."
"Who else could desert or forget you?" cried the Major. "It's a moot point whether he'll come or no, I see that," said Mr. Dubster, quite enraged. "Them young squires never know what to do for their fun. I must needs say I think it's pity but what he'd brought up to some calling. 'Twould have steadied him a little, I warrant. He don't seem to know much of the troubles of life."
A shower of rain now revived his hopes that the fear of being wet might bring him back, not considering how little sportsmen regard wet jackets.
"However," continued he, "it's really a piece of good luck that he was not taken with a fancy to leave us upon my island, and then we might all have been soused by this here rain, and he could just as well have walked off with my bridge as with the ladder."
Here, to his inexpressible relief, Lionel, from the road, hailed them, and Camilla, with emotion the most violent, perceived Edgar was by his side. Mr. Dubster, however, angry as well as glad, very solemnly said,
"I wonder, sir, what you think my workmen have been doing all this time, with nobody to look after them. Besides that, I promised a pot of beer to a lad to wheel me away all that rubbish I'd cut out of my grotto, and it's a good half day's work, do it who will, and 10 to 1 if they'd stirred a nail all left to themselves so."
"Pho, man, you've been too happy, I hope, to trouble your mind about business. How do, my little girls? How you have been entertained?"
"This is a better joke to you than to us, squire; but pray, sir, begging pardon, how came you to forget what I told you about the globe? I know very well that they say it's quite alley mode to make fun, but I can't pretend as I'm over fond of the custom."
He then desired that, at least, if he would not get the ladder himself, he would tell that other gentleman that was with him what he had done with it. Edgar, having met Lionel, and heard from him how and where he had left his sisters, had impatiently ridden with him to their relief; but when he saw that the Major made one in the little party, and that he was standing by Camilla, he felt hurt and amazed, and proceeded no farther. Camilla believed herself careless of his opinion. What she had heard from Miss Margland of his professed indifference gave her now as much resentment as at first it had caused her grief. She thought such a declaration an unprovoked indignity. She deigned not even to look at him, resolved for ever to avoid him, yet to prove herself at the same time unmortified and disengaged, talked cheerfully with the Major. Lionel, now producing the ladder, ran up it to help his sisters to descend, and Edgar, dismounting, could not resist entering the grounds to offer them his hand as they came down. Eugenia was first assisted, for Camilla talked on with the Major as if not hearing she was called; and Mr. Dubster, his complaisance wholly worn out, next followed, bowing low to every one separately, and begging pardon, but saying he could really afford to waste no more time without going to give a little look after his workmen, to see if they were alive or dead. At this time the horse of the Major, by some accident breaking loose, his master was forced to run down, and Lionel scampered after to assist him. Camilla remained alone. Edgar, slowly mounting the ladder, gravely offered his services, but hastily leaning out of the window, she pretended to be too much occupied in watching the motions of the Major and his horse to hear or attend to anything else. A sigh now tore the heart of Edgar, from doubt if this were preference to the Major, or the first dawn of incipient coquetry, but he called not upon her again. He stood quietly behind till the horse was seized, and the Major reascended the ladder. They then stood at each side of it, with offers of assistance. This appeared to Camilla a fortunate moment for making a spirited display of her indifference. She gave her hand to the Major, and, slightly curtsying to Edgar as she passed, was conducted to the carriage of her uncle. Lionel, again, was the only one who spoke in the short route to Etherington, whence Eugenia, without alighting, returned to Cleves. Chapter 4. Book 4, Chapter 4 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth by Fanny Burney. Book 4, Chapter 4. The Danger of Disguise. Edgar remained behind, almost petrified. He stood in the little building, looking after them, yet neither descending nor stirring, till one of the workmen advanced to fetch the ladder. He then hastily quitted the spot, mounted his horse, and galloped after the carriage, though without any actual design to follow it, or any formed purpose whither to go. The sight, however, of the Major pursuing the same route made him, with deep disgust, turn about and take the shortest road to Beech Park. He hardly breathed the whole way from indignation, yet his wrath was without definition, and nearly beyond comprehensibility even to himself, till suddenly recurring to the lovely smile with which Camilla had accepted the assistance of Major Sherwood, he involuntarily clasped his hands and called out, "Oh, happy Major!" Awakened by his ejaculation to the true state of his feelings, he started as from a sword held at his breast. "Jealousy!" he cried. "Am I reduced to so humiliating a passion? Am I capable of love without trust? Unhappy enough to cherish it with hope? No, I will not be such a slave to the delusions of inclination. I will abandon neither my honour nor my judgment to my wishes. It is not alone even her heart that can fully satisfy me. Its delicacy must be mine as well as its preference. Jealousy is a passion for which my mind is not framed, and which I must not find a torment, but an impossibility." He now began to fear he had made a choice the most injudicious, and that coquetry and caprice had only waited opportunity to take place of candour and frankness. Yet, recollecting the disclaiming speeches he had been compelled to make at Cleves, he thought, if she had heard them, she might be actuated by resentment. Even then, however, her manner of shewing it was alarming and fraught with mischief. He reflected with fresh repugnance upon the gay and dissipated society with which she was newly mixing, and which, from her extreme openness and facility, might so easily, yet so fatally, sully the fair artlessness of her mind. He then felt tempted to hint to Mr. Tyrrell, who, viewing all things and all people in the best light, rarely foresaw danger, and never suspected deception, the expediency of her breaking off this intercourse till she could pursue it under the security of her mother's penetrating protection. But it occurred to him next, it was possible the Major might have pleased her. Ardent as were his own views, they had never been declared, while those of the Major seemed proclaimed without reserve. He felt his face tingle at the idea, though it nearly made his heart cease to beat, and determined to satisfy his conjecture ere he took any measure for himself. To speak to her openly he thought the surest as well as fairest way, and resolved, with whatever anguish, should he find the Major favoured, to aid her choice in his fraternal character, and then travel till he should forget her in every other. For this purpose it was necessary to make immediate enquiry into the situation of the Major, and then, if she would hear him, relate to her the result, well assured to gather the state of her heart upon this subject by her manner of attending to the least word by which it should be introduced. Camilla, meanwhile, was somewhat comforted by the exertion she had shewn, and by her hopes it had struck Edgar, with respect. The next morning Sir Hugh sent for her again, and begged she would pass the whole day with her sister Eugenia, and use all her pretty ways to amuse her, for she had returned home the preceding morning quite moped with melancholy, and had continued pining ever since, refusing to leave her room even for meals, yet giving no reason for her behaviour. What had come to her he could not tell, but to see her so went to his heart, for she had always, he said, till now, been cheerful and even-tempered, though thinking over her learning made her not much of a young person. Camilla flew up the stairs, and found her with a look of despondence, seated in a corner of her room, which she had darkened by nearly shutting all the shutters. She knew but too well the rude shock she had received, and sought to revive her with every expression of soothing kindness, but she shook her head, and continued mute, melancholy, and wrapped in meditation. More than an hour was spent thus, the strict orders of Sir Hugh forbidding them any intrusion; but when at length Camilla ventured to say, "Is it possible, my dearest Eugenia, the passing insolence of 2 or 3 brutal wenches can affect you thus deeply?" she awakened from her silent trance, and raising her head, while something bordering upon resentment began to kindle in her breast, cried, "Spare me this question, Camilla, and I will spare you all reproach." "What reproach, my dear sister?" cried Camilla, amazed. "What reproach have I merited?" "The reproach," answered she solemnly, "that from me all my family merit; the reproach of representing to me that thousands resembled me; of assuring me I had nothing peculiar to myself, though I was so unlike all my family; of deluding me into utter ignorance of my unhappy defects, and then casting me, all unconscious and unprepared, into the wide world to hear them." She would now have shut herself into her book closet, but Camilla, forcing her way, and almost kneeling to be heard, conjured her to drive such cruel ideas from her mind, and treat the barbarous insults that she had suffered with the contempt they deserved. "Camilla," said she firmly, "I am no longer to be deceived nor trifled with. I will no more expose to the light a form and face so hideous. I will retire from all mankind, and end my destined course in a solitude that no one shall discover." Camilla, terrified, besought her to form no such plan, bewailed the unfortunate adventure of the preceding day, inveighed against the inhuman women, and pleaded the love of all her family with the most energetic affection. "Those women," she said calmly, "are not to blame. They have been untutored, but not false; and they have only uttered such truths as I ought to have learned from my cradle. My own blindness has been infatuated, but it sprung from inattention and ignorance. It is now removed. Leave me, Camilla. Give notice to my uncle. He must find me some retreat. Tell all that has passed to my father. I will myself write to my mother, and when my mind is more subdued, and when sincerely and unaffectedly I can forgive you from all my heart, I may consent to see you again." She then positively insisted upon being left. Camilla, penetrated with her undeserved yet irremediable distress, still continued at her door, supplicating for readmittance in the softest terms, but without any success, till the second dinner bell summoned her downstairs. She then fervently called upon her sister to speak once more, and tell her what she must do, and what say. Eugenia steadily answered, "You have already my commission. I have no change to make in it." Unable to obtain anything further, she painfully descended; but the voice of her uncle no sooner reached her ears from the dining parlour than, shocked to convey to him so terrible a message, she again ran upstairs, and casting herself against her sister's door, called out, "Eugenia, I dare not obey you! Would you kill my poor uncle? My uncle, who loves us all so tenderly?
Would you make him unhappy?"
"No, not for the universe," she answered, opening the door, and then more gently, yet not less steadfastly, looking at her. "I know," she continued, "you are all very good. I know all was meant for the best. I know I must be a monster not to love you for the very error to which I am a victim. I forgive you therefore all, and I blush to have felt angry. But yet, at the age of 15, at the instant of entering into the world, at the approach of forming a connection which, oh Camilla, what a time, what a period, to discover, to know that I cannot even be seen without being derided and offended." Her voice faltered, and running to the window curtain, she entwined herself in its folds, and called out, "Oh, hide me from every human eye, from everything that lives and breathes! Pursue me, persecute me no longer, but suffer me to abide by myself till my fortitude is better strengthened to meet my destiny." The least impatience from Eugenia was too rare to be opposed, and Camilla, who, in common with all her family, notwithstanding her extreme youth, respected as much as she loved her, sought only to appease her by promising compliance. She gave to her therefore an unresisted though unreturned embrace, and went to the dining parlour. Sir Hugh was much disappointed to see her without her sister, but she evaded any account of the commission till the meal was over, and then begged to speak with him alone. Gently and gradually she disclosed the source of the sadness of Eugenia, but Sir Hugh heard it with a dismay that almost overwhelmed him. All his contrition for the evils of which unhappily he had been the cause returned with severest force, and far from opposing her scheme of retreat, he empowered Camilla to offer her any residence she chose, and to tell her he would keep out of her sight as the cause of all her misfortunes, or give her the immediate possession and disposal of his whole estate, if that would make her better amends than to wait till his death. This message was no sooner delivered to Eugenia than, losing at once every angry impression, she hastened down stairs, and casting herself at the knees of her uncle, begged him to pardon her design, and promised never to leave him while she lived. Sir Hugh, most affectionately embracing her, said, "You are too good, my dear, a great deal too good, to one who has used you so ill, at the very time when you were too young to help yourself. I have not a word to offer in my own behalf, except to hope you will forgive me for the sake of its being all done out of pure ignorance." Alas, my dearest uncle, all I owe to your intentions is the deepest gratitude, and it is yours from the bottom of my heart. Chance alone was my enemy, and all I have to regret is, that no one was sincere enough, kind enough, considerate enough to instruct me of the extent of my misfortunes, and prepare me for the attacks to which I am liable. "My dear girl," said he, while tears started into his eyes, "what you say nobody can reply to, and I find I have been doing you one wrong after another, instead of the least good; for all this was by my own order, which it is but fair to your brothers and sisters, and father and mother, and the servants to confess. God knows I have faults enough of my own upon my head, without taking another of pretending to have none." Eugenia now sought to condole him in her turn, voluntarily promising to mix with the family as usual, and only desiring to be excused from going abroad or seeing any strangers. "My dear," said he, "you shall judge just what you think fit, which is the least thing I can do for you, after your being so kind as to forgive me, which I hope to do nothing in future not to deserve more, meaning always to ask my brother's advice, which might have saved me all my worst actions if I had done it sooner.
for I've used poor Camilla no better, except not giving her the small pox and that bad fall. But don't hate me, my dears, if you can help it, for it was none of it done for want of love, only not knowing how to shew it in the proper manner, which I hope you'll excuse for the score of my bad education."
"Oh, my uncle!" cried Camilla, throwing her arms round his neck, while Eugenia embraced his knees, "what language is this for nieces who owe so much to your goodness, and who, next to their parents, love you more than anything upon earth?"
"You are both the best little girls in the world, my dears, and I need have nothing upon my conscience if you two pass it over, which is a great relief to me, for there's nobody else I've used so bad as you two young girls, which, God knows, goes to my heart whenever I think of it. Poor little innocents, what had you ever done to provoke me?"
The two sisters, with the most virtuous emulation, vied with each other in demonstrative affection, till he was tolerably consoled. The rest of the day was ruffled but for one moment, upon Sir Hugh's answering to a proposition of Miss Margland for a party to the next Middleton races, that there was no refusing to let Eugenia take that pleasure, after her behaving so nobly. Her face was then again overcast with the deepest gloom, and she begged not to hear of the races, nor of any other place, public or private, for going abroad, as she meant, during the rest of her life, immovably to remain at home. He looked much concerned, but assured her she should be mistress in everything. Camilla left them in the evening, with a promise to return the next day, and with every anxiety of her own, lost in pity for her innocent and unfortunate sister. She was soon, however, called back to herself, when, with what light yet remained, she saw Edgar ride up to the coach door. With indefatigable pains he had devoted the day to the search of information concerning the major. Of Mrs. Albury he had learned that he was a man of fashion but small fortune, and from the ensign he had gathered that even that small fortune was gone, and that the estate in which it was vested had been mortgaged for £3000 to pay certain debts of honour. Edgar had already been to the parsonage house, but hearing Camilla was at Cleves, had made a short visit, and determined to walk his horse upon the road till he met the carriage of Sir Hugh, believing he could have no better opportunity of seeing her alone. Yet, when the coach, upon his riding up to the door, stopped, he found himself in an embarrassment for which he was unprepared. He asked how she did, desired news of the health of all the family one by one, and then, struck by the coldness of her answers, suffered the carriage to drive on. Confounded at so sudden a loss of all presence of mind, he continued for a minute or two just where she left him, and then galloped after the coach, and again presented himself at its window. In a voice and manner the most hurried, he apologized for this second detention. "But I believe," he said, "some genius of officiousness has to day taken possession of me, for I began it upon a quixote sort of enterprise, and a spirit of knight errantry seems willing to accompany me through it to the end." He stopped, but she did not speak. Her first sensation at his sight had been wholly indignant, but when she found he had something to say which he knew not how to pronounce, her curiosity was awakened, and she looked earnest for an explanation. "I know," he resumed, with considerable hesitation, "that to give advice and to give pain is commonly the same thing. I do not therefore mean, I have no intention, though so lately you allowed me a privilege never to be forgotten." He could not get on, and his embarrassment and this recollection soon robbed Camilla of every angry emotion. She looked down, but her countenance was full of sensibility, and Edgar, recovering his voice, proceeded. "My quixotism, I was going to say, of this morning, though for a person of whom I know almost nothing, would urge me to every possible effort, were I certain the result would give pleasure to the person for whom alone, since with regard to himself, it is merely involved in expressions he knew not how to clear or to finish, he was again without breath, and Camilla, raising her eyes, looked at him with astonishment. Endeavouring then to laugh, "One would think," cried he, "this same quixotism had taken possession of my intellects, and rendered them as confused as if, instead of an agent, I were a principal." Still wholly in the dark as to his aim, yet satisfied by these last words it had no reference to himself, she now lost enough of the acuteness of her curiosity to dare avow what yet remained, and begged him, without further preface, to be more explicit. Stammering, he then said that the evident admiration with which a certain gentleman was seen to sigh in her train had awakened for him an interest which had induced some inquiries into the state of his prospects and expectations. "These," he continued, "turn out to be, though not high, nor by any means adequate to however, they are such as some previous friendly exertions, with settled future economy, might render more propitious; and for those previous exertions Mr. Tyrrell has a claim which it would be the pride and happiness of my life to see him honour, if The if almost dropped inarticulated, but he added, "I shall make some further inquiries before I venture to say any more." "For yourself, then, be they made, sir," cried she, suddenly seizing the whole of the meaning; "not for me? Whoever this person may be to whom you allude, to me he is utterly indifferent." A flash of involuntary delight beamed in the eyes of Edgar at these words. He had almost thanked her, he had almost dropped the reins of his horse to clasp his hands, but filled only with her own emotions, without watching his or waiting for any answer, she coldly bid him good night, and called to the coachman to drive fast home. Edgar, however, was left with a sunbeam of the most lively delight. "He is but wholly indifferent to her," he cried. "She is angry at my interference. She has but acted a part in the apparent preference, and for me, perhaps, acted it." Momentary, however, was the pleasure such a thought could afford him. "Oh, Camilla," he cried, "if indeed I might hope from you any partiality, why act any part at all? How plain, how easy, how direct your road to my heart, if but straightly pursued!" End of Chapter 4.
Book 4, Chapter 5 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Camilla by Fanny Burney. Book 4, Chapter 5. Camilla went on to Etherington in deep distress. Every ray of hope was chased from her prospects, with a certainty more cruel, though less offensive, to her feelings, than the crush given them by Miss Margland. "He cares not for me," she cried; "he even destines me for another. He is the willing agent of the Major. He would portion me, I suppose, for him, to accelerate the impossibility of ever thinking of me. And I imagined he loved me! What a dream! What a dream! How he has deceived me! Or, alas, how have I deceived myself!" She rejoiced, however, that she had made so decided an answer with regard to Major Sherwood, whom she could not doubt to be the person meant, and who, presented in such a point of view, grew utterly odious to her. The tale she had to relate to Mr. Tyrrell of the sufferings and sad resolution of Eugenia obviated all comment upon her own disturbance. He was wounded to the heart by the recital. "Alas!" he cried, "your wise and excellent mother always foresaw some mischief would ensue from the extreme caution used to keep this dear unfortunate child ignorant of her particular situation." This dreadful shake might have been palliated, at least, if not spared, by the lessons of fortitude that noble woman would have inculcated in her young and ductile mind. But I could not resist the painful entreaties of my poor brother, who, thinking himself the author of her calamities, believed he was responsible for saving her from feeling them, and, imagining all the world as soft-hearted as himself, concluded that what her own family would not tell her she could never hear elsewhere. But who should leave any events to the caprices of chance, which the precautions of foresight can determine? These reflections, and the thoughts of her sister, led at once and aided Camilla to stifle her own unhappiness, and for 3 days following she devoted herself wholly to Eugenia. On the morning of the 4th, instead of sending the carriage, Sir Hugh arrived himself to fetch Camilla, and to tell his brother he must come also, to give comfort to Eugenia; for, though he had thought the worst was over, because she appeared quiet in his presence, he had just surprised her in tears by coming upon her unawares. He had done all he could, he said, in vain, and nothing remained but for Mr. Tyrrell to try his hand himself; for it is but justice, he added, to Dr. Orkborne, to say she is wiser than all our poor heads put together, so that there is no answering her for want of sense. He then told him to be sure to put one of his best sermons in his pocket to read to her. Mr. Tyrrell was extremely touched for his poor Eugenia, yet said he had half an hour's business to transact in the neighbourhood before he could go to Cleves. Sir Hugh waited his time, and all three then proceeded together. Eugenia received her father with a deliberate coldness that shocked him. He saw how profound was the impression made upon her mind, not merely of her personal evils, but of what she conceived to be the misconduct of her friends. After a little general discourse, in which she bore no share, he proposed walking in the park, meaning there to take her aside, with less formality than he could otherwise desire, to speak with her alone. The ladies and Sir Hugh immediately looked for their hats or gloves, but Eugenia, saying she had a slight headache, walked away to her room. "This, my dear brother," cried Sir Hugh, sorrowfully following her with his eyes, "is the very thing I wanted you for. She says she'll never more stir out of these doors as long as she's alive, which is a sad thing to say, considering her young years, and nobody knowing how Claremont may approve it. However, it's well I've had him brought up from the beginning to the classics, which I rejoice at every day more and more, it being the only wise thing I ever did of my own head; for as to talking Latin and Greek, which I suppose is what they will chiefly be doing, there's no doubt but they may do it just as well in a room as in the fields or the streets." Mr. Tyrrell, after a little consideration, followed her. He tapped at her door. She asked, in a tone of displeasure, who was there. "Your father, my dear," he answered; and then, hastily opening it, she proposed returning with him downstairs. "No," he said, "I wish to converse with you alone. The opinion I have long cherished of your heart and your understanding, I come now to put to the proof." Eugenia, certain of the subject to which he would lead, and feeling she could not have more to hear than to say, gave him a chair, and composedly seated herself next to him. "My dear Eugenia," said he, taking her passive hand, "this is the moment that more grievously than ever I lament the absence of your invaluable mother. All I have to offer to your consideration she could much better have laid before you, and her dictates would have met with the attention they so completely deserve." "Was my mother then, sir," said she, reproachfully, "unapprized of the worldly darkness in which I have been brought up? Is she unacquainted that a little knowledge of books and languages is what alone I have been taught?" "We are all but too apt," answered Mr. Tyrrell mildly, though surprised, "to deem nothing worth attaining but what we have missed, nothing worth possessing but what we are denied. How many are there, amongst the untaught and unaccomplished, who would think an escape such as yours, of all intellectual darkness, a compensation for every other evil?" "They could think so only, sir, while, like me, they lived immured always in the same house, were seen always by the same people, and were total strangers to the sensation they might excite in any others." "My dear Eugenia, grieved as I am at the present subject of your ruminations, I rejoice to see in you a power of reflection and of combination so far above your years; and it is a soothing idea to me to dwell upon the ultimate benevolence of Providence, even in circumstances the most afflicting. For if chance has been unkind to you, nature seems, with fostering foresight, to have endowed you with precisely those powers that may best set aside her malignity." I see, sir, cried she, a little moved, the kindness of your intention. But pardon me if I anticipate to you its ill success. I have thought too much upon my situation and my destiny to admit any fallacious comfort. Can you, indeed, when once her eyes are opened, can you expect to reconcile to existence a poor young creature who sees herself an object of derision and disgust? Who, without committing any crime, without offending any human being, finds she cannot appear but to be pointed at, scoffed, and insulted? Oh, my child, with what a picture do you wound my heart and tear your own peace and happiness! Wretches who in such a light can view outward deficiencies cannot merit a thought, are below even contempt, and ought not to be disdained but forgotten. Make a conquest, then, my Eugenia, of yourself, be as superior in your feelings as in your understanding, and remember what Addison admirably says in one of the Spectators: a too acute sensibility of personal defects is one of the greatest weaknesses of self-love. I should be sorry, sir, you should attribute to vanity what I now suffer. No, it is simply the effect of never hearing, never knowing, that so severe a call was to be made upon my fortitude, and therefore never arming myself to sustain it. Then suddenly, and with great emotion clasping her hands, "Oh, if ever I have a family of my own," she cried, "my first care shall be to tell my daughters of all their infirmities. They shall be familiar, from their childhood, to their every defect. Ah, they must be odious indeed if they resemble their poor mother." "My dearest Eugenia, let them but resemble you mentally, and there is no person, whose approbation is worth deserving, that will not love and respect them. Good and evil are much more equally divided in this world than you are yet aware. None possess the first without alloy, nor the second without palliation. In Diana, for example, now in the full bloom of all that beauty can bestow, tell me, and ask yourself strictly, would you change within Diana?" "Within Diana!" she exclaimed. "Oh, I would forfeit every other good to change within Diana! In Diana, who never appears but to be admired, who never speaks but to be applauded." "Yet a little, yet a moment, question and understand yourself before you settle you would change with her. Look forward, and look inward. Look forward, that you may view the short life of admiration and applause for such attractions from others, and their inutility to their possessor in every moment of solitude or repose; and look inward, that you may learn to value your own peculiar riches for times of retirement, and for days of infirmity and age." "Indeed, sir, and pray believe me, I do not mean to repine I have not the beauty of Indiana. I know and have always heard her loveliness is beyond all comparison. I have no more, therefore, thought of envying it, than of envying the brightness of the sun. I knew, too, I bore no competition with my sisters, but I never dreamt of competition. I knew I was not handsome, but I supposed many people besides not handsome, and that I should pass with the rest; and I concluded the world to be full of people who had been sufferers as well as myself, by disease or accident. These have been occasionally my passing thoughts, but the subject never seized my mind. I never reflected upon it at all, till abuse, without provocation, all at once opened my eyes, and showed me to myself. Bear with me, then, my father, in this first dawn of terrible conviction. Many have been unfortunate, but none unfortunate like me. Many have met with evils, but who with an accumulation like mine?" Mr. Tyrrell, extremely affected, embraced her with the utmost tenderness. "My dear, deserving, excellent child," he cried, "what would I not endure, what sacrifice not make, to soothe this cruel disturbance, till time and your own understanding can exert their powers?" Then, while straining her to his breast with the fondest parental commiseration, the tears, with which his eyes were overflowing, bedewed her cheeks. Eugenia felt them, and, sinking to the ground, pressed his knees. "Oh, my father!" she cried, "a tear from your revered eyes afflicts me more than all else. Let me not draw forth another, lest I should become not only unhappy but guilty. Dry them up, my dearest father. Let me kiss them away. Tell me, then, my poor girl, you will struggle against this ineffectual sorrow? Tell me you will assert that fortitude, which only waits for your exertion. And tell me you will forgive the misjudging compassion which feared to impress you earlier with pain. I will do all, everything you desire. My injustice is subdued. My complaints shall be hushed. You have conquered me, my beloved father. Your indulgence, your lenity shall take place of every hardship, and leave me nothing but filial affection. Seizing this grateful moment, he then required of her to relinquish her melancholy scheme of seclusion from the world. The shyness and the fears which gave birth to it, said he, will but grow upon you if listened to, and they are not worthy the courage I would instil into your bosom, the courage, my Eugenia, of virtue, the courage to pass by, as if unheard, the insolence of the hard-hearted and ignorance of the vulgar. Happiness is in your power, though beauty is not, and on that to set too high a value would be pardonable only in a weak and frivolous mind, since, whatever is the involuntary admiration with which it meets, every estimable quality and accomplishment is attainable without it; and though, which I cannot deny, its immediate influence is universal, yet in every competition and in every decision of esteem, the superior, the elegant, the better part of mankind give their suffrages to merit alone. And you, in particular, will find yourself, through life, rather the more than the less valued by every mind capable of justice and compassion for misfortunes which no guilt has incurred. Observing her now to be softened, though not absolutely consoled, he rang the bell, and begged the servant who answered it to request his brother would order the coach immediately, as he was obliged to return home. "And you, my love," said he, "shall accompany me. It will be the least exertion you can make in first breaking through your averseness to quit the house." Eugenia would not resist, but her compliance was evidently repugnant to her inclination, and in going to the glass to put on her hat, she turned aside from it in shuddering, and hid her face with both her hands. "My dearest child," cried Mr. Tyrrell, wrapping her again in his arms, "this strong susceptibility will soon wear away, but you cannot be too speedy, nor too firm, in resisting it. The omission of what never was in our power cannot cause remorse, and the bewailing what never can become in our power cannot afford comfort. Imagine but what would have been the fate of Indiana had your situations been reversed, and had she, who can never acquire your capacity, and therefore never attain your knowledge, lost that beauty which is her all, but which to you, even if retained, could have been but a secondary gift. How short will be the reign of that all! How useless in sickness! How unavailing in solitude! How inadequate to long life! How forgotten or repiningly remembered in old age! You will live to feel pity for all you now covet and admire, to grow sensible to a lot more lastingly happy in your own acquirements and powers, and to exclaim, with contrition and wonder, time was when I would have changed with the poor mind-dependent in Diana." The carriage was now announced. Eugenia, with reluctant steps, descended. Camilla was called to join them, and Sir Hugh saw them set off with the utmost delight. End of Chapter 5 of Book 4. Recording by Rosie.
Book 4, Chapter 6 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Book 4, Chapter 6, Strictures on Beauty. To lengthen the airing, Mr. Tyrrell ordered the carriage by a new road, and to induce Eugenia to break yet another spell in walking as well as riding, he proposed their alighting, when they came to a lane, and leaving the coach in waiting while they took a short stroll. He walked between his daughters a considerable way, passing wherever it was possible close to cottages, laborers, and children. Eugenia submitted with a sigh, but held down her head, affrighted at every fresh object they encountered, till, upon approaching a small miserable hut, at the door of which several children were playing, an unlucky boy called out, "Oh, come, come, look! Here's the little humpbacked gentlewoman!" She then, clinging to her father, could not stir another step, and cast upon him a look of appeal and reproach that almost overset him. But after speaking to her some words of kindness, he urged her to go on and alone, saying, "Throw only a shilling to the senseless little crew, and let Camilla follow and give nothing, and see which one will become the most popular." They both obeyed, Eugenia fearfully and with quickness, casting amongst them some silver, and Camilla quietly walking on. "Oh, I have got a sixpence!" cried one. "And I've got a shilling!" said another, while the mother of the little tribe came from her wash tub and called out, "God bless your ladyship!" And the father quitted a little garden at the side of his cottage to bow down to the ground and cry, "Heaven reward you, good madam! You'll have a blessing go with you, go where you will." The children, then dancing up to Camilla, begged her charity, but when seconding the palpable intention of her father, she said she had nothing for them, they looked highly dissatisfied, while they redoubled their blessings to Eugenia. "See, my child," said Mr. Tyrrell, now joining them, "how cheaply preference and even flattery may be purchased." "Ah, sir," she answered, recovered from her terror, yet deep in reflection, "this is only by bribery, and gross bribery too. And what pleasure or what confidence can accrue from preference so earned?" "The means, my dear Eugenia, are not beneath the objects. If it is only from those who unite native hardness with uncultured minds and manners, that civility is to be obtained by such assorted materials, remember also it is from such only it can ever fail you. In the lowest life, equally with the highest, wherever nature has been kind, sympathy springs spontaneously for whatever is unfortunate, and respect whatever seems innocent. Steel yourself, then, firmly to withstand attacks from the cruel and unfeeling, and rest perfectly secure you will have none other to apprehend." The clear and excellent capacity of Eugenia comprehended in this lesson and its illustration all the satisfaction Mr. Tyrrell hoped to impart, and she was ruminating upon it with abated despondence when, as they came to a small house surrounded with a high wall, Mr. Tyrrell, looking through an iron gate at a female figure who stood at one of the windows, exclaimed, "What a beautiful creature! I have rarely, I think, seen a more perfect face." Eugenia felt so much hurt by this untimely sight that after a single glance which confirmed the truth of what he said, she bent her eyes another way, while Camilla herself was astonished that her kind father should call their attention to beauty at so sore and critical a juncture. "The examination of a fine picture," said he, fixing his eyes upon the window and standing still at the iron gate, "is a constant as well as exquisite pleasure, for we look at it with an internal security that such as it appears to us today, it will appear again tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. But in the pleasure given by the examination of a fine face, there is always, to a contemplative mind, some little mixture of pain. An idea of its fragility steals upon our admiration, and blends with it something like solicitude, the consciousness how short a time we can view it perfect, how quickly its brilliancy of bloom will be blown, and how ultimately it will be nothing." "You would have me, sir," said Eugenia, now raising her eyes, "learn to see beauty with unconcern by depreciating its value? I feel your kind intention, but it does not come home to me. Reasoning such as this may be equally applicable to anything else, and degrade whatever is desirable into insignificance." "No, my dear child, there is nothing, either in its possession or its loss, that can be compared with beauty. Nothing so evanescent, and nothing that leaves behind it a contrast which impresses such regret. It cannot be forgotten, since the same features still remain, though they are robbed of their effect upon the beholder. The same complexion is there, though faded into a tint bearing no resemblance with its original state, and the same eyes present themselves to the view, though bereft of all the lustre that had rendered them captivating." "Ah, sir, this is an argument but formed for the moment. Is not the loss of youth the same to everybody? And is not age equally unwelcome to the ugly and to the handsome?" "For activity, for strength, and for purposes of use, certainly, my dear girl, there can be no difference, but for motives to mental regret there can be no comparison. To those who are commonly molded,
The gradual growth of decay brings with it gradual endurance. Because little is missed from day to day, hope is not roughly chilled nor expectation rudely blasted. They see their friends, their connections, their contemporaries declining by the same laws, and they yield to the immutable and general lot rather imperceptibly than resignedly. But it is not so with the beauty. Her loss is not only general, but peculiar, and it is the peculiar, not the general evil that constitutes all hardship. Health, strength, agility, and animal spirits she may sorrowing feel diminish, but she hears everyone complain of similar failures, and she misses them unmurmuring, though not unlamenting. But of beauty, every declension is marked with something painful to self-love. The change manifested by the mirror might patiently be borne, but the change is manifested in the eyes of every beholder, gives a shock that does violence to every pristine feeling. This may certainly, sir, be cruel, trying at least, but then what a youth has she first passed! Mortification comes upon her at least in succession. She does not begin the world with it, a stranger at all periods to anything happier. Oh, my child, the happiness caused by personal attraction pays a dear after price. The soldier who enters the field of battle requires not more courage, though of a different nature, than the faded beauty who enters an assembly room. To be wholly disregarded after engaging every eye, to be unassisted after being habituated to seeing crowds anxiously offer their services, to be unheard after monopolizing every ear, can you indeed persuade yourself a change such as this demands but ordinary firmness? Yet the altered female who calls for it has the least chance to obtain it, for even where nature has endowed her with fortitude, the world and its flatteries have almost uniformly enervated it before the season of its exertion. All this may be true, said Eugenia with a sigh, and to me, however sad in itself, it may prove consolatory. Yet forgive my sincerity when I own I would purchase a better appearance at any price, any expense, any payment the world could impose. Mr. Tyrrell was preparing an answer when the door of the house, which he had still continued facing, was opened, and the beautiful figure, which had for some time retired from the window, rushed suddenly upon a lawn before the gate against which they were leaning. Not seeing them, she sat down upon the grass, which she plucked up by handsful and strewed over her fine flowing hair. Camilla, fearing they should seem impertinent, would have retreated, but Eugenia, much struck, sadly, yet with earnestness, compelled herself to regard the object before her, who was young, fair, of a tall and striking figure, with features delicately regular. A sigh, not to be checked, acknowledged how little either reasoning or eloquence could subdue a wish to resemble such an appearance, when the young person, flinging herself suddenly upon her face, threw her white arms over her head and sobbed aloud with violence. Astonished and deeply concerned, Eugenia internally said, "Alas, what a world is this! Even beauty so exquisite, without waiting for age or change, may be thus miserable." She feared to speak, lest she should be heard, but she looked up to her father with an eye that spoke concession, and with an interest for the fair afflicted which seemed to request his assistance. He motioned to her to be quiet, when the young person, abruptly half rising, burst into a fit of loud, shrill, and discordant laughter. Eugenia, now utterly confounded, would have drawn her father away, but he was intently engaged in his observations and steadily kept his place. In 2 minutes the laugh ceased all at once, and the young creature, hastily rising, began turning round with a velocity that no machine could have exceeded. The sisters now fearfully interchanged looks that shewed they thought her mad, and both endeavored to draw Mr. Tyrrell from the gate, but in vain. He made them hold by his arms and stood still. Without seeming giddy, she next began to jump, and now he could only detain his daughters by shewing them the gate at which they stood was locked. In another minute she perceived them, and coming eagerly forward, dropped several low curtsies, saying at every fresh bend, "Good day, good day, good day." Equally trembling, they now both turned pale with fear, but Mr. Tyrrell, who was still immovable, answered her by a bow,
and asked if she were well. "Give me a shilling," was her reply, while the slaver dribbled unrestrained from her mouth, rendering utterly disgusting a chin that a statutory might have wished to model. "Do you live at this house?" said Mr. Tyrrell. "Yes, please, yes, please, yes, please," she answered 20 times following, and almost black in the face before she would allow herself to take another breath. A cat now appearing at the door, she seized it and tried to twine it round her neck with great fondling, wholly unresisting the scratches which tore her fine skin. Next, capering forward with it towards the gate, "Look, look!" she cried. "Here's puss! Here's puss! Here's puss!" Then, letting it fall, she tore her handkerchief off her neck, put it over her face, strained it as tight as she was able, and tied it under her chin, and then struck her head with both her hands, making a noise that resembled nothing human. "Take me away. Take me away, father," cried Eugenia. "I see, I feel your awful lesson, but impress it no further, lest I die in receiving it." Mr. Tyrrell immediately moved off without speaking. Camilla, penetrated for her sister, observed the same silence, and Eugenia, hanging upon her father and absorbed in profound rumination, only by the depth of her sighs made her existence known, and thus, without the interchange of a word, slowly and pensively they walked back to the carriage. Eugenia broke the silence as soon as they were seated. "Oh, my father!" she exclaimed, "what a sight have you made me witness! How dread a reproof have you given to my repining spirit! Did you know this unhappy beauty was at that house? Did you lead me thither purposely to display to me her shocking imbecility?" "Relying upon the excellence of your understanding, I ventured upon an experiment more powerful, I well knew, than all that reason could urge. An experiment not only striking at the moment, but which, by playing upon the imagination, as well as convincing the judgment, might make an impression that can never be effaced. I have been informed for some time that this poor girl was in our neighborhood. She was born an idiot, and therefore, having never known brighter days, is insensible to her terrible state. Her friends are opulent, and that house is taken, and a woman is paid to keep her in existence and in obscurity. I have heard of her uncommon beauty, and when the news reached me of my dear Eugenia's distress, the idea of this meeting occurred to me. I rode to the house and engaged the woman to detain her unfortunate charge at the window till we appeared, and then to let her loose into the garden. Poor ill-fated young creature, it has been indeed a melancholy sight." "A sight," cried Eugenia, "to come home to me with shame. Oh, my dear father, your prescription strikes to the root of my disease. Shall I ever again dare murmur? Will any egotism ever again make me believe no lot so hopeless as my own? I will think of her when I am discontented. I will call to my mind this spectacle of human degradation, and submit, at least with calmness, to my lighter evils and milder fate." "My excellent child, this is just what I expected from the candor of your temper and the rectitude of your sentiments. You have seen here the value of intellects in viewing the horror of their loss, and you have witnessed that beauty without mind is more dreadful than any deformity. You have seized my application and left me nothing to enforce. My dear, my excellent child, you have left for your fond father nothing but tender approbation. With the utmost thankfulness to Providence, I have marked from your earliest childhood the native justness of your understanding, which, with your studious inclination to sedentary accomplishments, have proved With the utmost thankfulness to Providence, I have marked from your earliest childhood the native justness of your understanding, which, with your studious inclination to sedentary accomplishments, have proved a reviving source of consolation to your mother and to me for the cruel accidents we have incessantly lamented. How will that admirable mother rejoice in the recital I have to make to her! What pride will she take in a daughter so worthily her own, so resembling her in nobleness of nature and a superior way of thinking! Her tears, my child, like mine, will thank you for your exertions. She will strain you to her fond bosom as your father strains you at this moment." "Yes, sir," cried Eugenia. "Your kind task is now accomplished, Eugenia. Her thoughts, her occupations, her happiness shall henceforth all be centered in filial. Yes, sir," cried Eugenia. "Your kind task is now completed with your vanquished Eugenia. Her thoughts, her occupations, her happiness shall henceforth be all centered in filial gratitude and contentment." The affectionate Camilla, throwing her arms about them both, bathed each with the tears of joy and admiration which this soothing conclusion to adventure so severe excited. End of Book 4, Chapter 6. Recording by Linda Velwest. Book 4, Chapters 7 and 8 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth by Fanny Burney. Chapter 7, The Pleadings of Pity. To oblige Mr. Tyrrell, who had made the arrangement with Sir Hugh, Eugenia consented to dine and spend the day at Etherington, which she had quitted at night in a temper of mind perfectly composed. Camilla was deeply penetrated by the whole of this affair, the sufferings so utterly unearned by fault or by folly of a sister so dear to her, and the affecting fortitude which so quickly upon her wounds, and at so early a period of life, she already began to display, made her blush at the dejection into which she was herself cast by every evil, and resolved to become in the future more worthy of the father and the sister who at this moment absorbed all her admiration. Too reasonable in such a frame of mind to plan for getting Mandelbaer, she now only determined to think of him as she had thought before her affections became entangled, to think of him, in short, as he seemed himself to desire, to seek his friendly offices and advice, but to reject every offered establishment, and to live single for life. Gratified by indulgent praise, and sustained by exerted virtue, the revived Eugenia had nearly reached Cleves, on her return, when the carriage was stopped by a gentleman on horseback, who, approaching the coach window, said in a low voice, as if unwilling to be heard by the servants, "Oh, madame, has fate set aside her cruelty, and does fortune permit me to live once more?" She then recollected Mr. Bellamy. She had only her maid in the carriage, who was sent for her by Sir Hugh, Miss Margland being otherwise engaged. All that had so lately passed upon her person and appearance being full upon her mind, she involuntarily shrunk back, hiding her face with her cloak. Bellamy, by no means conceiving this mark of emotion to be unfavourable, steadied his horse by leaning one hand on the coach window, and said in yet a lower voice, "Oh, madame, is it possible you can hate me so barbarously? Will you not even deign to look at me, though I have so long been banished from your presence?" Eugenia, during this speech, called to mind that, though new in some measure to herself, she was not so to this gentleman, and ventured to uncover her face, when the grief painted on the fine features of Bellamy so forcefully touched her, that she softly answered, "No, sir, indeed I do not hate you. I am incapable of such ingratitude, but I conjure, I beseech you to forget me." "Forget you! Oh, madame, you command an impossibility. No, I am constancy itself, and not all the world united shall tear you from my heart." Jacob, who caught a word or two, now rode up to the other window, and as Eugenia began, "Conquer, sir, I entreat you, this ill-fated partiality," told her the horses had been hard worked and must go home. As Jacob was the oracle of Sir Hugh about his horses, his will was prescriptive law. Eugenia never disputed it, and only saying, "Think of me, sir, no more," bid the coachman drive on. Bellamy, respectfully submitting, continued with his hat in his hand, as the maid informed her mistress, looking after the carriage till it was out of sight. A tender sorrow now stole upon the just revived tranquillity of the gentle and generous Eugenia. "Ah," thought she, "I have rendered, little as I seem worthy of such power, I have rendered this amiable man miserable, but possibly and probably he is the only man in existence who I could render happy. Oh, how may I dare expect from Claremont a similar passion?" Molly Mill, a very young girl, and daughter of a poor tenant of Sir Hugh, interrupted these reflections from time to time with remarks upon their object. "Dearie me, miss," she cried, "what a fine gentleman that was! He sighed like to split his heart when you said, 'Don't think about me no more.' He's some lovelier, like, I'm sure." Eugenia returned home so much moved by this incident that Sir Hugh, believing his brother himself had failed to revive her, was disturbed all anew with acute contrition for her disasters, and feeling very unwell, went to bed before supper time. Eugenia retired also, and after spending the evening in a soft compassion for Bellamy, and unfixed apprehensions and distaste for young Lindmere, was preparing to go to bed, when Molly Mill, out of breath with haste, brought her a letter. She eagerly opened it, whilst inquiring whence it came. "Oh, miss, the fine gentleman, that same fine gentleman, brought it himself, and he sent for me out, and I did not know who I was to go to, for Mary only said a boy wanted me, but the boy said I must come with him to the stile, and when I came there, who should I see but the fine gentleman himself, and he gave me this letter, and he asked me to give it to you, and see, look, miss, what I got for my trouble." She then exhibited a half-guinea. "You have not done right, Molly, in accepting it. Money is bribery, and you should have known that the letter was improperly addressed if bribery was a requisite to make it delivered." "Dearie me, miss, what's half a guinea to such a gentleman as that? I dare say he's got his pockets full of them." "I shall not read it, certainly," cried Eugenia. "Now I know this circumstance. Give me the wax. I will seal it again." She then hesitated whether she ought to return it, or shew it to her uncle, or commit it to the flames. That to which she was most unwilling appeared, to the strictness of her principles, to be most proper. She therefore determined that the next morning she would relate her evening's adventure, and deliver the unread letter to Sir Hugh. Had this epistle not perplexed her, she had meant never to name its writer. Persuaded her last words had finally dismissed him, she thought it a high point of female delicacy never to publish an unsuccessful conquest. This resolution taken, she went to bed, satisfied with herself, but extremely grieved at the sufferings she was preparing for one who so singularly loved her. The next morning, however, her uncle did not rise to breakfast, and was so low-spirited that, fearing to disturb him, she deemed it most prudent to defer the communication. But when, after she had taken her lesson from Dr. Orkborne, she returned to her room, she found Molly Mill impatiently waiting for her. "Oh, miss," she cried, "here's another letter for you, and you must read it directly, for the gentleman says if you don't it will be the death of him." "Why did you receive another letter?" said Eugenia, displeased. "Oh, dearie me, miss, how could I help it? If you'd seen the taking he was in, you'd have took it yourself. He was all of a quake, and ready to go down on his 2 knees. Dearie me, if it did not make my heart go pit-pat to see him. He was like to go out of his mind, he said, and the tears, poor gentleman, were all in his eyes." Eugenia now turned away, strongly affected by this description. "Do, miss," continued Molly, "write him a little scrap, if it's never so scratched and bad. He'll take it kinder than nothing. Do, miss, do. Oh, don't be ill-natured, and just read this little letter. Do, miss, do. It won't take you much time. You read so nice and fast." "Why," cried Eugenia, "did you go to him again? How could you so incautiously entrust yourself to the conduct of a strange boy?" "A strange boy? Dearie me, miss, don't you know it was Tommy Hod? I knows him well enough. I knows all the boys, I warrant me, round here.
Come, miss, here's a pen and ink. You'll run it off before one can count to 5. When you've a mind to it, he'll be in a sad taking till he sees me come back. Come back? Is it possible you have been so imprudent as to have promised to see him again? Dearie me, yes, miss. He'd have made away with himself if I had not. He'd been there ever since 6 in the morning without nothing to eat or drink, a riding up and down the road till he could see me coming to the stile, and he says he'll keep a riding there all day long, and all night too, till I goes to him. Eugenia conceived herself now in a situation of unexampled distress. She forced Molly Mill to leave her, that she might deliberate what course to pursue. Having read no novels, her imagination had never been awakened to scenes of this kind, and what she had gathered upon such subjects in the poetry and history she had studied with Dr. Orkborn had only impressed her fancy in proportion as love bore the character of heroism, and the lover that of a hero. Though highly, therefore, romantic, her romance was not the common adoption of a circulating library. It was simply that of elevated sentiments, formed by animated credulity, playing upon youthful inexperience. Alas, cried she, what a conflict is mine! I must refuse a man who adores me to distraction, in disregard of my unhappy defects, to cast myself under the guidance of one who, perhaps, may estimate beauty so highly as to despise me for its want. This idea pleaded so powerfully for Bellamy that something like a wish to open his letters obtained pardon to her little maid for having brought them. She suppressed, however, the desire, though she held them alternately to her eyes, conjecturing their contents, and bewailing for their impassioned writer the cruel answer they must receive. Though checked by shame, she had some desire to consult Camilla, but she could not see her in time, Mrs. Arlberry having insisted upon carrying her in the evening to a play, which was to be performed for one night only by a company of passing strollers at Northwick. My decision, she cried, must be my own, and must be immediate. Ah, how leave a man such as this to wander night and day, neglected and uncertain of his fate? With tears he sent me his letters. What must not have been his despair, when such was his sensibility? Tears in a man, tears, too, that could not be restrained even till his messenger was out of sight. How touching! Her own then fell in tender commiseration, and it was with extreme repugnance that she compelled herself to take such measures as she thought her duty required. She sealed the 2 letters in an empty cover, and having directed them to Mr. Bellamy, summoned Molly Mill, and told her to convey them to the gentleman, and positively acquaint him she must receive no more, and that those which were returned had never been read. She bid her, however, add that she should always wish for his happiness, and be grateful for his kind partiality, though she earnestly conjectured him to vanish a regard which she did not deserve and must never return. Molly Mill would fain have remonstrated, but Eugenia, with that firmness which even in the first youth accompanies a consciousness of preferring duty to inclination, silenced and sent her off. Relieved for herself, now the struggle was over, she secretly rejoiced that it was not for Melmoth she had so hard a part to act, and this idea, while it rendered Bellamy less an object of regret, diminished also something of her pity for his conflict, by reminding her of the success which had attended her own similar exertions. But when Molly returned, her distress was renewed. She brought her these words written with a pencil upon the back of her own cover: I do not dare, cruelest of your sex, to write you another letter, but if you would save me from the abyss of destruction, you will let me hear my final doom from your own mouth. I ask nothing more. Walk but one moment in the park near the Pales. Deny not your miserable adorer this last single request, and he will fly this fatal climate which has swallowed up his repose for ever. But till then here he will stay, and neither quit the spot whence he sends you these lines till you have deigned to pronounce verbally his doom, though he should famish for want of food. Alfonso Bellamy. Eugenia read this with horror and compassion. She imagined he perhaps thought her confined, and would therefore believe no answer that did not issue immediately from her own lips. She sent Molly to him again with the same message, but Molly returned with a yet worse account of his desperation. and a strong assurance that if she would only utter to him a single word, he would obey, depart, and live upon it the rest of his life. This completely softened her. Rather than imperiously suffer such a pattern of respectful constancy to perish, she consented to speak her own negative. But fearing she might be moved to some sympathy by his grief, she resolved to be accompanied by Camilla, and deferred, therefore, the interview till the next day. Molly brought back his humble acknowledgments for this concession, and an account that, at last, slowly and sadly, he had ridden away. Her feelings were now better satisfied than her understanding. She feared what she had granted was a favour, yet her heart was too tender to reproach a compliance made upon such conditions, and to prevent such evils. Chapter 8. The Disastrous Buskins. Camilla, though her personal sorrows were blunted by the view of the calamities and resignations of her sister, was so little disposed for amusement that she had accepted the invitation of Mrs. Albury only from wanting spirit to resist its urgency. Mr. Tyrrell was well pleased that such a recreation came in her way, but desired Lavinia might be of the party, not only that she might partake of the same pleasure, but from a greater security in her prudence than in that of her naturally thoughtless sister. The town of Etherington afforded no theatre, and the room fitted up for the night's performance could contain but 2 boxes, one of which was secured for Mrs. Albury and her friends. The attentive Major was ready to offer his hand to Camilla upon her arrival. The rest of the officers were in the box. The play was Othello, and so miserably represented that Lavinia would willingly have retired after the first scene, but the native spirits of Camilla revisited her in the view of the ludicrous personages of the drama, and they were soon joined by Sir Sedley Clarendel, whose quaint conceits and remarks assisted the risibility of the scene. She thought him the least comprehensible person she had ever known, but as he was totally indifferent to her, his oddity entertained without tormenting her. The actors were of the lowest strolling kind, and so utterly without merit that they had never yet met with sufficient encouragement to remain 1 week in the same place. They had only a single scene for the whole performance, which depictured a camp, and which here served for a street, a senate, a city, a castle, and a bedchamber. The dresses were almost equally parsimonious, everyone being obliged to take what would fit him from a wardrobe that did not allow quite 2 dresses a person for all the plays they had to enact. Othello, therefore, was equipped as King Richard III, save that instead of a regal front he had a black wig to imitate wool, while his face had been begrimed with a smoked cork. Iago wore a suit of cloth originally made for Lord Foppington. Brabantio had borrowed the armor of Hamlet's ghost. Cassio, the lieutenant general in the Christian army, had only been able to equip himself in Osmond's Turkish vest, and Roderigo, accoutred in the garment of Shylock, came forth a complete Jew. Desdemona, attired more suitably to her fate than her expectations, went through the whole of her part, except the last scene, in the sable weeds of Isabella, and Amelia was fain to content herself with the habit of the first witch in Macbeth. The gestures both of the gentlemen and the ladies were as outrageous as if meant rather to intimidate the audience than to shew their own animation, and the men approached each other so closely, with arms akimbo or double fist, that Sir Sedley, with pretended alarm, said they were giving challenges for a boxing match. The ladies also, in the energy of their desire not to be eclipsed, took so much exercise in their action that they tore out the sleeves of their gowns, which, though pinned up every time they left the stage, completely exposed their shoulders at the end of every act, and they raised their arms so high while facing each other that Sir Sedley expressed frequent fears they meant to finish by pulling caps. So imperfect were they also in their parts that the prompter was the only person from whom any single speech passed without a blunder. Iago, who was the master of the troupe, was the sole performer who spoke not with a provincial dialect. The rest all betrayed their birth and parentage the first line they uttered. Cassio proclaimed himself from Norfolk.
"The Duke do greet you, General.
being not at your lodging to be found. The Senate set above the tree several quests, etc.
Othello himself to prove a true Londoner, and with his famed soldier-like eloquence in the Senate scene, thus began his celebrated defense.
Most potent grower and reverend seniors, my weary, noble, and approved good masters, that I have ta'en away this old man's daughter, I will around on this tale deliver of my whole course of love. What drugs, what charms, what conjuration, and what mighty magic I won his daughter with. Her father loved me, oft invited me. My story being done, she gave me for my pains a world of sighs. She swore in faith 'twas strange, 'twas passing strange, 'twas pitiful, 'twas wondrous pitiful. She wished she had not heard it, yet she wished that heaven had made her such a man. This only is the witchcraft I have used. Here comes the lady, let her witness it.
This happily making the gentle Desdemona recognized, notwithstanding her appearance was so little bridal, her somewhat sheer father cried,
I pray you, hear her speak. If I confess that I was half the world destruction on my head, if my beard blame light or a moon.
his daughter, in the Worcestershire pronunciation, answered,
Noble father, I do perceive ere a divided duty. To you I owe my life and education. My life and education both do teach me how to respect you. You're the lord of duty. I'm hitherto your daughter, but here's my husband.
The fond Othello then exclaimed,
Your wife's lords, beseech you, let her will have a free way.
and Brabantio took leave with,
Look to her more. If as eyes do thee, as deceived her thither, and may thee.
They were detained so long between the first and second act that Sir Sedley said he feared poor Desdemona had lost the thread paper from which she was to mend her gown, and recommended to the two young ladies to have the charity to go and assist her.
Consider, he said, the trepidation of a fair bride but just entered into her shackles. Who knows but Othello may be giving her a strapping in private for wearing out her clothes so fast? You young ladies, think nothing of these little conjugal freedoms.
Mrs. Albury, though for some time she had been as well diverted by the play as Camilla, less new to such exhibitions, was soon tired of the sameness of the blunders, and at the end of the fourth act proposed retiring. But Camilla, who had long not felt so much entertained, looked so disappointed that her good humour overcame her fatigue, and she was insisting upon staying, when a gentleman, who visited them from the opposite box, proposed that the young lady should be carried home by his mother, a lady who lived at Etherington, and was acquainted at the rectory, and who intended to stay out not only the play but the farce. Lavinia consented, the son went with the proposition, and the business was soon arranged. Mrs. Arlberry, who had 3 miles to go beyond the parsonage house, and who, though she delighted to oblige, was but little in the habit of practising self-denial, then consigned the young ladies to General Kinsale, to be conducted to the opposite box, and was handed by Colonel Andover to her coach. The general guarded the eldest sister, the major took care of Camilla, but they were all stopped in their passage by the sudden seizure of a pickpocket, and forced hastily back to the box they had quitted. This commotion, though it had disturbed all the audience, had not stopped the performance, and Desdemona being just now discovered in bed, Camilla, not to lose the interesting scene, persuaded her sister to wait till the play was over before they attempted again to cross to the opposite box,
Into which, in a few minutes after, she saw Mandelbear enter.
They had both already seated themselves as much out of sight as possible, and Camilla now began to regret that she had not accompanied Mrs. Albury. She had thought only of the play and its entertainment, till the sight of Mandelbaer told her that her situation was improper, and the idea only occurred to her by considering that it would occur to him. Mandelbaer had dined out with a party of men, and had stepped in to see what was going forwards, without any knowledge whom he should meet. He instantly discerned Lavinia, and felt anxious to know why Camilla was not with her, and why she sat so much out of sight. But Camilla so completely hid herself, he could only see there was a female, whom he concluded to be some Etherington lady, and he determined to make further enquiry when the act should be over. The performance now became so truly ludicrous that Camilla, notwithstanding all her uneasiness, was excited to almost perpetual laughter. Desdemona, either from the effect of a bad cold, or to give more of nature to her repose, breathed so hard as to raise a general laugh in the audience. Sir Sedley, stopping his ears, exclaimed,
"Oh, if she snores, I shall plead for her no more. If she tear her gown to tatters, suffocation is much too lenient for her. She's an immense horrid personage, nasal to alarm."
Othello then entered, with a tallow candle in his hand, staring and dropping grease at every step, and having just declared he would not
"Scour that vita skin of hers than snow,"
perceived a thief in the candle, which made it run down so fast over his hand and the sleeve of his coat, that the moment not being yet arrived for extinguishing it, he was forced to lay down his sword, and, for want of better means, snuff it with his fingers. Sir Sedley now protested himself completely disordered.
"I must be gone," cried he, "incontinently. This exceeds resistance. I shan't be alive in another minute. Are you able to form a notion of anything more annihilating? If I did not build up upon the pleasure of seeing him stap up those distressing nostrils of the gentle Desdemona, I could not breathe here another instant."
But just after, while Othello leant over the bed to say,
"When I've plucked the rose, I cannot give it a vital growth again. It needs must wither."
his black locks caught fire. The candle now fell from his hand, and he attempted to pull off his wig, but it had been tied close on to appear more natural, and his fright disabled him. He therefore flung himself upon the bed and rolled the coverlid over his head. Desdemona, excessively frightened, started up and jumped out, shrieking aloud,
"Oh, Lord, I shall be burnt!"
This noble Venetian dame then exhibited, beneath an old white satin bedgown made to cover her arms and breast, the dress in which she had equipped herself between the acts, to be ready for trampling home, namely, a dirty red and white linen gown, an old blue stuff quilted coat, and black shoes and stockings. In this pitiable condition she was running screaming off the stage, when Othello, having quenched the fire, unconscious that half his curls had fallen a sacrifice to the flames, hastily pursued her, and in a violent passion called her a fool, and brought her back to the bed, in which he assisted her to compose herself, and then went behind the scenes to light his candle, which having done, he gravely returned, and very carefully putting it down, renewed his part with the line,
"Be thus when thou art dead, and I will kill thee, and love thee after."
amidst roars of laughter from the whole audience, who, when he kissed her, almost with one voice called out, "Hey, hey, that's right, kissin', friends!" And when he said,
"I must weep." "So must I too, my good friend," cried Sir Sedley, wiping his eyes, "for never yet did sorrow cost me more salt rheum. Poor Blackie, thou hast been most indissolubly comic, I confess. Thou hast unstrung me to a degree. A baby of half an hour might demolish me."
and again, when Othello exclaimed,
"She wakes." "The deuce she does!" cried Sir Sedley. "What, has she been asleep again already? She's a very caricature of Morpheus. Ay, do thy worst, honest Mungo. I cannot possibly beg her off. I would sooner sniff thy farthing candle than sustain that nasal cadence evermore." "He's the finest fellow upon the face of the earth," cried Mr. Macdarcy, who had listened to the whole play with the most serious interest. "The instant he suspects his wife, he cuts her off without ceremony, though she's dearer to him than his eyesight, and beautiful as an angel. How I envy him!" Don't you think 'twould have been as well, said General Kinsale, if he'd first made some little inquiry? He can do that afterwards, General, and then nobody will dare surmise it's out of weakness. For to be sure and certain, he ought to right her fame. That's no more than his duty, after once he has satisfied his own. But a man's honor is dearest to him of all things. A wife's a bauble to it, not worth a thought.
The suffocating was now beginning, but just as Desdemona begged to be spared,
But off an hour.
the doorkeeper forced his way into the pit, and called out, "Pray, is one Miss Tyrrold here in the playhouse?" The sisters in much amazement hung back, entreating the gentleman to screen them, and the man, receiving no answer, went away. While wondering what this could mean, the play was finished, when one of the comedians, a brother of the Worcestershire Desdemona, came to the pit door, calling out,
I'm desired to ask if Miss Camilla Tyrrell's anyway here in the house, for I am ordered to call her out for her uncle's ill and dying.
A piercing shriek from Camilla now completed the interruption of all attention to the performance, and betrayed her hiding place. Concealment, indeed, was banished her thoughts, and she would herself have opened the box door to rush out, had not the Major anticipated her, seizing at the same time her hand to conduct her through the crowd. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Linda Velwest.